persona. So all of this other material of separating the congregants between congregantes, chidim, and separate burial sections, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social reflection of that time, or sometimes it's a complete contradiction of halakha. Nevertheless, this is how the society functioned. There's some great work. Please have a look at Professor Ruben Brewer's books on this. Quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just got back from an amazing trip to the Lesser Antilles with Kosher Book. It was so fascinating to see this very special part of the world that was very, very crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how the Jewish step in the Caribbean was rather light. It's really only about 100, 200 years where Jews were very active there, but it was a really important transitional place for Jews, fleeing the Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and then, the emigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular to this part of the world where they attempted to make a long-lasting civilization. As we shall see, it turned out that in the 18th century it was less viable economically, so Jews went on as many other people did. But this is really so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's start this discussion by looking at the immigration patterns. So have a look at this map here. This map, which is kind of complicated, shows you basically the origins of the Caribbean Jewish community, which is primarily coming out of the Iberian Peninsula. You have two distinct phases. You have those Jews who were expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, because this is really just when the Americas were being discovered, right? The last decade of the 15th century and moving into the early 16th century, Jews were kicked out of Spain in 1492, although there were some crypto-Jews, meaning they had been forcibly converted or were descendants of forcible converts, who accompanied even Columbus on his voyage. And Columbus is very well explored elsewhere. It's quite likely that he was in fact descended from crypto-Jews himself. But at any rate, the Portuguese Jews, however, are far more significant. They are forcibly converted in 1497 to Christianity, and it takes them a while before they're really allowed to emigrate out of Portugal for reasons that we've explored in other videos. But then they make their way not only to centers that are more tolerant, such as Amsterdam, for example, which is hugely significant because the Dutch were very much involved in colonizing the Caribbean, but also making their way directly with Portuguese travel to the eastern Brazil, for example, to a place called Recife is very important, and also to the northern regions of what we call today Colombia, places like Curacao. And then there's a secondary migration that I've indicated here with a kind of broken line that moves from the Caribbean up to North America. And that's very, very important. It really begins to gain a lot of steam in the 18th century as the economy in the Caribbean changes dramatically for reasons I'm going to discuss in just one second. But I would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about migration history before we get to that economic change. So this is kind of like where all these Jews are coming from. Portuguese Jews directly from Portugal, sometimes directly from Amsterdam. There is one really significant movement in 1654 of Jews from Brazil making their way up to New York City. That was not actually a continuous settlement. They sort of petered out after 1654, but it only took a decade or two before Jews began arriving in larger numbers. Now, when you look at the second major phase of migration to the Americas, not the Caribbean specifically, that would be the German Jewish migration that occurs in the 1840s through the 1870s. This is especially associated with a noxious practice that was implemented in Central Europe, the so-called familiars laws, that only would allow the oldest male child to marry. And that would mean that all of the other brothers could not course, by this time, definitely monogamous in Ashkenazic lands. And so this was like essentially a really cool social form of population control that meant that so many Jews had to look for other places to live and hopefully other wives to marry them. And so you have, skipping the Caribbean entirely, has migration of German Jews coming to the northeast part of the United States, establishing themselves there, and eventually they will reach a certain degree of wealth within a few decades, and that would be very significant for the next massive wave, which again also skips the Caribbean. This is the huge wave of migration of 2.5 million Jews making their way out of Eastern Europe after the pogroms of 1881. And these are people coming from primarily the former Russian Empire, the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. They are also still in. They actually constitute the overwhelming bulk of American Jews. About 7 out of 10 American Jews trace their lineage to these Eastern European migrants who came at the turn of the 20th century. Now, there's one last Caribbean chapter. There is a surge of emigration from Germany and Austria out of fear of the Nazis and their rise. But by this time, America had adopted a much more nativist approach to these European migrants. They had largely closed their doors to Jewish immigrants. So therefore, many of them sought out Caribbean locales, often as a stepping stone before they could eventually make their way to America. So you have a significant, much smaller, but nevertheless a significant population of German and Austrian Jews making their way to Cuba in particular. And then after the Cuban Revolution, many of them flee to Florida, and then others go all the way up to New York. You also have Jews making their way to Puerto Rico at this time, and so on. So there are, once again, to encapsulate, there are 2 major Caribbean migrations to North America. The first is specifically in the 18th century, but it's a kind of a secondary migration from the Caribbean as the economy changes. And the second one is the refugees from the Nazis, the so-called Cubans, Jews who made their way primarily to Cuba and then from Cuba moving up to Florida. So that's basically where the Caribbean plays a role in Jewish migration, particularly to North America. Massive Jewish settlements in the Greater Antilles and the Western Antilles where we are, but also hugely important. Curacao, the Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly.
What up, Brandon? What's good, son?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish
Just a
history.
moment.
You know, I
Can you hear me? Yeah. You're really hard to hear. Is there anywhere you can come closer to the microphone? That's all. How'd you find out about me, Brandon? Oh, that's amazing. Have I told you about myself? Oh, excellent. Well, firstly, apologies for my kickbot that clips people. I do what I do for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of an act, and coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm currently live on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on basically everything but Big Band. I do so because I don't want war anymore in the world. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Brandon? Yeah. It's okay if you haven't. It's basically the story of somebody whose entire life on camera, as is mine. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, Brandon, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations in your own country. Absolutely, 1000%. So I not only stream my life, but I talk about some things that are interesting to people, like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I am an advocate for ending world thirst. I and sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. One of the things that we do is we build wealth in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology. We funded to go to how to go project from. Excellent. I talk about some other things that aren't generally discussed in mainstream things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light technology, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy. I talk about things like de-extinction technology. You didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2002 with the Pioneer IBEX, which was a node located in the node in space and in France. Fast forward to year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Rothschild Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using ancient elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing opportunity. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they're going to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a really exciting goal. They recently made headlines with their directives. The directives are about a year old, and Joe Rogan has been them. Talk about other things that are going to affect you potentially if you want. You talk about things like life expectancy. When you were born brand new, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, with your consent for the use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cell, peptides, things like ionics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics, and ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. But eventually, when you get to be 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you've done or told me about back in 2025 has come true. What's the next plan? And if you want, this is again big 50%, you may be able to utilize the type of technology that is mind-blowing technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system or peripheral nervous system. For later download as an Android and card cyber to cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is that you will bring you an opportunity of visual immortality. What are your thoughts? Andrew, I couldn't even hear what you were saying. But that's
We know that most of the people like going on these amazing kosher river cruise trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing to learn about Jewish history and actually visit the places where it happened. And, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that. I might even appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food because Chef Malcolm, Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious. The fact is that chocolate was only discovered by Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was dealing primarily with Port Bordeaux, you think about how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particular the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing and so fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because, he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that he would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton by Andrew Porwancher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porwancher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is to ask, well, what does it mean to be Jewish, right? It's a question I have quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. And this is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism. And everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider you a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed, things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish. You may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and behaviors that go along with it, and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily meeting the other forms. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might hear some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Corwancher brings to suggest that he was in fact Jewish. So legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a little discussion in his book. You can have a look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy, unfortunate situation. But at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican. And he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican. But when they queried him, it's interesting that they felt the need to query him. He was still living in the Caribbean at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There's also no baptismal record for Alexander Hamilton at all, and he was in fact not allowed to testify. So in other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe that, to allow him to testify. Interesting. Okay, thirdly, ethnic identity. Did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side, not at all. On his mother's side, her parents didn't consider Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Peter. He was baptized as an adult, again, very, very strange. And so there's every indication to suggest that when Alexandra left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well, as the local Jewish community consider you a Jew, Rachel had her son Alexander educated in the Jewish school at Nevis. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, sometimes the school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happens, but the simple answer is he was Jewish. Universal, would any Jewish community consider you a Jew? So in Alexander Hamilton's case, if her conversion was considered valid, which is not so simple to argue it's true, especially in the 18th century like this, but if she had a beit din and she was converted, then yes, he would have been considered Jewish anywhere, especially if he presented himself as Jewish as the son of a convert. But this is still one of the stickier things even in 21st century history. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things Dr. Portman's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this even as a child. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of participant in the culture, but we don't have much data on it. Public, general community in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although the preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adults in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle off the argument, but Dr. Portman's book, I think, makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisers might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps something like this. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise to the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic. And if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles. And it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. So first of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States, Florida, and the peninsula hangs down into the Gulf of Mexico. And then just below it, you have two major regions of concern to us. You have the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, for example. And then you have the Lesser Antilles, which are over here on sort of the west side of the Caribbean. This is where we're going to be cruising, and it looks like it's just a tiny little place with these little archipelago of islands, but it is such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. This was an extremely important region of settlement for the Portuguese Jews in particular. They're an unusual population. They were forcibly converted at the end of 1496, the beginning of 1497, to Christianity. But for generations, for centuries, they were discriminated against and called New Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World and quite often simply reassumed their Jewish identity once they thought that it was safe to do so. So you have Jews settling in both the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, the very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. You know, it's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but you know, it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say, go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the beam there where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well. Not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? What, you know, there's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me that these snakes would run the sand and feel it hang out there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, you know, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretched to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a look at our itinerary. We're going to land in Saint Martin or Saint Martin. That is an island that is divided between the Dutch and the French. And we're going to go from there to Anguilla, which is a British island. Then we're going to come back and cruise to Gustavia. You know, by the way, this was like a massive colonial region. Places were claimed by the Dutch, by the French, by the British, even by the Swedes and the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states. Others are still controlled by their European colonizers. Anyway, from Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos. Then we're going to go down to Antigua. And we're going to pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially interesting in that Alexander Hamilton attended Cheder there. He went to Jewish school there. And hopefully we'll spend some time talking about Alexander Hamilton and the very interesting theory that he may actually have been halachically Jewish. Imagine what kind of impact that has on American history. From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. A really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to re-adopt his Jewish identity. He originally came from Bayonne in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once he sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you're eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. I can't wait to see that. And finally we're going to return via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. And I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discover as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you who have sent me notices saying, hey, Mr. Columbus was actually Jewish. Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending the messages. I got it. I was a little bit miffed by the news because in 2017, I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said that he probably wasn't Jewish. And now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discussed. And then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant. And then I'm back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background? Right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and his son. The DNA research indicates that there are featured Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people have, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America. There's quite a few people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the history that's swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short clip. The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade, he used to try to put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood. He would say, like, do you know who I am? I descend from King David. He would say things like this. He would write like this, and he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill, a unique kind of that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit, and we should see on it. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes as a result, it is equally possible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family? Answer, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. But first of all, his surname, we say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colomb, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian name, Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews to connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. He refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Majorca, even documents that he may have come from Poland. Another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name, definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So that's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture. And whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends, tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifests. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception, 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual, but for the most part, typically polyglots, speaking several languages, and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again, I would say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, to Santagel, who was one of his economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because the postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, to Santagel and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ship's. By the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes
from Isabel and Ferdinand, and the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, where the cursor is, you see over here, that is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen. But of course, this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoints. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letter is Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name, which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little squiggle, and by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, so just as a family thing, perhaps then it's Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know, it is true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center top as well. So what'd be terrible if it was on the left? It doesn't even look very neat, but neither does his Castilian there too. And one last detail from this same letter, he developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows in a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like I signed this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O. So Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenz is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenz, Christopher. So that part is easy. But what's the business with this, either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which would be an E, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape, and so on. So Cecil Roth, a major historian who saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7 or 8 years ago is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. And I just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favored and regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. This would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before, we watched the 2017 clip. His ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the conversions that followed the disputation at Tortosa in 1414. These are people with the so-called Marranos, that in itself is a derogatory term. A more appropriate term is something like crypto-Jew or converso. And that population, which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492, it actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean, which is where we're really looking forward to visiting this January with Kosher River Cruises. If you don't have a spot yet on the boat, please click on the link in the description, and we'd love to have you pursue us. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take 3 lectures to go over the entire course of the history of the land of Israel, with emphasis on the Jewish population that lived there, and with some look at the other populations with which they've interacted. I'm going to break this up into 3 short videos, maybe a little bit longish videos, and they're based on a series of lectures I gave earlier this week that Cooper lectures that very well received. The first lecture is going to focus on the ancient period, all the way back from the distant beginnings of the Jewish people in Mesopotamia up to the Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century for Common Era. Then we're going to look at kind of a stretched out medieval period, starting from late antiquity with the end of the Bar Kokhba right up until the 19th century. This is an extremely important period because of the entry of the Muslim people to land Israel, Islam to land Israel. And then in the last lecture, we'll look at contemporary period, focusing specifically on the land of Israel during the period of the rise of Zionism and the state of Israel and itself. First thing I want to say is let's have a look at the geography, right? Here's Israel, right? The 3 major continents: Africa, Asia, and Europe. And just as you would imagine, Israel constitutes a sort of economic center because it is an exclusive land use between these 3 areas. It's also a major meeting place for ideas. It's not a coincidence that it is in the land of Israel that we have the birthplace of 2 of the 3 great religions, that is, of course, Judaism and Christianity. And Islam is not too far away in the western part of Saudi Arabia. That was a couple of years ago, where it's going on. But I think another way to look at Israel, my favorite, is creating this map because he was a very successful Protestant theologian in the century, but a very gifted cartographer, representing Israel, specifically the city of Jerusalem, as the center of a clover of Europe, Asia, and Africa. And I think this is the way a lot of Jews in the world as Israel as their center, both as the historic capital and homeland of the Jewish people, and of course, it occupies a great deal of thought for their prayers for Israel, and even when destroyed outside. So let's focus on the early part of that history today, and the next two videos will tell us. Here's another way of looking at it. This map shows you the first crescent, which unites major economic regions of the ancient world that connect the land of Israel to the Africa. The two major economic regions, of course, are Egypt, which is nourished by now a very consistent source of irrigation for farmland that is spread throughout the entire Nile, especially the Delta region as mentioned. And also in the two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, all three of these rivers, by the way, mentioned in Genesis. And the two rivers in Mesopotamia, the river itself, Mesopotamia, the rivers flow from the mountains in Turkey down to the Persian Gulf, which have about a 2-3 reach silt. So by capturing that water, irrigating the lands, and we have all the concentration of resources and farming wealth and agricultural wealth. These are two of the cradles of Western civilization. Now, what we look specifically at the origins of these people, it begins with a journey from the southern Mesopotamian region, which is called Ur, to Israel by the patriarch Abraham. He makes this great peregrination of the tremendous God of Israel of Genesis. But when Abraham came to what was later be called the Promised Land, or as it's called, the Bible land, there were several civilizations that have already been existing there. The Tupi civilization, the Kabar, and so on. They produced beautiful things like this delicate sculpture of a bird, or the region of Jericho, these remarkable ritual masks. Its purpose was mysterious, but nevertheless quite haunting appearances. So it's really a culture that it's too much for us to describe in a short video, but the basic plot is that the descendants of Abraham, specifically his grandchildren, moved to the land of Egypt following Joseph, and they established themselves there in the eastern part of the Nile Delta, a land called Goshen. They fall into slavery under Pharaoh, and then under his education leader Moses, they are rescued from slavery and brought back to the land of Israel around about. They wandered through the Sinai Peninsula, they received the Torah, and then they entered into the land of Israel sometime around the 13th century before the Common Era. Let me also mention, by the way, that I tend to be somewhat connected to Jewish terminology. Specifically, I keep referring to Jewish people, the origin of these people, and so on. They would not have used this word Jew for quite some time. The term the Bible uses to describe Abraham, for example, is Hebrew, which is translated to English as Hebrew. The term means on the other side, probably the other side of the Euphrates River, to his origins. Abraham, the Hebrew name Abraham, was one who came from the other side. Later on, his grandson Jacob would have this remarkable encounter with some sort of supernatural being, and he would receive a new name, Israel, and that becomes the name for the descendants of the Jewish people through Jacob, the Israelites, or the children of Israel. And then one of those children is Judah, or the conception of the land would be named, and later after the Persian domination, as we'll talk about shortly, the term Jew is applied really to all of the descendants of the children of Israel, regardless of their tribe or affiliation. So I'll get back to this. Hopefully it'll be a little clearer as we go through. Now let's describe to you this Jewish history. origins as described primarily in the book of Genesis and Exodus, a little bit into the book of Rothschild. But what about when we look from the outside in? What does the rest of the world say about Jesus? Unfortunately, we don't have much archaeological record about the trajectory until about 500 years into this story. We do have, for example, some fascinating topographical information that is like place names that are derived from things like this remarkable consecration figure that is 18th century sort of common era in Egypt. And these are basically kind of like voodoo dolls, devices that were used by the Egyptians to name all the places where people lived, and then they would put those pieces with some kind of ritual relation, like and so on. And so we have very early references to a lot of the places that are mentioned in the Bible. Let's talk much about the people who lived there specifically, and in particular the Jews. The first reference to the Jewish people will be some place called Israel in the historical record. It's this specific stone called Memphis. It's a huge obelisk that was erected by the pharaoh Menkaure about the year 1209. It is a victory decree that actually describes all of the various military conquests of Israel. And this, by the way, this pharaoh has the 13th son of the pharaoh Rothschild II, who many scholars of mine is the unnamed pharaoh in the Exodus. Anyway, when you look at it closely, you see there's a long list of many places that pharaoh has conquered, and consistent with the description of what would be basically central Israel today, there is this reference here that says Israel is wasted, its seed is unborn. This is apparently the first of a whole series of future predictions of the demise of the Jewish people. It's hard to know whether Israel refers to a place or a group of people, whether seed refers to a lane in the field, or as in Hebrew language, actually in English language, seed, offspring, and children. So, if at any rate, Pharaoh was saying, don't worry, to Israelites of God, you don't have to worry about them anymore. Interestingly, Pharaoh was also discovered, and although Israel seems to be doing very well, very much, Pharaoh himself was there are some fascinating, tempting archaeological discoveries that are very consistent with the idea of a huge population increase right about the time that the Bible describes in Exodus. There is a significant increase in construction of these homes that are called four-room houses, specific kind of construction, and they are consistent with the idea of influx of outsiders beyond the natural country into the hill country around Jerusalem. There's nothing, however, in the construction to specifically indicate that they belong to Jewish people, although some archaeologists have some unusual artifacts that suggest that he in fact used to live in Egypt. This basically takes us through the first 500 years of Jewish history, as reported by the Jews themselves. But if you look at it from the outside, we basically have silence for the historical records. There's a lot more to say about how to read those early Jewish survival, but it's basically have to be written on faith, the kind of way it would be written on faith. But I want to offer a small personal story to try and place this distinction between these early sources and historical data as we get it from the archaeological, systematic, ethnographic literature. And I want to tell you a story about my grandparents. This is a picture of my grandfather Alex and his grandmother Anastasia shortly after they were wedding. They were both making refugees 1916, a horrible force ravaged North Continent called the Great Atlas Fire. 200 people lost their lives, lit the fire was spreading thousands of acres. So my grandfather and my grandmother, who was then expecting their second son, out of her toddler child, my grandfather decided to dig a big hole and took his supply of menswear and boots and shirts and so on, wrapped them in burlap, put them in a big hole, and then buried them. Right afterwards, the three of them ran to the Abington River and they waded in the river until the fire passed. And then the inhabitants of the town emerged from the river and their friends grabbed them and stole all the liquor. My grandfather went back, dug up the hole, found the clothing, gave it to all of his neighbors on credit. They paid him back when they could, but jobs were got their life back together. My grandparents survived, the business survived, and in fact thrived. It would be place in their footballs for another 2 years under my grandfather, my father. Now, all of this story that I told you, which is deeply meaningful to me, has no corroboration in this story. We do have a record of the great fire, photographs of distant names and those who were infiltrated, but nowhere will you find any details of the significance of this story. And yet, those are the details that are most essential to my personal history. But the story, I learned the values of foresight, courage, perseverance, charity, all kinds of things that I grasp on this story. I think because my own father told me. My own father knows he wasn't born at the time yet. His parents told him this is the oral tradition. And although you can tell me, well, there's no proof for it outside, that's irrelevant because I trust my father, I trust my parents. They're taught us of his great genius. So I think that's one of the ways in which we can look at this earliest roots part of Jewish history, for which there are no stones before the Stevie in the 13th century. It's nothing to really tell us a lot about the amazing stories described in Genesis and Exodus, the values of those stories contain. To understand the depth of them, the value of them, you should go to the story of the Rabbi to find out about that. Let's not continue with this, which absolutely to be established in the language of the 15th century. Then we have lots more data that puts together both the literary sources in the later parts of the Bible and the archaeological and literary records from outside of the Jewish community, which is incredibly rich and corroborative. So, as I mentioned, it's important to note that from this point onward, there is never a period of time so that's zero discussion. It's true that the population was dramatic after several exiles under these theories and so on. A tremendous amount of migration. But there are always these small Jewish communities that exist around a period of time. This particular mosaic, which comes from the Synagogue of God, from the 6th century, is a great example. You can see this very beautiful style of King David. So, what exactly happens when you pick up where the Jewish language is Joshua? There, they are divided into tribes and receive territory according to their tribal affiliation. This is one of the names where those kind of orders of the sections still are somewhat elastic. So here they extend to Lebanon, to Syria, to Jordan as well, and not to Philistia, to Russia, to Egypt. So it's initially, according to the Bible, they are raised by the judges or monarchy. Monarchy is extremely significant. This is from the 3rd century synagogue of the Euphrates River and it's another amazing synagogue because excavated in the 20th century, we discovered this so much. This is a beautiful picture of the prophet Samuel anointing David as one of the greatest. This, by the way, logical line that refers to the house of David. Before I get into discussion, let's go back to the discussion of other people's works. Particularly on the level of culture Phyllis. They are based primarily five major cities of Phyllis, the coast just not here. Ekron, Gad, Ashkelon, Ashkelon, Philistine. These Philistines are associated with these elsewhere. And this translates Philistines are the historic enemy of the Jewish people as described by the Old Testament as part of this flock. Israelites and Philistines have many small wars all the time. This is remarkable. Rothschild, one of the battles the Philistines had, specifically regarding Samson, the long hair and superhuman strength. He was betrayed by his wife Delilah, and he loses his strength because of the kind of hair. The Philistines take him back. He is very tortured, tied to these pillars, and then one last burst of strength and prayer to God, and then just pushed down the pillars and with this But what's especially important for us is this passage from Rothschild, where you historian, right? He refers to this region and the Phoenicians there, specifically by the name Palestine, or Palestine. How this term is used of the name used in the West for Israel comes from the Hebrew 700 years later, when Adrian is angry with the Jewish people after having fought a brutal war of some 2.5 years with the Rothschild families. He finally manages to extirpate the Rebellion and crushes it quickly. He does everything he can to wipe out the memory of these families. He bars them from the smoke, which he renames Alien. Which is the name of the Romans for this promise. So after the traditional enemies of the Jewish people, as you can see in this map, where Syria, Palestine, Syria was actually the capital region. So it was divided into three areas: Syria, Coela, Syria, and Syria, Palestine. And that's where he divides the land of Israel into three sections: Palestine, Palestine, basically Judea, Palestine, Secunda, which is the Galilee region, and Palestine, showed down. So that's basically how that works into usage. It's important to note that Greeks use this word with some fluency right up until it becomes a military charge. This one is especially the fact that it's a major document. Sometimes called the Jerusalem document, which was written in the atmosphere of the 4th century, and is typically called in older scholarly literature the Palestinian Talmud, which sounds like contradictory terms, but that's only because we developed more sensitivity to the political implications of that. At any rate, that's a brief discussion of the Phoenician Philistines, their connection to people later known as the Palestinians. 20th century is something we discussed in the third lecture, but that's really where the name comes from. Under the three kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon will take it even further out there. So it extends well into Jordan. But it doesn't last. After King Solomon lot of fascinating archaeological evidence that talks about described that the later was viable caves from the chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan called the Meshes. And this is essentially non-Jewish version of a story that's described in the Book of Kings, in particular Jordan. It's quite fascinating. It's a long description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down at his house. This is referring to Omri and his son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern, right? After proclaiming the destruction of the Jewish people, now Mesha proclaims the kind of destruction. We should be surprised. This is another beautiful image from the Rothschild synagogue that describes various Purim scenes. See on the right is Esther sitting next to King Ahasuerus. On the left, you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he's being led by his enemy Haman. Surprising, Haman is angry because he'll help keep the pants. But anyway, this is a large sideline issue. The first thing to do are the Jews from Israel that were displaced under the Assyrian king Sennacherib and others, who took large sections of the population and dispersed them to these areas shown here in classical and here in contemporary region of Lebanon, Syria, northern Syria, Turkey, that's the Kurdish region, and further over the border of now, there's been a lot written about the idea of these 10 lost tribes. It wasn't a complete population movement. There were many Jews who remained behind in Israel. Many of them moved on to the south and dispersed the new population. Judah is, in fact, those people taken to Babylonia, although they eventually lost. We have some evidence of that where it says rockets on Cuba, Florida. God and so on. So we eventually disappeared from the population. There is a strong literary imagination that must have been out there themselves. Tweeted somewhere on the written sometimes on something. And one of my favorite sightings is lost tribes in Ecuador in the 17th century. So much so that in Israel, a very important Dutch rabbi used that to argue for the reintegration into England that they had expelled 300 years earlier. But we don't really know what happened to his people. There is another exile that follows, as you recall, the 10 northern tribes were once taken away. But in the south, Judah so centuries, many of them maybe by the Babylonian that's a great destroys the temple of Jerusalem. It was the center of the Israelite religion at the time, and he exiles again a large portion of the population to Babylon. You can see this left hand star, which is going to commemorate the exile, destruction of the first temple, another exile. One of the most beautiful representations is literature song 7 by the rivers of Babylon, which is here taught in portrait by Edward Benjamin, that describes how the Jews have forced marched all the way to the Euphrates River, and you can see on the other side the cigarettes of Babylonia, and the teachers commanded them to sing a song of science. And they wonder how can we sing a song of science? This particular representation shows Asia, including the lyre, with his family around him, all the tears of being exiled. However, the Jews actually sent down roots of Babylon. The prophet Jeremiah exhorted them to build houses, to plant vineyards, to harvest them. And ironically, the Jews of Babylonia would remain there right up until the 20th century, one of the longest living Jewish communities outside of Israel. And even their exile was short-lived because shortly afterwards, in the same century, part of something like a self-government region known as Galilee, primarily in the region of Judah. They resist under Persian control until the 4th century, when Alexander the Great urged them to develop street crossings of the Mediterranean, so all the way through Central Asia and to the reaches of northern Asia, bringing together in this area the Hellenistic culture, uniting it under such as Greek values. Jews in Israel left silence, leadership, philosophy. Such a difference that and they felt so deeply that it actually posed a risk to survive the conflict. This was exacerbated when Rothschild, the defiance shown here, specifically wanted to aid those groups who were concentrated in the cities who were very pro-Hellenistic. They essentially wanted to adopt Greek norms and Judaism into Greek language. Antiochus Epiphanes was very interested in placing idols in the temple, supporting his Hellenistic allies, and this ended up in a revolt with a rural population, much more traditional. So this is not our way to do this. They're not into all the statues everywhere, things like that. And this turned into something of a civil war. These pro-Hellenistic factors called in Syrian reinforcements. This, by the way, I'm talking Syrians because after Alexander passed away, the empire was divided into three portions. And Israel was either on the Egyptian portion or under the Syrian portion of the Seleucus. So sometimes it's referred to as the Northern Syrians or the Northern Syrians. Among the most dramatic moments recorded in the book of Maccabees is the battle of Rothschild, in which one of the Maccabees brothers, the rebel forces of the rebels, Judah Maccabees, he thought that King Antiochus was riding at the top of one of the significant war elephants, so he died underneath it and stabbed down from below. Wonderful stabbed away. The elephant died, toppling the soldiers who were on top of it. Unfortunately, he was correct. Antiochus was not there. The elephant, unfortunately, crushed him. The reason why I'm focusing on this is that on my show is because the book of Maccabees, there are actually 7 books of Maccabees that did not make it into the scriptures. The rabbis felt various reasons they were holy enough to be included in what was considered Tanakh, the scriptures, but it was picked up by other groups, including the Catholic Church, that included it in their Bible. So you have this unusual phenomenon in the Middle Ages where literate Christians tend to know more historically about the history of Maccabean Church than Jews do, because they were reading the books of the Maccabees. And they eliminated manuscripts to use, and they hired artists to illustrate these dramatic moments. But the problem is that in the 13th, 14th, 15th century, most European artists never seen an elephant. So you have all these representations of, an elephant is sort of like a big horse with a nose, or maybe a huge dinosaur, or maybe about the same size as a horse, but or some kind of like feline. Here's my favorite, like a Dr. Seuss animal that's that's not what I'm saying. At any rate, the Maccabees succeeded. They drove out the Syrian Greeks after a long struggle of many years, and they established what's known as the Assyrian Kingdom. Several generations of king dynasties that actually expanded much of the territory of Israel, and once again extended its authority. But this Maccabean kingdom lasted only a little bit longer than a century. Ultimately, it declined fighting, and two brothers specifically competing for the throne, both independently appealed to Roman Empire. Roman Empire says, fine, we'll help you. General Pompey enters the land of Israel in the year 63 BC, one of the era violates the temple and decides that he's not interested in supporting one side or another. He just takes over Judea for himself, for the Roman Empire, and they would appoint some client kings on his throat. One of those powerful, unresolved things where people care about these states, powerful, real good, but at the same time, it's very tyrant. That's not so much detail for us now. By the time we get to the fictional year zero, there is a phenomenal amount of sectarian debates among Jews. There are Jews who are Roman, the Sadducees, and specifically connected with the temple rituals. There are Jews known as Pharisees who are probably the rabbis, although there's some discussion about that specific explanation. There are Jews on zealots who want to rebel against Rome, throw off Roman domination, like the Maccabees did for the far less powerful Syrian empire. And then there are Jews who are kind of like escaping it all and born and living in the wilderness, like the Assyrians. They have been associated with the there are also Jewish Christians. Of course, Christianity is born in the first century. Initially, entirely Jewish phenomenon, all of the followers of these holy people being Jews and having some faithful kosher Sabbath, Sabbath on Saturday, circumcision, all kinds of those things. Ultimately, however, especially at the activity of St. Paul, Christianity would expand beyond the Jewish populations, and this would be extremely potent doctrine that would be quite competitive and outside of first by the fourth century, the official religion of the Christian Empire. And at this point, three events were the first one is the rebellion that starts in the year 66, and she's only over by 73 or possibly 74 with the fall of Masada mountaintop is very soon. But these wars are absolutely disastrous. First revolt and particularly the destruction of the second temple in 70, and there's tremendous dispersion of Jews. Perhaps as many as 100,000 Jews sent off by both to serve as slaves in the empire. And then there'll be another smaller revolt in the 115 that will also be put down. And finally, the revolt into the Rothschild, which was perhaps the most brutal of the conflicts with the Judean rebels relying on the Antioch and the tunnels in the desert, fighting really war very successfully. But so much so that the Emperor Hadrian, who we mentioned earlier, actually had to take a legion all the way from England to put down the rebellion. But ultimately, by the time he gets to the middle of the second century, the Romans have to destroy most Jews have made their way to the north, to the region, and that's another story there. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students and teachers. In these very difficult times, such as Chinese is not a relatively little light cast on this contribution. So my goal in the second of three short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out heading to the third lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era of the 20th and 21st century. So let's go right to the late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the second century. And as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, running out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There's a significant diaspora of communities in Rome and Egypt in particular, prior to the disastrous wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of first century, first Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the word exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jewish residents in Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily certain regions, such as, for example, Judea and particular after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after three failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 and 74, the Kitos Rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to 136, there was tremendous amounts of persecution applied, particularly to Judea. Many Jews were rise of the race of Jewish areas to the arts. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolts of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Adrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing a large oral tradition which came to be known as the mission. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short answer, it's basically Jewish law, although it's more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections. Or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, as described in the Bible, also species, the spread of the year, the plants, holidays, of course, the holiday cycle, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like a classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud is usually seen as a commentary on the Mishnah, and this is basically towards the things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body laws dealing with personal and ritual purity, or discussion section. But by codifying these texts, which have been handed down for centuries as oral texts, this really made these affordable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here show Jewish communities not to scale, some are much larger than others. But what I think is extremely particular about this map is the growth of Christianity, which is the starburst. These are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish community, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile community. The body of ideas that appeal to Israel and established several major centers in Rome, Antioch, and so on, where the gospel spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to the Jewish community. And this is especially important because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively get closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already beginning of the 4th century, either for Milan, Jews, and Greeks, quality of the captive class that it had under the Christian Romans. They fought wars with the Romans. Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. After the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had never moved away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. In the year 359, we have to make a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again was survived by the better diaspora rely on the existence of a strong quality. In fact, this was pressing because we shoot down the patriarchy, which is the office of political organization that produced Israel ended in 425. And with the patriarchate, or Hebrew that would be seeds, which Nasi, the author, child, that meant organized and for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman minority without any authoritative body. Very, very difficult and precarious time. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and 4th century spurred the Jewish missionaries to engage in unprecedented levels of activities. There were some rebellions like the one in 1952, but primarily the energy was operating to codifying maps of commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually two versions of the Talmud. One that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or although the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was geographic term that had been adopted since AD 40. And this Talmud essentially is rather brilliant. I'd like to talk about a lot more, but I can't say that I'm going to now to look at this video. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, Jesus said, and opens it up a degree of debate that makes it not a text that you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I like to call just about the doing. Jerusalem Talmud, the later successor of Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like details of how the Talmud works, but I'll give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes uses these amazing things. This is a true story. When I was studying Yeshiva in the medical seminary in Jerusalem myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular historian. There was a problem with the excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was time to collapse through the Rothschild Jewish from Rothschild and Ukraine were coming to Jerusalem to study, and they were really Jewish clothes, so therefore they would have to take multiple helpings of lunch free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign, I don't know if you cafeteria wondering, the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion. No student is permitted to stand in line for something. So you know, I said I went in for my lunch. I came out and I looked at it and I saw this someone that just suddenly altered the sign in a very tiny manner to read: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, student is permitted to stand for a single portion. Well, they just took down the sign, but that just gives you some sense of what it is to study this and the mission that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise. It was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman Jewish wars. The difference between this and a much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge massive population in Babylon, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud. They're opening up the same kinds of questions. They're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because Israel is a lot of discussion about agricultural laws that apply there, don't necessarily apply in Babylonian and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered more authoritative, certainly much more well studied, but its origins are another major contribution, just to Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, and other houses of worship, such as the church and mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek, means place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term, Beit Knesset. That's also how the Latin term ecclesia is church and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman period. Of course, we have, for example, from the first century before the Roman era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus, which is called. And it's basically, the specific example of flag that it's really well associated with things. I think the monsters have notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of flags that all commemorate donors who appeared on the importance of those. This one is the synagogue, and it basically talks about how he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue and guest rooms, chambers, plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 70s, which would represent such a huge change to Jewish rituals. All of Jesus was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what to do with Jerusalem whole and the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires, prayer to God, and perform many other functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially present in the north, where many Jews have settled after one problem. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue in Florida. That was from the area of the 4th century. See from Hosea that there's still memory harking back to the temple, all kinds of elements like the incense shovel, Noah, covenant that Paul refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar, these are the networks, which of course all received have these beautiful mosaics everywhere. It's not too far away, it's Alpha, 6th century, where primitives, the high based off of also houses that we have synagogues like this. These synagogues gone from the landscape particularly north right up until the 7th century. This map says a lot of the world. New faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Africa, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads tremendously throughout the entire region, reaching out into the Iberian Peninsula west and all the way out east to places like Afghanistan, reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and his Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, it now spreads to Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term, which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. It's one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, except that again, it's very difficult the last 100 years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certain, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, is far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. To understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Primarily Islam as Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, often have a wide range of teachers that we could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths. And there's so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day in Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day in Mecca. Originally, they were Jews practice a dietary system known as the truth. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females, and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females and which males adore. But in other words, there are like similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave, although they're not identical, of course. Is that Muslims sort of understand that okay, these are categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although of course also both Islam and Judaism have religions. But this whole imperative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, or Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect what sort of modes of way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms, something which came to be known as the pact of Iman, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the pact of Iman dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God. As Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they themselves were able to and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them of their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faith in Islamic society. There were limits set on they could not, for example, build new synagogues, they couldn't repair buildings. They are not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, found or tribes were made for to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a rest society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected as nevertheless were allowed a space to there were additional taxes, jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could choose this outside of language for a moment. Perhaps the greatest expression of this was the Spanish Golden Age. Sometimes that's not Valencia, the period of full existence where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of what actually enjoyed a period of tremendous cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in historical, but nevertheless, it's a really dramatic moment from religion associated. Perhaps the most important thing that you emerges from this period at this very end. In fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa. These, of course, remember the Maimonides are one of the greatest and towering figures of the Middle Ages. Who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo in his environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician. Southern eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he after the Islam insurgence of the Jewish population, particularly of the Muslim network of significant leadership that engages in some rivalry with the leadership much larger period that ultimately Baghdad will take the lead of Jerusalem as occupied place, and Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders and to left Israel in the 11th century and several times afterwards as well. But one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in 12th century, and was the entire empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. This is as a result of the influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, but particularly went to a city called Sfat. Sfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exiles. This incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Uriah Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from these blue-tinted gravestones from Sfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, Alcabetz, Cordovero, of course, the incredible Rizal, Isaac Luria, who came to Sfat from Egypt to study through tremendous creativity that was within 15 minutes in Sfat. Tremendous surge in Jewish creativity in Sfat was largely limited to 15 minutes. By the time we get to that period, Jewish communities in the land Israel tend to go through a fairly steep decline. There are regular migrations, particularly from 1731 from Poland to return to this physical land. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people in status as modern subjects, you can see that Jews constitute roughly 4% of the overall population. Christians are 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Jews. So there's only a tiny side category in terms of living by the time you get to the modern era. By the 1880s, however, we begin to see the organized migration of Jews now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called which was not meant for the phrase Jacob, the thought house of Jacob, brothers of the rise. This is essentially one of the founding documents of Rabbi. This organization really aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors, not especially farmers, however, in their struggle. Many of them failed with some of the land. They constitute of climate change. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for these donations, help these reestablish themselves in Central Africa. Here you see that this contribution to Palestine is referred to in Israel, and they have a Yiddish translation where it says in English, help build the land of Israel. There's a more concentrated version that really captures the imagination of these at the time. They can be born on its situations. So that basically takes us to the 19th century as a period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the foundation sort of myths of this period is that Jews constitute a people without a land, the land without a people. So land of Israel, of course, what well, many people, and we'll have to turn to that with technical chapter. So for now, I hope this found this useful, and thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. An experiment on my first live stream with questions and answers. And so, someone, if you're still on there right now, please write something in the chat so that I can see that I'm not just talking to myself. Let's do it. Start a Q&A or a poll. Just a little plus here. Start a Q&A. Hey, okay, start doing it. Let's see what happens. Okay, now I believe I saw something in the chat here. Is that working okay? Can you hear me all right? Strange kind of echo here. It's repeating the whole. I see there are 5 of them. Why is it? I don't know. Okay, try again. How does it sound? Oh, that's not working. So I see there are 34 people as participants. So I assume that something is happening there. But I'm not getting any feedback from you. So I don't know if this actually works. And I tell you what I'm experiencing from my end is that I say something and then it plays back. Oh wait, I think I solved it. I have 2 browsers open. Okay, that's great. So that's okay. Now let's see. Do I have anyone asking questions here? Let's see what I've got. Yes, great. I've got some questions there in the chats here. Okay. So I see Taylor 26 is on. Thank you. Sean, London, Ray John. I hope I pronounced that correctly. All right. That's solved. It's okay. 2 browsers. Okay. So let me start with the questions that I have recorded from my notes here, and I think that's as well. And please feel free to add your questions in the chat so that I can deal with them live. Try to get those experiments. First of all, a lot of people reacted to the review of Ron Cafe's book that I just posted yesterday. This is something I was using for emperors because I really did not like this book, and I don't really want to share negative things with the whole crowd. It was a fairly critical review, and I do appreciate that many people asked me to make it public, but this one I'm going to hold on to. However, the things that I learned from the book and my reactions to it as well, I will include this in our standard presentation, so that you'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to the Trincoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of interesting theories about what's going on with those strange inscriptions on the stone exteriors of the houses in the Jewish quarter of Trincoso, Portugal. A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word Roro is actually duro, like the letter resh in Hebrew, is very close to a dalet. It's just image of a sharp corner, a right angle, as opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is somewhat south of the Douro River. It's not really so close that someone want to write it, and also write it twice. So it's really quite a I still have to spend a lot of time thinking about this because it's not sensitive. But But I got a few other interesting suggestions. Yosef Israel writes, the last bit at the end, the description, looks like it says the word ruach, which means spirit. And that's referring to the little horizontal line under one of the last letters that would actually spell that sound, ah. But when you actually are up with the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. In the video, it shows up, but it's just a little bit of lichen. It could be that that lichen is there because there was originally some kind of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not dug in as deep as, so I don't think it's quite that. Now, Zlaznicki 2262 writes, the inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place. True, I'm not a trained archaeologist at all. I'm a regular historian. I read fairly widely in archaeology, but I don't have all the tools. The question is, how old are they really? Are they pre, during, or post? Good stones have been used from earlier buildings. Was the location affected by the Great Earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region, similar to 1321, 1356, 1531, and also another earthquake in 1760. So a very, very kind of complex question there. But it's really the main problem. We know that inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could even be possibly early 20th century. There's no way to carve in 14 dates an inscription of this nature. It's inorganic material and so on. The buildings can date to the pre-Inquisition period, 13th century, 14th century. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone inscribed the walls with these strange symbols. They were not affected by the earthquake of 1755. I'm aware of that one. Totally destroyed much amusement, but didn't have the same kind of impact in Transposa. These buildings are definitely from the Inquisition period, but inscriptions could have been added as late as the 20th century. In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with musicologists in Morocco who suggested they may even have been inscribed for the purpose of attracting tourists. I mean, that was like really wild, but not impossible at all. So it's still likely that they were inscribed, most likely by Jews, because it's the Jewish neighborhood. We don't appear nowhere near the outside of the neighborhood, but we don't see what they do. Another username, Elio Tishby, suggests that Roro might be a nickname. Yeah, could be. But why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? It's on either side of the wall. It's just a bizarre thing to write on the daily post, especially without talking about someone tagging it with a spray paint. This is, inscribed in the wall. You have to spend a couple of hours with a hammer and chisel making a lot of note base inscribing into it. So it's hard to say. Desert Priere writes the same thing. Why would a Jew spend hours carving a nickname into the side of a house? Great question. Anik Nathana 9463 has that maybe it's a gematria. It's a medical equivalent. Numerical equivalent of the word buy it, house, 412. But then why not just write the word house? Or even write the word 412. It's just strange. And the last one here in this section, J.F. Joubert Quebec asks, are there crypto-Jewish personal names that can be identified? And yes, definitely. There's quite a few names. Nunez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very well associated with crypto-Jews. Carrier. He asks also, could a Jacob, a shoemaker from the Netherlands, hired to fight for Britain in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., be identified as Jewish? Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also a non-Jewish name too. Shoemakers, Netherlands, yep. So the answer is yeah, could be Jewish, but could easily be not Jewish. Okay, so those are all the questions I recorded on that. Let's check the chat here. So nice to see it. Felix 26 asking me if I read the book of Daniel. Yes, I have read the book of Daniel. Why does it mix historical events with apocalyptic imagination? The author of Daniel anticipated the apocalypse to occur shortly after the passing of the earth. So those are really hard questions. Definitely make me regret that people's lives. But reading the book of Daniel is definitely one of the most complex and difficult to parse books in Tanakh. In fact, there's discussion in the Talmud that there's even divine sanction applied to revealing some deceits that are written, coded into the book of Daniel. Uh, Scholars approach this, and academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective, suggesting that it was written much later and reports to be written. And that would change the way we understand the apocalyptic suggestions that are coded in it. Definitely a massive topic, and the interpretation of Daniel would depend very heavily on what kind of scholars you're asking when trying to figure out what this is going to mean. Taylor26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Oh, well, there's a lot of. I definitely am a traditionalist. I love Rashi. I think Rashi has phenomenal humility, insight, and intelligence, and he writes in such a beautiful, brief, and concise manner. In terms of modern commentators, I prefer Rothschild. I study his work every day. Okay, let's see. Sean London Prejean writes that Nissan the 14th is not occurring in the same month this year as my devoted Jehovah's Witness parents. How do I explain that the Gregorian is not a spiritual calendar / God given calendar? That's a super hard question. It's more between you and the parents. Yeah, but what I can say is that the calendar that the Jews follow, that of course would calculate the date of Nissan 14th. It's a complicated lunar solar calendar. What we have in the Bible is essentially a lunar calendar completely going by the moon, but that would result in only 354 days. So the Muslims, for example, they have a lunar calendar, and that's why they lose 11 days every single year. And Ramadan right now happens to fall in the springtime. Yeah, but in a few years it'll be in the winter and it'll be in the fall because you're always losing 11 days. The Hebrew calendar, however, has to be fixed because the Torah refers to Passover as Chodesh HaAviv or Chag HaAviv, springtime holiday. So that means whatever happens, you have a lunar calendar, but you have to reset it every so often for Passover to always follow the springtime. This used to be done sort of mentally on an ad hoc level, that the rabbis would get together and look at the seasons and where they're falling out, and they would make a decision whether or not to declare a leap month, the second of Adar, which we have it this year. But then in the 4th century, as a result of the Byzantine reaction to the Gallus revolt in 352, the rabbis decided, you know what? You better go with the mathematically calculated calendar, and that's how we have a fixed calendar today. It does not require within intervention to calculate the year. That's probably a long description of the calendar for your parents. Sean, Michael, Sean, I hope it helps. Let's see, look at this is so fun. I see lots of things. You're welcome to spend it. It's a leap year, right? So there's a whole month added, and it's a cycle over 19 years when it comes to that. What's kind of interesting is that this Sunday is a day that only appears when there is a leap year. The 30th day of the month of Adar Rishon. That's to be a personal anniversary for me. My grandfather passed away on this day, so that means that we have the same day to observe the death anniversary of your side every year. There are different customs as to exactly when you would observe it. But this year we can't exactly observe one break. Let's see. What is the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls 425 Hang on a second. Let me just quickly check. I don't know how that number is. So please forgive me. That's a little too specific a question. Let's see. Sven asked me, what do I think of Clement of Alexandria? Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Judaism? Or is his understanding of Judaism authentic, regardless of being a Catholic Jew? That's also a hard question. The truth is, I don't know enough about Clement of Alexandria to say it with intelligence. So, forgive me if I say I'll have to look it up. And if I want to do another one of these, then I will. Hopefully, I'll see something on Clement of Alexandria. No, here, Clement of Alexandria. Okay. Why don't I go back to the prepared list, and please, whoever's on this live stream, you guys have more questions. So I got a lot of questions about older videos that have to do with the genetics of Ashkenazim. I don't know why people are so worked up about this. Like, there's not even an objective fact that there are Jews that come from all kinds of different racial backgrounds. We have African Jews and Asian Jews and European Jews. There's definitely sort of like a group of people who, especially those who wear tinfoil hats, who want to assume that Ashkenazim are descendants of the Khazar people. There's not a lot of evidence, certainly not a lot of genetic evidence for any significant admixture of the Khazars in the Jewish population, as much as these conspiracy-minded people would like to do so. You can watch my videos where I look at what evidence we have and so on. Ashkenazic Jews primarily to be a mixture of Middle Eastern Jews with a large chunk of Italian DNA as well. But Heather Klasna 5288 asked this question. I hate to ask this, but weren't many of the genetic additions to the Jewish population a result not of intermarriage, but instead of rape? Jews were brought as slaves by the Roman Empire, and female slaves are the sexual property of their enslavers. Isn't it the case that the reason a person is considered Jewish because his mother is Jewish is because Jewish women were raped for the last 2,000 years? Terrible question, but of course a valid historical question. And the answer is complex. The reason why, I'm going to step back a little bit. When we get to the 21st century, actually the late 20th century, there are Jews who wanted to revise the traditional matrilineal descent of definition of Jews. This is basically the definition of Jews, being you're a Jew as a child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism. That's the definition that has been a working definition for about 2,000 years, depending on who you ask. We definitely see in the Bible some examples where you have Jewish males who marry women from non-Jewish backgrounds, and their children are considered Jewish. Some really important ones like Moses and Joseph and others. And so some scholars have said, well, that's where the name Judaism now. Jews moved from a father-defined religious identity to a mother-defined religious identity. The traditional view is not quite like that, particularly because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that grandchildren who are birthed from one's daughter are Jewish. Grandchildren birthed from one's son, presumably a non-Jewish woman, are not considered Jewish. So there's a lot of discussion in traditional rabbinic commentaries. Well, how do you square these two facts? So we have Joseph and Moses, and Mary, they are not Jewish women. There's no discussion of their conversion. So how do we square that? It's the practice of recognizing the children of women as being Jewish and not the children of men. There's lots more to say about how that works out, but in the 20th century, there were liberal movements that said we should just recognize men as well as the parents of children as Jews, and of course, like everything else in Judaism, there's a huge amount of different. But to get more specifically to this question, we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of genetic material that is passed along through sexual violence. However, when we look at the Ashkenazic situation in particular, there are these genetic bottlenecks where scholars are able to analyze the DNA and work back through generations to when we can identify and major incursions of other peoples into this so-called genetic stream. And genetic scholars have identified the 9th century as an especially important time. And in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified 4 putative Italian mothers to almost half of Jews who call themselves Levites today. So the short answer is Heterocrasta 5288, you are right. There's certainly a certain amount of right. However, I think it would be wrong to assume that that is the majority of cases. We simply do not have a strong literary record of that. And it's true that that could be suppressed by the fact that Jews do not want to talk about rape as an element of lineage, but it's well, actually, so I really don't know what I'm talking about. I would have to say that that's my best guess. On the preponderance of the evidence is that there's some, but not majority. Fascinating question. Let me just see what else I've got here. Wow, lots of things happening in the chat here. Let's see. Stan asks, I sometimes wonder if the early Christians wanted to bridge the chasm between Hebrews and other ethnicity time. I would think that's definitely true. Oh, sure. He had a tremendous intellectual product in the teachings of Jesus, and the idea of bringing that to the masses was hugely important in the propagation of Christianity to Greeks, Romans, and all kinds of people. So I think that would be true. That generation, that sort of transitional generation, the first 50 or 60 years after Jesus' death was crucial. I think that one of the turning points, of course, is the destruction of the temple, that, for Jews was seen as a horrific catastrophe. That some early Christians, if you look at Eusebius, for example, will see it kind of like a representation of the punishment that the Jews got what they deserved, and a way of signaling that Christianity was really something that should be followed. So that transitional generation did not last terribly long. Also, it gives you some sense of how harmonious the dispute would become afterwards. If you're especially curious about that, I think really the best treatment of this is Constantine's Sword by James Carroll. Very, very powerful and evocative work looking at those early generations. I learned a lot. Okay, let's see. Sam also asks, following the question of motherhood, Mary was undoubtedly a Jew, but as Christians believe that Joseph had no part in Jesus' conception, what would Jesus be, Jew or Gentile? Well, Jewish, because his mother was Jewish.
Welcome. How are you?
Also kind of Jewish, but
What's going on, Jamo?
his mother, so that. Let's.
Jamo, Pim, can you hear me? Jamo. Yoda, can you hear me? Yo, Jamo. Pim, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, what up, baby? How you living? How'd you find out about me, Pim? It's tight. Did we talk? That's tight. What's good you number with? All right. What are your plans for the day? That's tight. What are your hobbies? What do you like to play? Oh, tight. Who's your team? Oh, tight. Are you a fan of the move to Las Vegas? Never sustained that. I got you. All right. So, if we were playing college football in 26, who are you choosing right now? Yo, dog. What's up with Bill Belichick, and more importantly, what's up with Jordan Hudson? That girl is fine. How they gonna do this year? They're the I got you. They're the biggest question mark right now in college football. Nobody knows what's gonna happen. That's true, especially in college. All right. So, what are your thoughts on the whole Jordan Hudson situation? It's a girl. That's that's okay. That's Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who's like 24 and he's like 1,000 years old. Google Google this bitch. She's hot as fuck. Yeah. So you can have that on the sidelines. I would. That girl's hot as fuck. Her dog. There were rumors that she was a high class hoe. All right. So you like college football? Uh, who do you feel is North Carolina's biggest rival in football? Is it Duke? Is it South Carolina? Is it NC State? Who is it? Okay. All right. Now, are you in the other games? What other games you like? Okay, what's that? What are your other hobbies aside from gaming? Very well. How old are you? Excellent. What kind of bike do you have? Oh, nice. Yeah. Do you like to do like BMX tricks and stuff? I gotcha. Do you have do you have pet do you have pegs? Yeah. Oh, you've got pegs? Yeah, that's tight. Then you can take a buddy. I think they look cool too. All right, very cool. Are they on the back tires or the front tires? All right, very cool. So you like? Are you in a relationship? You got a girlfriend? You got somebody who you like? All right, very well. Okay, so you like video games? You like your bike? You play any sports? What position? All right, so you get the ball. You turn it over a lot. What's your height? Okay. How are you at free throws? Okay. I mean, like, what's your free throw percentage? Okay. All right. And you played in high school? Okay, so you used to play basketball. Like any other sports? Okay, so what you play in football? Oh, you just like football. Okay, very well. All right, do you play any fantasy teams? Yeah. Oh, that's tight. When's your draft? Um, Fantasy drafts are like throughout August, so it could be basically whatever. That's really tight that you have a family. Oh, yeah, dude, I'm in 2016. Oh, wow. Yeah. So I do this. So here's my secret. I I follow sports. I mean, like more than most people, but it's hard for me to get into some sports. Um, like I'll watch a big game, but to watch like some random Thursday night game against maybe like the the the, the Browns versus the Atlanta Falcons. Like, I'm not too into that. But with fantasy, I'm all about it. I'm waiting to count down the time for the kickoff because it makes all the games like much more exciting. So what I do is I go on ESPN every year and I draft 25 teams, and I just have the computer draft the teams because when you have 25 teams, chances are like I don't have a single favorite player. I like them all, so I have computer drafted all the teams. And then what I do is I just, as the season goes, I keep an eye on my teams and I just do auto, like not just auto picks, but like auto matchups and stuff. So I don't have to do all that much work. And then by the end of the year, when the playoffs come around, I have like 10 or 15 teams winning and are going to the playoffs. Then when I get into the playoffs, I have these teams go, and chances are I'm going to have like 5 or 8 teams that are in the championship game, and then I'm going to have winners. So I win like every year. It just depends on what league. Now I got a bunch of teams that don't do well as well. So I got that going for me. But then I got this. I'm in a Unity. It's a cryptocurrency. I've been for a few years now, and we do a fantasy league as well. And that one I'm serious about because that you only have one team, and it's for money. And if people are, we do a little bit of trash talking, not crazy, but just kind of, being nice. And last year I had the number 2 pick overall, and the number 1 pick, like if you remember, everybody was going after Christian McCaffrey, and that's so I had the number 2 pick. I took Tariq Hill, and like in the first game, before the first game, he was driving too fast in Miami and got pulled over and like was handcuffed, and, like just started the year off, not what we wanted. But we just didn't have that great of a season. Now this year, the number 1 picks are kind of there's no like one player that everybody wants. So I again this year did the random draft with ESPN, and then we'll do a draft within our community in the coming week or so. And once that happens, then I'm locked in. Then I'm ready for the season, which starts up like in early September. Then it's exciting. Then I'm watching every game. I watch every game in here. Dude, and then the thing that I love perhaps most of all is the red zone. You know what red zone is? Where you get to watch all of the big scoring. So nobody's got money for that kind of bullshit. But you can stream that shit, and it makes your Sunday so much fun because it's like I don't have time to be like flipping channels and seeing what's going on. So on Red Zone, they put it out there where you just have I think their rule is that every scoring play they show and everything within the 20. But sometimes they show it a little outside the 20, which is tight. So you basically see every score, and it's pretty amazing that they used to do it. They had no commercials, so it was absolutely no commercials, and it was all free. And I'm sitting there with my team, and just like hoping that so and so never heard of, who's like the second fullback, hits the ball and scores. It'll be important to my team. That kind of stuff is really exciting. I can't tell you how much fun it is. And so what changed this year is ESPN bought NFL Network and NFL Network on Red. So what's going to happen is once ESPN takes it over, I'm sure there's commercials and all kinds of commercials like that. Okay, I think it's $30 a month or something, free on live, and then follow along with all your teams. And that's the way to do it. So at the end of the year, I know that I'm going to have at least one team generally that has won its league. And that's always kind of cool. And I try to I try to win as many leagues as possible. And so I do that with basically every major sport. So I have 25 baseball teams. There are 162 baseball games. Like that's way too much. Just once a week, I auto I do all the matchups. I do WNBA. I have 25 WNBA teams. Like nobody's watching the WNBA, but it does kind of allow me to have a little bit of a pulse on the WNBA and the players and what's going on. And you know what? My WNBA teams are very good. Like I'm every week I go like 20-5, which is like really good. And I don't know if it's because the other people just don't care or they're not paying attention or whatever, but my WNBA teams are like really good at that. Then I drafted hockey teams, and those will be coming up. And I don't know much about hockey, but I'll do my best to follow along with these teams. And then I got NBA teams, so those are my favorite. then I do a thing on ESPN that's like a college pickup. I don't know if you're aware what these are. They'll take like 10 random games, and all you have to do is pick the winners. It's like you don't even have to worry about the spread, but it's hard. You would think like, oh, it's easy to just pick winners, but there's always upsets and stuff. And so I do a college pick'em, and then I'll do an NFL pick'em um, without the spread, just who's gonna win. And so that gives me like a lot of entertainment for the sports, the football. And if I had to give you advice to anybody who's not into sports and you want to have a little bit more interest, that's the way to choose. That makes sense. Like aside from just straight up betting on it really makes it interesting. Um, just doing fantasy is a lot of fun. So, but if I could, I mean that's sweet that you've got your family, you get the fantasy football, and that's amazing. How do you usually do in that league? No, I how, how do you do it? Like, have you ever won it? No way. Who was your first pick? Do you remember? Do you remember who your first pick was? That's okay. Do you remember who your first pick was? Okay, that's a good. All right. Who you, who are you looking at for your first pick this year? All right. Okay, that's cool. He's your boy. Yeah, he is. I I had like last year. I had my almost I would say like my favorite players, um, and they end up they ended up like not doing as well as I would have wanted. And so this year, kind of like whatever, like I don't care who who it is, who I draft or whatever. I'm not gonna have my heart in it, or I'm gonna try not to have my heart in it. I wish there was like one player that I was like, I have to get that guy, but there really isn't anybody. Um, what happened to me last year in this community league that I did, and something that I kind of do, is if my team's not doing well, which they, I was losing by like point 0.1 points, like barely losing some weeks, and I ended up probably just being in like just right in the middle of the pack. So I threw it at the end when we did the playoffs. I just was like, I'll let everybody else beat me because I wanted to be absolute last. If you're not going to be first, I'd rather be last. And so that it didn't give me any benefit. It's not like it allowed me to benefit draft pick this year or anything. But so I was in the end just drafting guys that I knew like weren't even going to play. Like Tom Brady, like on my team, like nobody he hasn't played in years. But you could still draft him, or at least get him on the waivers. And so yeah, but I absolutely love. I love doing that with that community. And that's amazing that you won. What was the prize? It's just for fun. It's just a fun thing. Bragging rights. All right, that's cool. Very well. All right, so are you? Go ahead. That, that's tight. That's super tight. Okay. So who do you want this year? Oh, you said Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Um, anybody else you want? Sure. Yeah. From Boise State, right? he's going to be an interesting one because he like set the record for yardage, at the undergrad or something like that. And then I think he was the sixth pick of the first round of um, the Raiders. So like, be interesting to see. He could be really big. He could be like a really great running back. Or the thing is with running backs, and it's so sad. Their average career is like 2.5 years. It's like because they always get injured. So you want to put all your money on one guy, but then like the chances on any play, this guy could get which so much different than like a quarterback. Like a quarterback, the league does so much to protect them. Like but like a running back, they don't care about it, which is really sad. So they're just like, okay, yeah, just run it up the gut. So yeah, that's a really good pick. So maybe on the rookie, maybe on the I'm not sure where he'll go this year. Like that, but so I don't know. I don't know who I'm gonna pick first. I think it just depends on where I end up with my draft order. But there's a player I really want, and I might make some moves to try to get him, and that's Brock Bowers, the tight end from Las Vegas. And the reason why I want him is like all the positions, whatever quarterback you get, like they're all kind of the same. They're going to put the same amount of points up for you generally. Same with running backs, a lot of wide receivers, the same. But tight ends can differ, and it's like tight ends are one like where there's this big gap between top tight ends and just your regular guys. And so, and he played at Georgia. He was a phenom at Georgia. I think last year was his rookie season, and he just was unbelievable. And I think like he was the best tight end in the league by the end of the year. So I'm looking forward to hopefully getting him. When it comes to a defense, like one that I had last year was San Francisco. I'm a Niners fan, but they just had a whole bunch of injuries, so they went from like being like far and above like maybe the best defense in the league at the beginning of the year. I mean, like I think I traded them at the end of the year. They were just weren't that good, and that can happen where you don't know what to do with defense. Another one, the kicker. Oh, the kicker was the mistake with me. Um, so I got I forget the guy's name, and I should know it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. So the best kicker in the history of the NFL, he Justin Tucker. I drafted. He was the best kicker in the history of the NFL. So I'm like, oh, this is a great pick. And he goes out and almost gets cut from the team. He had a terrible season. I think it had to do with like sexual assault allegations. He had a massage parlor. But it's like, of course, the year that like I need this guy to perform, he goes from legitimately the best kicker in the history of the NFL to like not just mediocre but terrible kicker. I was losing points because of him. And like of anything with a kicker, you don't really lose points with him. So I'm not taking that risk again. What else did I got? That it just didn't go my way. Okay, so this one I played pretty well, which was Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles, because they had that push, and I figured like he's going to get a lot of just random touchdowns just because of that, and he did. So that was a good move, and he got better as the season went on. So like he may not have had like a bunch of rushing yards, or may not have had a ton of throwing touchdowns, but that's fine. All he needed to do was get behind that line, that offensive line, and just get that 1 yard, and then he's automatically like 6 points. So that was a good move. I would pick him again. He did a good job for me. Another disappointment that I had Travis Kelce, who, had the whole Taylor Swift thing. And I'm thinking, like, this guy's going to put up tons of numbers. He was considered to be the best tight end in the NFL year after year after year. And then he had a down year. And then, when you got, like, you only get so many guys to put up numbers. They're not performing. That's sad. And then Tyreek Hill, who had the issue at the beginning of the season, and he just never turned it, just didn't blossom. And then when it came to running backs, I didn't put a whole lot into running backs, just running backs can get hurt. And when the running back gets hurt, it's like you took this guy for a really high draft pick, and then he just gets hurt. And running backs get very week to week, really, like who they're playing and if they're coming off an injury or whatever. So I didn't have like anybody that really who I drafted really highly into running back, and I think that kind of bit me in the head because the guys who had like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, like those guys would end up in some weeks where these guys would have like 40 points alone, like just huge weeks. And I never got that out of my guys. And then the thing that I can't stand that I do sometimes, I mean, it's just like what are the odds? But like, I'll take a guy and I'll be like, you know what, this guy's playing like really tough defense or whatever. Or he's coming off an injury or whatever. And I've got some other guys who are going to do well. I'm going to bench this guy. And the guy who I bench puts up 62 points, and none of them, are worth anything for me. So I'm ready for the NFL season. I'm not into the preseason at all because it doesn't really count for anything. But those games are kind of, they're just like they don't even start the starters or whatever. But once the season comes out, I'm on. Well, like the college football season is the week before. I think it starts the week before, and that'll be exciting. And then when it's out and off and running, it's like 16 weeks or whatever, 18 weeks of the NFL, and it's just week after week. It's fun, and at least this year, what I do, and you're more than welcome to join me if you ever want to. I get people to do. You watch the Thursday night game on Amazon. Then there's the Saturday night. Well, they don't. They do Saturday night, but then there's the Sunday game where we do all day, and then the Sunday night game, and then Monday night. And the Monday night game can be really exciting, especially in fantasy, because you may need a guy to get like all your guys are done, but you've got one last guy. All he's got to do is get 3 points, and like you're waiting the whole game. Come on, just give this guy the ball, or have this guy make this kick, or whatever. Or maybe all you guys are done, but you're playing against a team that still has a guy playing. So you have to watch because of that if you want to know what's going to go on. I mean, it's a lot of fun. So that's kind of how the season goes, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right, so we covered NFL. Do you get into NBA at all? Yeah, absolutely. It's too many games, 82 games, and the guys don't try. And to me, a lot of things are bothersome to me about the NBA. One of the big ones is the foul situation, where some guys get like the whistle on their side, other guys don't. Some guys are like getting hacked in the paint. There's no foul. Other guys are doing a fadeaway and they get the foul. And it's like it's too subjective with these referees, but it just doesn't make it enjoyable to me anymore. It used to be more exciting to me. Another thing that I can't stand, this has never made sense to me. Okay, let's say we've got a best of 7 series. I don't care who it is. You're choosing. All right. You'll get team 1 beats team 2 by 50 points the first game. Like, to me, that would tell me, like, team 1 is just superior to team 2. Yet team 2 in the second game will beat team 1 by 30 points. It's like, how is it like that? Like, shouldn't these games be closer? Like, should we be, if these teams are really that like competitive, that you shouldn't have these blowouts that happen, but it just does. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver, though I wasn't David Stern either. I think that if I know the name of the commissioner so well, or the general public does, that then you're not letting the game do its job. Then you're letting, then the commissioner has to come out with excuses, like refereeing, and all this other stuff. So, like the big thing that happened last year was that Nico, whatever, from Dallas trading, um, oh, trading, what's his name? Luka Doncic. Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden, like surprise, surprise, they get the number one pick, and Dallas gets the number one pick. And then the other weird thing is, then the Lakers were sold for $10 million, which is like raises the bar for all of the other teams. It's just it's very disoriented, and I just didn't like that about it. I like ball, and so like I'll sometimes watch G League games or highlights or like 3-on-3, like leagues, just as like those guys, nobody's watching, so they can just we watch really good basketball. And if I were the commissioner, in my opinion, in basketball, you shouldn't be putting your hands on any player at all. No hand checking, nothing. Why do I say that? If you want basketball to be an art, which it should be like jazz, you should make it football. It shouldn't be like guys crashing the boards. And if you touch another guy, in my opinion, that's a foul. And if they played it that, no matter who it is, no matter who it is, and if you play it that way, then you're going to have guys who have to make jump shots, and it's not just going to be I'm going to crash the board for a dunk every single time because you get called for a foul. You can even play basketball one of two ways. I think you can play it where you don't call the fouls, and then it just becomes football on the court, and nobody really enjoys that. Or you make sure to blow the whistle whenever there's contact. And I understand that that's going to mean that they're free throws and things like that, but that's fine. Guys like that. And that's just kind of how I feel. That when it gets this subjective, like, well, we're going to let LeBron get away with that, but we're not going to let some random bench guy from the other team get away with it. I don't like that. So, yeah. So I don't know why they don't play it that way. And it just seems like I don't know if you know who Tim Donaghy is, but he was the referee who got caught gambling many years ago. And he got caught gambling on the NBA. And they said it was just a one, and he went to jail because of it. They said it was just a one referee issue, but I don't believe that. I think that it's rampant, and especially with how gambling is taken over. I mean, when you were a kid, there was no gambling on games, like not like there is now on your phone. And now you get players who are getting involved in it. I mean, they have these prop bets that are like get really strange. Like there was one guy in AMLB who got in trouble just recently because he had a third party that was doing prop bets on first pitch strikes. So basically, they would bet that the first pitch would not be a strike, and they would have this pitcher just throw the ball into the dirt, and like really crazy, like balls, just on that one, and they were making a lot of money doing it because whether you make money on whether the team wins or just because of the prop bet, they still pay out the same. So I think that's changed just how players are playing. Like there are some players, it's like strange that their team is maybe up by 17 points in 1 minute left, and these guys are still playing all the way out just so they can get like a certain amount of points for the over. And it's just confusing. Like normally the players are like, okay, you lost, that's fine, but one guy just so that he gets like, that second and a half point over under whatever. It's changed the game, and so I'm not a big fan of NBA as much as I am college basketball. I like college basketball. It seems like pure. I wish there was a way that they did fantasy college football. Like it, and I looked into this. Why isn't there are some minor leagues that do it, but the reason why is because with fantasy football, basically there's a lot of parity in the NFL. So you're not going to have one player who gets like 4 touchdowns every week. But in college football, a perfect example of this is Boise State with Ashton James. And he gets like they're not playing anybody each week. So he's putting up huge amounts of numbers. And that's not really fair to everybody else. Like somebody who picks some running back who is playing tough competition each week isn't going to have the same kind of numbers as some of these other guys. So, and then there's also the thing where there's like it's just so broad. There's so many more players to get that can competition. But I think that now they've moving college is moving away from NIL and moving straight up towards paying players as employees. I think that's what they're doing now. You'll have fantasy college football. And when that happens, you'll be fantasy college basketball and all those other things. And even you'll get fantasy women's basketball. And then you might even see it branch out to other sports like college baseball. When that happens, at least with the betting aspect of it, I think it because it can be tempting to guys, especially in college. I saw some statistic that like 60% of all college players have had some kind of pressure on them from an outside source to do something for betting. And so I think that that's some pressure, especially because if I say to you, look, gentlemen, your team doesn't need to even score a touchdown. All you need to do is touch the ball 3 times in the third quarter. It doesn't even matter if you get a yard. We just need you to get 3 touches. So you just say to your teammates or whatever to the coach, like, hey, I really need to get the ball in this play. I'm feeling coach. Okay, that's cool, Or the reverse of that, when they say, look, you don't have to score, you don't have to catch the ball, just don't get 5 yards on this first drive. We've got it over under a 5-yard. So you just get 4 yards, and then you pull yourself out of the game to say, oh, coach, it's messed up. So they put somebody else in there, and then you win. I mean, if you're a college person and you're not making that much money, generally you haven't, it's a huge temptation. And I think that can distort the game a little bit. And I want players to decide the game. I don't like the referee to decide the game. Here's what that bothers me more than anything, perhaps, is in the NFL, is the fact that we don't have laser, we still have the chain game, and we don't have laser positioning of the ball. If you understand what I mean, basically, the chain game is just like a bunch of old dudes who run out there, and it's like there are thousands and millions and billions of dollars that are riding on the game, and they're like, oh, it's this short. It's like it's not that short. I saw the guy cross the ball across midfield on instant replay, and we're going with this old-fashioned system of the chain game. When I've seen they have that, to me is ridiculous. It is, and it's a way that they rig it. And the reason why is they never show where the chain game starts. So like when they're let's say you're like a foot short, you don't know if you're really a foot short because the chain gang could have started a and it's just they have the um, the referee at the NFL headquarters in their ear, and the 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 referee just goes up and says, "Oh, we're a foot short," but they don't show where the ball originally was placed. And I've seen this replacement for this system that is really cool. It's just this little robot, like a Roomba, that keeps track of where the ball is all the time. There's like a little chip in the ball, which there already is a chip in the ball, and it just puts the ball down exactly where the guy went. And um, like I know it's kind of like still in its early stages because what if a guy reaches the ball out, and what if he fumbles? When did it actually go down? But okay, I get that. But the fact is that we don't have like an accurate system for the chain gang. It's just absolutely ridiculous to me. It allows people to. There's so much riding on just it's a game of inches, as they say, and that we don't have an accurate way to measure that. Or we do, but they just don't allow it. The one that bothers me as well is the balls and strikes in baseball, and they're starting they're starting to use robot umpires, and that's great because we don't need umpires anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous that like you actually get to see the scores of the umpires now, and it's like, oh, this umpire is really great. He's got a 92% accuracy rate. Dude, that means he's wrong 8% of the time. That's not good. Why not have it be? That's high. Yeah. Why not have it be 100% of the time it's accurate and correct? And it's like, oh well, and again they do something like they rig the system, and the umpires get involved in this. I didn't like I I didn't study this too much until I became older, but like you would hear about Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth being like the great Bambino, 714 home runs, like the greatest hitter of all time. But back in the day, he could just pay the opposing pitcher to throw him an easy strike, and so he could hit him out of the park. And the guys weren't making any money then, so it was a win-win. It was a win for Babe Ruth, and it was a win for the pitcher because they were paying the pitchers like $75 a week or whatever. They had really small contracts or whatever. And that kind of mentality hasn't changed. It's only evolved until modern day where you have umpires who are making like, I don't know, a couple $100,000 a year for that. And they're playing with players who are literally signing contracts for $750 million. And there's a certain amount of like questionability, like, hey, why is this guy making so much more money than I am? Well, I'll make it up by not betting on the game, but I'll have my brother-in-law bet. And all my brother-in-law's got to know is that we're going to have more balls than strikes in this game, or whatever it could be. And that's how they make money. With the Tim Donaghy issue, which is the basketball NBA scandal that happened like 15 years ago, they would say that the NBA referees would get jealous of the NBA players. The NBA players are arriving to the stadium or to the arena in Ferraris and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and they're getting all the attention of everybody. And NBA referees are making like at the time it was like $120,000 or something like that, which is a good living. But there's some jealousy that occurs because it's like, well, I want some of what that guy's got. So how do I get it? I start point shaving. Like that's a big one too, and it's really hard to stop as point shaving. Are you familiar with point shaving? That's okay. So imagine you got your friends when you were back in middle school playing, and we say to you, all right, you guys are gonna win the game. We know you're gonna win the game. You just don't win the game by as much as you normally do. So you're playing some crappy school, and we're gonna say to you, you guys are favored to win by 25 points. Okay, that's fine. Just win by 15 points. And so you're still gonna win, but just don't win by as much. And we're gonna make sure that you all get money. This was a big there have been big controversies about this in college basketball, and um, it's a big thing in pro sports as well. So you say to the Lakers, you're gonna crush the Charlotte Hornets, or Charlotte Bobcats, Charlotte, whatever. You're gonna crush Charlotte tonight. You're favored to by 22 points. Just beat them by 9 points. That's all. And it's a win-win for both sides because the team still gets to win. It's not like they have to throw the game. They just have to shave the amount of points that they're going to win by the chance. And that's a really hard thing to stop because it's not obvious. Like who cares? Or who can know if you're really playing all the way out? You're already up 10 points or whatever. Just don't get up by more than 20 points. And so, you might have a team just pardon me. You just might have a team um, just not play as hard, or put in its backups, or bench players, or whatever, turn the ball out over a minute, or just slow down the pace of the game. And it's really hard to detect that. So I think point shaving could be a big issue as well. And on top of that, nothing changes at the end of the game for the team. They still won. The guys still get to score. They just don't do as well as they would. And I think that's a big thing. So with all of these things, I have lost my sense of like sports um, are the ultimate like what's the word? Um, Sports are the like basically the ultimate challenge for these people because um, they're it's really easy for them um, to cheat basically. Do you know who Shohei Ohtani is for the Dodgers? Yeah, he's a pitcher and a designated pitcher and yeah, and so he plays both ways, and he's like the best player in baseball easily. Well, he had a situation where his translator was allegedly betting illegally, and yeah, but not just a little bit, like $20 million. Like, where does a translator who just knows Japanese like get $20 million? So there was all of this rumor that it was actually Shohei Ohtani who was doing it, and just they got caught doing it. But because baseball did not want to um, lose their best player, they said that he had to have Tommy John surgery and sit out like a year. He had to sit out the last year, at least from pitching. But in reality, it might have been like a untold punishment for him. Well, there's the whole issue of Michael Jordan in the 1990s. Why he took 16 months off from basketball to play baseball. There's always been the theory that that was a punishment for David Stern because he was betting on basketball. So when there's the idea that like we really want these guys to be larger than life, superstars and everything, but even they get tempted with this kind of stuff. So with that said, it's very cool that you're into sports. Do you do anything else? You got your bike, you got video games, you do fantasy football. Do you have friends? Well, you have one now. I'm always here for you, good guy. And I don't want to take up absolutely. I don't want to take up all your time, but you should know that if you ever need anybody to here to speak, I'm here for you. If you want to watch football or any other sport. Oh, one last question. What are your thoughts on the UFC? dude, I didn't either. I wasn't into it. I kind of thought it was lame until I watched a few fights and you get hooked. And to me, it's the most exciting sport of all of them, even more than football, even more than baseball, hockey, soccer, and everything, because it's like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, these guys just go at each other, and they're like fighting each other to the death, basically. So if I have any advice to you, next there'll be like a UFC like mid like this month. Um, get a stream and just watch, just have it on, and you'll get excited for it. It is so, it is super exciting. It's like I'm telling you, it will become the number two sport in the United States in the next decade. I don't know if it will surpass football, but it will definitely surpass baseball because baseball's lame. I mean, it's cool, but it's just 162 games is too much. 162 games was great when there was no internet and no cell phones, but people have other stuff to do now. It's bigger than basketball. 82 games is just a lot, and for all the reasons that we said, it's limited. Hockey only has niche appeal, but UFC, you can take a fourth grader and say, this guy's going to beat up this guy. You can take a woman, middle-aged lady, and just say, this guy's going to beat up. They can understand it immediately. It has a very low barrier to understanding, and it's really, really exciting. So um, I'm like you were. I was like that like 2 years ago or so. I didn't care about the UFC. I couldn't name anybody in the UFC, even their biggest people, like Conor McGregor. So I didn't know who that was. And there was like at one point, you watch it, and all you have to do is just get hooked once, and it will hook you, and it will then immediately become like not your favorite sport, one of your favorite sports because of how exciting it is. I mean, these guys are, you know, it's like it's like every person's dream. Like who would beat up whom? Like every little kid thinks about that. So I'll leave you with that. You should check out the UFC. It's gonna. I'm telling you, in the next decade, it will become the number two sport in the United States. It is. It's and it has everything that boxing has, but more because they can go to the ground. With boxing, it's a lot of dancing, and like these guys are just like, not that boxing's not cool, it is, but there's a certain element when you kind of think to yourself, okay, if I were in this situation on this in this octagon, would I go for this guy's legs? Would I try to put him in a headlock? Would he start trying to punch me? You could basically do anything that you need to survive. It's like basically like what everybody does when you're walking down the street. You see some guy, and you're like, could I take this guy, or would he just whoop the shit out of me? It's the same idea, except it's put on display for everybody, and it's becoming more and more popular. And I was exactly like you. I was like, yeah, it's not that exciting. It's all these guys that I don't know. They're all from like some place I've never heard of, and I just didn't have a lot of interest in it. And then I watched like one complete UFC night. So basically, like where they like 12 different fights, and I was hooked. I was like, wow. So with boxing, they only generally a lot of times they'll just do one big fight, or maybe they'll have a couple of like maybe a couple fights before then, but everybody's just waiting on this one fight, and it's like 12 rounds. And sometimes these rounds just go for too long. With the UFC, it's usually at least the main fight is 5 minute rounds. That's it. And these guys are like doing everything they can to kill each other, and it's just it gets really exciting. That and when you watch them, when they do a UFC fight, like a UFC pay per interesting to see two guys or women go at it and like basically see who's the better competitor. And um, you've seen the rise in the sport over the last even 5 years or so, and you watch it's gonna. And the only thing that will still be bigger, at least in the United States, is Indiana in the next. So the next UFC is going to be August. I mean, they do them every weekend too, which is a really cool thing. So, what do I mean by that? They have like the big fights that are usually once a month, and then they have um, UFC every weekend. They have like fight nights. So the next big one is going to be August 16th. So like a uh, week from this weekend. If you want, check it out in here. We'll stream it. But the cool thing about the UFC is that there's no off season. You know what I mean? Like with football, we've been waiting 8 months for football, and with baseball, there's the off season, and with basketball, there's the off season. Hockey, there's an off season. There isn't an off season for UFC. So you literally, there's always something. So again, I would like you. I can't say it enough that it was pretty boring to me because I never got into it until I watched the whole one, and I was like, wow, that was flipping awesome, amazing. Like these guys, they're like it's phenomenal. So check it out if you can. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I know you've got stuff to do, but Jay, I'm glad you came in here. Well, I'm just sure. I like traditional student lectures. So I don't know how excited it is for you, but feel free to listen. And if you want to talk some more, let me know. And got other stuff to do. So that's cool. But you should know I'm always here if you ever need anything. Okay? Absolutely. That's totally fine. I get people who stay here for like days on end. So you're always welcome here. And if you want to stream your game, I'll comment on it. If you don't want to stream your game, I totally understand that. But yeah, if you just want to be around someday, I'm here for a good coffee. Yeah. You're welcome. One piece of advice I can give you, if you want to listen to the lectures, that's great. If you don't want to listen to the lectures, sometimes there's an echo. Just mute the other account that I have, the one with the professor on it, and then you won't get such a good just like that.
Let's see.
You're welcome.
Abram and Hagar. This is Doshan asking. Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael. Was he not a Jew? Was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how you understand about the natural descent as it is a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud in the 12th to 14th century, argued at one point that the idea of natural descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It was obviously a traditional viewpoint. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before natural descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think they would not be considered Jewish by these standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of history. Oh, this is hard. This like stumped the professor. Barb Todd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish could be from Ezra, and probably was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation. Barb, if you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children. And that's basically how it's tried for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society. With Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. The Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Rothschild is thoughtful, as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language. I would think not. Yiddish is, we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Thoughtful is much more recent. Yosef writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetics are speaking of ancient Anatolian Levantine DNA. It's interesting. My understanding was it was more from the region of Piedmont, but Yosef, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Is anyone else go look at Shamit Book and leave notes for other questions from the audience? Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy in some of the disputes over the Purim study and the book of Esther. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. Would love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts with the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. This is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jive with non-Jewish calendars of the interval, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the book of Esther within it. There's also some really difficult. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is First, who wrote a book under the title it's Mitchell First, F-I-R-S-T, and he wrote probably the definitive work on calendar controversies and chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Schwab in his collected writings in volume 3 that explains that. Last question from S2P-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites, who, according to the biblical text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abraham as descendants, before Joshua led them to them? Have you done a video about this, etc.? I have talked about this a little bit, but with my professional interest on Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. And my go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Rabbi, G-R-A-B-B-E. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice thin volume by a man named Eric Klein, C-L-E-I-N. So, and it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages or so, just a quick introduction. I like that book very much. And I thought that Delshon also mentions that I refer to the English language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite true. And Morami Pashikani says she likes this. We should try again. Maybe we should. Okay, and do do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rabbi of Klausenberg? I haven't done that yet, although he's quite a fascinating individual. It's a great biography of him in the books. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I thought this was kind of fun. I talked a little straight, but it was nice to kind of have an interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you have an excellent day. Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. Please write something in the chat if you can hear me all right and see me all right. Let's see if this sounds to be working. Just waiting for someone to say something in the chat. Right. Something here. Oh, very good. Okay, got the confirmations. All right, why don't we get started with the few questions? Hello, Yosef, Darshan, London, Jane, Roddy Bach, Omni Farajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I received in the last little while that I think are really useful. Please add your comments here. Oh, I see Michael Klein. Look at that. Seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. Hello, Glenn. Oh my gosh, okay, I'm going to stop saying hello. Hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So, someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but it looks quite fascinating. I really like to study a little more. But his name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. One of the church fathers, apparently. He has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker. He was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek-reading audience. And so, in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple hundred years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism. It's very common among the church fathers. So, really quite fascinating going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing Jews vis-a-vis Christianity. So we can look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of King So hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. It had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I suppose what you're really meaning are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? So I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. All these people lived, all these things happened, and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university, and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by young kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy between the times of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries degrees of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in the second century document called the Seder Olam, which is written by a Talmudic named Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784. This is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly. And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So, what do we do with the confusion of, what happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Achashverosh? Like that's described in the Book of Esther. Should be identified with Xerxes or with other kings. Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this apparent contradiction between calendars. And I would refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis and later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, First. The title is something like Calendars and Conflict or something. And he goes through all of the theories behind this because the problem has been known for centuries to Jews. And there's basically three ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right, and the Greek historians are wrong. You will find a certain segment of scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, to argue that no, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow in Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize that to somehow mathematically make it work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the Western dating that would make the replacement of the actual events of Purim very difficult. And in this, I follow an Orthodox scholar, very well regarded, named Rabbi who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of the Messiah to figure out the population. So that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell First, right? Someone named I am Joe Paul says, all my beautiful Jewish people stay vigilant, stay the course. We will win this attempt to get rid of us in Israel time. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. Again, I really should not have advertised these kind of questions. So, what my client is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordechai and Achashverosh? Once again, it depends a lot on who you ask. If you ask a biblical scholar, let's say, who is living entirely within the world of Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult because the whole relationship she has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure, but there's no marriage described there by adopting. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which just is mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens in Book of Esther, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous agadic lessons buried in it. What do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loved her, and she found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive complexion, but the text seems to imply green, and I said, yeah, like green screen. This is a blue screen, but the green screen. And so, on one level, this really this has to do with how do you understand Gadic statements in the Talmud. But on another level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that physically she may not have been so but there was something about her. She had a level of words, a level of like, she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important. And so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that my client is asking about is, Esther married Achashverosh, but in the Megillah she also married Mordechai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue that Esther decides after discussing it with Mordecai that she has to voluntarily go to Achashverosh, which would ultimately, remove the legal that she had granted since things were non-consensual. And that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over maybe a shot of whiskey. But I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have Hiram Dividend. Thank you for supporting research. That's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion. I assume Hiram Dividend is male. I shouldn't, but Hiram Dividend asked, is it possible the hero protagonist from the Megillah Book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not person or people? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts? Right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that may be like part of sort of Kabbalistic mystical event? We have the basic level of 4 ways of interpreting the biblical text: Shas, Remez, Sod, and Drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning. So you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level. And the Talmud itself says, Shivim Panim LaTorah. There are 70 faces to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 sparks fly out, and 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number possible. So, too, the Torah admits of a tremendous variety of directions. And so, as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship, I can give you some sense of that, but I'm not. So, like to remind people, I'm not a rabbi, just a regular guy. Okay, tough questions. Let's see what else we got here. So, let's see. Shoshana Kiria Zira Abba asks, there was a time when Bulgarian and Ethiopian Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What part of they felt that accepted? I'm asking the Ugandan Jewish community. Excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spend most of my time. But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that, when Jews feel relatively safe, well, unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so a degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically on a Jewish community, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are doing right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with the Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long lost basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukhari and Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book. Question here. Per Olaf asks, was Jesus a rabbi? Uh, the short answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature where you would think, you would get a legitimate statement as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is like a derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Torah or Ben Stanta, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people. And obviously, the argument to say that he was not of divine parentage, because you would call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. Definitely, we have no evidence that he was an Israelite. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers, likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Yochai, but there are others. He definitely followed many of the teachings of the great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he did not seem to have actually received that level of ordination, at least among rabbinic sense. Is it possible that this was later omitted in the record? Not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were written a few hundred years after his death, so therefore it could be that they omitted that, but that's an argument from silence. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone will put it in the chat if they're familiar with these texts. But they was certainly regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi basically boils down to teacher. It really means more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like we would, capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? There's no question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime, as we can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time, whatever distortions may happen in the historical record as a result. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I don't know what purple deer means. What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi, a mentor, licensed archaeologist research, who's a permanent Persian Emperor and upcoming Yirmiyahu? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about that. I do want to address one issue related to the same things about books, but let me just quickly scan the chat here. Why, Melissa Martinez asked, why do Orthodox and ultra organizations B'nai and Newsom and Verso from including back to Judaism and Moshe consequently was also a converso? Wow, lots of questions here. So first of all, there's I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generality. So, but even with the specific statement, I don't think the Orthodox and ultra Orthodox people shun specifically B'nai and Newsom and Verso from converting back to Judaism, because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism. Period. Now, you use the term converting back to Judaism, which I probably should explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term in Hebrew, B'nai Anusim, means the children of those who are forced. And what that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula, who primarily in Spain in 1391 and later in the 1410s and then in Portugal, and a large number in 1497 were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. The Inquisition was horribly persecuting Catholics who had adopted Christian, or excuse me, Catholics who had adopted Jewish behaviors. And so, even though they were formally converted to Christianity at various degrees of coercion involved, they were nevertheless legally Christians, and adopting Judaism technical behaviors was definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but particularly the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So in the 18th century, these Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them, wanted to retain their current behaviors and still absorb or adopt a Jewish identity. And people can choose whatever identity they want. You can identify as an alligator if you like to, but if you want to join an organized club in Judaism, then you have to, meet certain markers of club membership. And since they could not document, for the most part, could not document continuous matrilineal heritage, because traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of giving status. So since they could trace all of their grandmothers, typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in Hebrew literature as Gerus Nechoma, converting for stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men and immersion in the mikvah without the reciting of a blessing and so on. So that happens all the time, and I have members of my family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of Neanus and Versos. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold, when you don't necessarily have to, is specifically shunned, not shunned is the right word, discouraged, ever since the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted a few peoples to Judaism, the Idumeans and Itureans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews. Herod the Great was descended from these Idumeans, and he's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilding the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time, as rebuilt in the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of his own family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times and things like that, then of course they are welcomed. But it's definitely not something. Judaism is not historically a proselytizing religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a proselytizing. Wow. Let's see here. Delshan London John says, "Why are we so Shaol bent?" Shaol is that's a word in English for the underworld. On being zero time. Yeah, I agree. These are calendrical issues, and actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. But peer reviewer said, "Who cares? Just get past it." And so I cut like 10 pages of the book specifically on it. So thank you. I agree with you. Okay, now let's see. Oh, the follow-up question from Karen. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Haggadah found in Acts? It could have been Yeshu, Jesus of Nazareth. I think probably you're referring of there was a crucified remains that were found in Israel. Uh, Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, just kind of like a box where bones were kept, and it has a few Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has it's actually like a big awful thing. The photograph is when I first saw it, which got, by the way, God willing, will come out around time to time. I hope how nice to see it. And it's got an ankle bone and there's a nail driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they basically cut across as it were, buried with the nail still in his foot. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indications suggesting he was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely. But thank you for asking. This is like that. What we got here? Zoltan Curtis asks, are Yeshu in the Talmud and the Jesus of the Christian the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Rothschild that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the first century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides, the Rabbi, in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the Nicholas Dolan, who was a former Jew, who was arguing that the Talmud was truly anti-Christian, and he was brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, these passages about Jesus, that's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus, a different Israel." That thing is very common. So, yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. It's most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament, but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing chronologies. So maybe we should be concerned with that. Time is important. Okay, let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. We do have a coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas this Shabbos, but next Shabbos for a Shabbaton there, because we're going to get a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and of course, watch the eclipse. Let's see. Yeah. I think I'd like to step away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more light, a little bit less heat on the history of Jews, Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy, peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, "Hey, haven't you read Elon Musk?" And I did, read Elon Musk. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called new historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that is widely accepted by the state of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, new historians come up and say, "Wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look the documents again, go back to the archives, and they discover new things. You have to revise narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in being an iconoclast, destroying old models, and really building what are effective models. And, that's why I do not rely on beyond research. I do believe there are some value aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel, the Palestinians, and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I share my negativity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people that who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason why. Okay. Let's see. Shoshana Zirka. So Shoshana, I'm curious, Rabbi, historically speaking, what makes Jewish religious movements grow or become popular? The Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing tradition. Good questions. Again, another sociological question, though not necessarily something I can speak to historically. But a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the stringency movement. There's a great article that appeared about a year ago. I can't remember who wrote it, sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons. And he asked the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things easier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument. I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation for conversion to Orthodox Judaism, or not to use the word conversion, because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, so it's really the Hebrew word being kiruv, meaning drawing closer, but at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealingness to it, a lot of really good things about it that of course I enjoy myself. But there is this sociological emphasis. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live closer together in order to gather in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly knit, dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic communication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all a result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, we would have, as we do, and unfortunately many Jewish communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. It's become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects. If you don't know, maybe they're interesting. Another argument, I'm not going to make right now, but if we had more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage that I have enjoyed personally for well over 30 years. And those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institution. Okay. We're a little over half an hour now, so let me see what I'll try and get back to any of the questions here. Yes. Can I discuss Avery Nunley? Can I discuss Avery in detail? So, probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Avery is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew. It is term that is used to describe Abraham, the patriarch in the Bible. And it literally, it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means that is avar, meaning the other side, or to cross. And so people have argued that
how are you, Robert?
perhaps calling Abraham from
Robert, can you hear me? Robert, Robert, can you hear me? Robert, 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 can you hear me? Yo, dog, what's good? How's your day going? Hello, Robert.
the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel. It's possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things that focus on the whole river on one side, Abraham is on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Nodnar ERS asks, do I know how many people have unbroken images verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these be acceptable for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, even the 1st century. It became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium, and the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, began to have genealogies, and so there are some people who connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and then back to Rashi, and let's say around the 1st millennium. But then there's a big, how do you get from Rashi back to the 1st century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider those
Hey, can you remind Discord.me
authoritative. So it's really it's impossible to verify them. On a genetic level, there are some fascinating studies that look specifically at the Y chromosome of people who claim to be Kohanim, and there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single maternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a certain number of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have that gene either. And that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line of the argument of Kohanim is that we don't really know for sure who is actually a Kohen today. So much so that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century, who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Minyan Ben, where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met to be sure that he had the best chance of actually fulfilling that commandment. Most today, for myself, I'm also a firstborn male. It's just done once with some person who says he's a Kohen, and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham, who drove the snowplow in the winter and the garbage truck in the summer. He was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was redeemed. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-minute mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. For those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic Sabbath. For those of you who mark Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. Take care. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Current Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Rothschild edition of the Chumash Koren Nekrot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generations. This is one volume here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the land of Israel, another really original work from Current Publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. And it makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Current publishing these books just for me? Because I feel so personally attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikraot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice, and basically it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses read on a yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like don't focus through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from Rashi and Ramban and so on, and that's like been a staple of Jewish study for the last 500 years or so. This volume is very different. Whereas Mikra Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikraot Gedolot is published with each volume covering one parsha, or in some cases 2 parsha, if they're typically read together. So the Mikraot Gedolot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. How is that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from Talmud, and so on. And then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Mikraot Gedolot. That's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in the specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. Really fascinating. Like, so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay, let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is also highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that you open from both sides, right? It takes advantage of right to left, left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, is the translation of none other than the great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a brilliant thinker. So his translation itself is a tremendous gift. And then you have, oops, sorry, I opened this from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sachs, and then there's the translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that one translator, sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the frequencies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So it's really, really useful. Also, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi. And I actually appreciate it because there's a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes he'll provide a statement, you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question that he's saying to Shiva. What's bothering Rashi, right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the questions as to why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefited from it. The only small criticism I have is that while I am a huge fan of the regular Koret font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font, it is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books, but I never really liked the Rashi font that Koret developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters. I mean, I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with the series of book that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key. And there's a great team involved here. There's a managing editor, Rabbi, but I think the strongest editing voice through this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein. He's the editor-in-chief, and his vision really permeates the entire book. It's fascinating, really getting a lot of it. He's the one, of course, who makes the tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different commentators that are represented for everything, and it's really fantastic. So let's look at those three main historical sections. In the section that they call the Time of the Sages, which has this helpful sort of timeline in front here like this, there are standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, lots of Midrashim and so on, but also Philo. Wow, I never studied Philo before. Of course, I read about him, I read little bits and pieces of him, but selecting the sections from Philo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciate that very much. Then in the middle section, there's the classical commentators, which is more standard, like you'll get Rashi, Ramban, and so on, and many others, but also some voices that I've never studied before, like Abraham ben Abraham, the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather. You're like, wow, isn't it so interesting? He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. And then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard, modern commentators like the Hayamet Davar and so on, but you'll have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Hirsch, who's just brilliant and brought into here. Rabbi Abraham Kotler, 20th century thinkers, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together. And Nechama Leibowitz. She's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Talmud. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology like this. It's really quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. The book concludes, or at least concludes in the way I chose to read it, because of course you can read it from both sides, with the center section, which has a selection of three brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha for Miketz, and I have to say, they were like really insightful, and I got a lot out of them. It made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Koren writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They address a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything. And it was really great. So this is really a game changer in terms of production. And it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced. Not to be on sale for Hanukkah right now, but the whole set, we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot, but nevertheless, it's a huge return on investment in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study Chumash for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the three levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So it's Sunday morning as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon I finished Parshas Vayigash, just went through the case when I got this set, and this morning I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year learning with the volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book, and I wish you tremendous success in your writing. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of the current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research of Professor Yuta Kreva from the Free University of Berlin, who wrote a very serviceable one-volume history. She has made a very good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a great degree of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history from within the perspective of their national, religious, ethnic backgrounds. And I'm going to do my best to try and rise above that. Obviously, I have my own biases and my opinions like everybody else, but let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and leave up to you to debate what it means for our current moment. So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even though some anachronisms may result. And I apologize for those of you who are deeply steeped in this history. This would be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure we're all on the same page for this. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region of the world. In the next section, I'll take you through some maps to say which region exactly. It is a term that derives originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century, after having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population. They decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today, and they renamed the entire section Palestine. So that term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century, and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Palestine. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well. We call ourselves Palestinian Jews. I know that sounds cool today, but for example, look at this newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper. Its name was later changed to the Jerusalem Post, but that's just because the term did not have the strong ethnic and national connotations that it has today. So that's Palestine. Israeli. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel. And approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinian. And this is just an indication how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Jews, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East, includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and then includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term, because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish, but about half of the world's Jews are not Israelis. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jewish population. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term Zionism was coined in the late 19th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in an actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionists who support the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, and other issues. So that's our basic survey of terminology. Let's look at maps a little bit. Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region which has been called Palestine varies significantly over the space of the last 200 years. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already as we see from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic region. And in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or Arabic Palestine, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. We see from this newspaper, Palestine, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in the witness period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically was identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depicted here, Palestine, which has the slogan, from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying you're saying essentially, this is how Jews here, that there's no space for Israel, there's no space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine would be free, being free of Jews, which is why many Jews find this to be offensive. So, in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here. In the next video in this flag series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. At the risk of horrible oversimplification, Jewish claims at their root are based on the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews, and Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 7th century with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially Jews because they have been living in that region for some 1300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with two of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce these complex and painful issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. Two of my grandchildren have a favorite chair, which was given to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the older child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and he said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair, and she went off to do something else. And in that time, the older child went and sat in the chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was and that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically, that's the same kind of claim. I was here first versus you left, and then I took. And the fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed as it were for the land of Israel for Jews, is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible Hebrew scriptures and for that matter Christian scriptures as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant. It's true that there's multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Memphis deed shown here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to a people called Israel living here. But the counter-argument that when the Muslims conquered the 7th century, as you see in this map, is also a very strong one. And in the absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these countries. So let's move to the Ottoman period. Specifically, it's an area we'd like to concentrate on the 19th century to understand how this conflict expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in chairs not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons. One of which is that there was always a small percentage of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having a look at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that we started to provide more, reliable statistics. But this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects of only not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Jews who were included in the survey amounted to about 88% of the population, Christians about 8%, and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there is a significant shift in Jewish attitudes, and many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rocking much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating a Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse of the Bible, Bet Yaakov, house of Jacob, let us arise and go to Israel and colonize it there in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did work in the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodore Herzl, really the imagination of Jews living around the world saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster, especially in these posters, Help Build Palestine. Once again, it's clearly a Jewish poster. The bottom is written in Yiddish. Help Eat Boy in Eretz Israel. Help in build the land in Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the kind of modern feeling of it. A nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, it's powerful, it's kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And I think the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings. So basically, as we move through the early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews, of course, the green column are Muslims. There's also Christians, and then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other peoples within the land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration. And the Jewish increase has also been marked by 1946 to even more dramatic. This is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were from other parts of the Arabic world and either adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses for some time. Basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab locals living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a nation state in this region. There's also a cultural conflict, culture struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are having women dressed differently, educated very differently, engaged in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. Is in the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears, and the British and the French engage in very large geopolitical discussions to essentially divide up the region. The way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour, the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem the British would have for the next 50 years. His Majesty's government viewed with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point where most Jews just stopped reading. There was a big party for that because it looked like England, which was, in fact, very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. England was going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in other countries. Meaning, the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the other hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for the Jewish homeland. But at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. And that's basically going to be possible. It's also going to be something which would definitely affect the Jews living in another country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned earlier, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That term will become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews, and occasionally Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that throughout the 1930s culminated in a major period between 1936 and 1939 of very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration. So the British right away, they're very good at establishing commissions, and they established a commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section, this is from chapter 20, which basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well. The problem with Palestine is briefly stated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general, and of the specific mandate in particular, implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible, owing to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring to Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of its being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that by having Jews move in and improve the economy, and the Pew report actually discusses that, yeah, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There's a lot more employment, there's a lot more capital flowing, and a lot more foreign investment, but that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the region. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows. An irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what is called the two-state solution, which was equally by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God will move into that in the Peel report had an appendix which laid out a very controversial idea that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was given to the Jews as homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way the populations have spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. But there's also that kind of it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone, allowing for access to the holy sites of Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be an Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936 to 1939 saw extensive dissatisfaction with the British mandate and the mandate authorities. Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were pursued throughout this period. The British attempted under Colonial Secretary Rothschild to look at the problem again once. The British again are very good at establishing conditions. And he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to blow the lid off Jewish aspirations. Because look at the time we're talking about, it's the late 1930s, anti-Semitism was ramping up in Europe under Hitler. And of course, World War II would begin in 1939, just a few months after the White Paper came out, and immigration of Jews anywhere was a top concern for the time of Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives from the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over the world. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous rate, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East. But as one Zionist put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite, and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They need someplace else to live, no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up very similar to how they dealt with themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem off to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with this resolution number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. Here's a map, which was attached to the bottom of resolution 181, that divides land was quite differently on the Peel report. The main areas were to be Jewish, with 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes, and the goldenrod areas are to be Arab, also connected by little wastes, and the 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be like the Peel report, some kind of international zone. The history up to this point is well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they claimed statehood, and they were immediately attacked by Arab armies surrounding them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but in fact expand it somewhat. That's a very important part of this whole history, but we should understand that the conflict with the Palestinians really began even before that war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed, before we should leave, there was already violence erupting between Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the larger debates, like I mentioned earlier, in the cycle of violence, one of the larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly do they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that families flee theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities, even an atrocity that is exaggerated and spread through the world. There was something that would strike fear in the heart of the family and would cause them to flee. Once again, I defer to other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find useful to Professor Taylor's into more details as to what specific events Darius and others that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 750,000 people from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in the 1947 partition plan. But after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have in mind, because it made Israel much more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that. And it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things. But I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today, and people can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be resolved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the land should enjoy health and prosperity. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half-century of this very complex topic, specifically beginning from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 through the Oslo Accords of 1993. I've subtitled this towards the two-state solution because that was the most discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this history because it's only probably for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent and coherent and will help to provide some background to understanding what we're doing and the current crisis today. History and her paternal twin sister are closely intertwined. History affects memory, and memory that turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we say, just tell me what exactly happened, and you don't realize that every time you tell something about history, you tell it from a particular perspective. You consider, for example, two people standing at very different points of an intersection witnessing a traffic accident. They're both very different things because of the place in which they're situated as that accident. So when we look at something far more complicated than a simple friendly event, the 100-year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, how much more so is it to understand exactly where we were standing and what kind of perspective we had. In this context, I'm sure it's a bit about my own background and how I come to this history, and specifically the sources that I am researching, specifically histories. So I was born, obviously, to a Jewish family in the 1960s in Canada, and I was raised on a fairly steady diet. I called it the Gold School of Israeli program, which basically presents materials in a way that describes the struggle of the Israeli nation in a very positive light, obviously, and displays the behavior of the enemies of the state in a very negative way. To be understood as a national historiography that aims to create an infinity force to Israel for and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history interact, and specifically back to the archival sources and revisit more details and different perspectives on those same events, some of those historical evaluations have to be reevaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research based in that particular school, but also on newer research that I think qualifies that material. First of all, I'm going to rely on a lot of the excellent work done by Professor Andy Morris at the University. He is a member of what's sometimes called the youth work. He basically done the hard work of back to the archives, asking some very difficult questions about what's going on. This is what righteous victims and history of design and conflict is sometimes very difficult. There are definitely some elements that are considered more controversies. I've also relied, obviously, on a Palestinian perspective. Professor Rothschild from Columbia Institute is the author of the Country of Palestine. And it's said that and his perspective, like Professor Morris, is definitely partisan. But what I think is very useful about both of us is that despite their very deeply involved cherished beliefs about the nature of the trajectory of this conflict, they are both very quite self-critical and willing to look at their own movements and to determine what went wrong within Zionism or within Palestine. And so with those caveats, let me present to you how I see the major developments of the Palestinian conflict so we can have a better handle on what's happening today and hopefully make some progress in really rational dialogue against something in the last 2 years. So Israelis and Palestinians, the original state is certainly the theory that Palestinians are not and Israelis are the origin. The not of catastrophe refers to the forced displacement of a large number, something like 700,000 plus refugees, Arab refugees, receive refugees was definitely something which was not unwelcome to the United States. Well, this is that I just not looking at this side here. This is from Israel. You can see the hatched lines represent the territory held by Israel on May 15th. It is smaller than the territory that's longer than 47 partition plans, but this is where they actually existed. Israel was not control. They were anticipated by several armies, by Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and Syria. And basically, they were able to hold them up, not only that, but actually expand the territory. Now, it is a remarkable military achievement, as Professor Kramer put it in the last book, though it's not exactly the States versus Goliath battle, or like David versus mini David, because the Arab armies suffered from a lot of deficiencies. But if you look at the challenges that the United States faced, particularly looking at that small strip of land extending from the coast to Jerusalem, this is a very defensible territory. So this plan valley, which was especially focused on consolidating territories and militaries in particular, to be able to access important Jewish settlements, was crucial. Beginning from the date that the Israelis declared statehood to the period when the British actually evacuated and then the full-on war, there are a lot of hostilities which occasionally involved some horrific atrocities, such as that which spread fear throughout the Palestinian population that the Israelis would be attacked. They actually point to a few examples where that happened. And for the Haganah, the Rothschild army of the state of Israel, they transformed into Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, they had no reason to stop Arab Spring because they saw that as the Palestinians left their homes, they were freeing up more territory to allow to achieve their objectives of security roads and more defensive sectors. What that means for the displaced Palestinians is that many of them, hundreds of thousands, were displaced into camps. And as you can see from this map, refugee camps were set up throughout the region in the Gaza Strip, in Jordan, which of course is from 1949 to 1967, also controlled West Bank and Syria. In terms of the numbers, looking at it in the early 21st century, there were about 5.5 million people who were registered with the United Nations as being refugees or descendants of refugees. Those are the children, obviously, which are 700,000 odd refugees. And about 1.5 million of them are still in the camps. About 307,000 in Jordan, 200,000 in West Bank, 100,000 in Syria, 200,000 in Lebanon, and 700,000 in Gaza. It is worthy of note that most of the descendants of those original refugees have made lives for themselves in the Palestinian diaspora, but still that massive number, 1.5 million people living in refugee camps for a region, is deeply troubling and of course is a constant reminder of how important this problem is and how it has to be solved. By 1949, the Armistice Alliance had created something to label Israel as the clear line, the borders of Israel, even though the states surrounding it did not recognize it as a legitimate presence. Israel continued to deal with infiltrations from neighboring countries, in particular, and there were conflicts like 1956 Sinai War that were very relevant for many other reasons, but I want to focus on the 1967-60 one because that is especially crucial from the Palestinian perspective. If you have a look at this map here, in June of 1967, Israel looked at the map on the left. You see Gaza was a part of Egypt, and the West Bank was a part of Jordan. Israel then fought a war primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and Syria as well. And amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, specifically for establishing air superiority early on, Israel was able to actually expand its territory dramatically. There was a surprise invasion from everyone involved, and Israel had to decide what to do to specifically the eastern part of Jerusalem. United States since 1949. Actually, the holiest site on geography. Temple Mount was located on the Jordanian side. Since Jerusalem is still capital of Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, this also happened in the western gold mountains, the mountains region, and leverage the heights to this down the masses. Strategic value, not a huge population. However, West Bank is large outstanding population was a much greater as the annexing territory would have all citizenship. Not just a demographic benefit, but must maintain. Let's recall Israel striving under two goals. One, to establish a Jewish state. Free for Jewish immigration. Jews can flee there and persecute elsewhere. And secondly, it wants to establish a democratic state. It wants the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person. Quote, about 20% of the Jewish population is not Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also and 20% is a sizable minority, but still retains its Jewish citizenship was extended to all of these Gaza seriously threatened that Israel has a Jewish state. So the West Bank and Gaza were largely uninhabited. Sinai Peninsula was simply occupied. These territories were administered by Israel and ruled by Israel. But the general thing was they would exchange for some not all Israelis felt that way. Some said that peace should be exchanged for peace and territory should be united with Israel. But by and large, the Palestinians realized that they these territories would be and in fact, this is what happened to Sinai, as we discussed earlier. But here's a really important for the Palestinians. This document is Resolution 242, which was issued at the last conclusion of the 60s. And it's really important for two reasons. The first is something that we see in item 1 which refers to the basis of a peace, just and lasting peace, as the withdrawal of Israel's armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict. What this implicitly said was that there would be a just and lasting peace going back to the Green Line measures of 1949. That Israel would give up its territories as a conquer, and in fact, a just and lasting peace could be achieved. This is actually a plus for Israel because surrounding their states did not recognize 1949 boundaries as peace. They regarded it as a larger ceasefire armistice for the time being. So that was a good deal for Israel. Note, by the way, I've included the French, which is also the official version. The French version has a very free, small distinction because they apply as opposed to territories, which is much more demanding than all of these territories. The English version some territories, the other thing which is hugely important about this document is something which is not this entire document reflects the relationship between the state of Israel, now recognized as Jerusalem, and its neighboring nations. This was not something that affected Palestinians, according to the document, it was something that affected Jordan, Egypt, and Syria. And peace would be made through those nations, not the Palestinians. And this, I think, is perhaps one of the most important why this session is from the beginning that is great peace In terms of the Palestinian misunderstanding of the stories, so perhaps just this was Palestinians do have existence, and many pro-Palestinian enthusiasts today seem to take for granted that Israeli Jews would be prepared to accept to live as kind of like, guests within a generous, non-Islamic Christian society. And it's now Jews must have a so that Jews can be a small portion for themselves and believe that it's totally within their right to command it, especially for their part, understand that the Palestinian national cause, although it awakens much greater than other nationalities, it nevertheless is very real and profound. This is a society that, beginning of the 20th century, was still quite primitive in terms of having very low levels of literacy, education, and so on. And most of their national expressions of loyalty to region, perhaps to clan, to religion, but they regard themselves as part of a larger society. Those things are all true. But by discounting the Palestinians' drive for self-determination in the second century, by not taking those concerns seriously, Israelis tend to miss the world to disrespect the Palestinians. And this resolution 232 is perhaps the pinnacle of the states coming from the nations that completely accept Palestinians. We could see this condition in this very particular photograph here that shows the Egyptian leader Anwar Sadat with the Arab president Jimmy Carter in the center and the Israeli prime minister who has faced off against each other in the 1973 war. And the reason why these three men are smiling here is because after that war was fought, Egypt was able to contain on Israel, he was able to call up in the late 1970s, Israel, with some significant internal controversy, gave the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, but Egypt was unwilling to take back the Gaza Strip with its high concentration of power in the West. Many of them showed from people who must have other organizations globally on Hamas. And Egypt felt that there was two destabilizing elements. Anwar Sadat's vision of specific relations into conditions, and although the relationship between Israel and Egypt has not been decided reformed by the U.S. But Anwar Sadat himself, for his life, has sons, one brother, the turning point for the necessarily the establishment of outstanding relationalization led by this was to be the focal point of Palestinian national efforts, and although they had to head their way to the table, not only at the United Nations and elsewhere, but even among other allies, nevertheless they took the lead and articulated what they wanted for themselves, rather than allowing the Arab states in the region to take over. They wrote a national charter in 1964 of the states laying out essentially one state Palestinian Israel, where only those Jews and their descendants would live until 24 and a half generations would inhabit the lands. And furthermore, that armed struggle is really right to the great this notion of a one state solution combined violence to achieve that end is still unacceptable. The PLO then signed But this time failed to grasp some very important originalities about humanity. First of all, we misunderstood the importance of the public. Europe, especially in America, where cities have far greater experience with the media environment, with the culture, with the connections, and so on. PLO is not propaganda. Secondly, the PLO failed to realize that the conduct and even their mere presence in the states bordering Israel made them increasingly unpopular. Jordan, for example, which was one of the friendliest states to Israel, to the citizenship, for example, had gotten a majority of the population is they found that they had to expel after an uprising in 1970 that was aimed at overthrowing the same sort of thing happened in Lebanon and elsewhere. And by the time you get to the 1980s, the PLO is simply out of the system, has no border contact with the state of Israel, and it's basically Arafat lives out in Tunis. Furthermore, Arafat lives in these websites. That, for example, Iraq is great when Iraq invaded so much larger version of Iraq. One much of the world was made by the Soviet Union, which saw proxy battle against the United States. And as the Soviet Union began to go through a slow train wreck of self-destruction, it became clear that the PLO was increasing more and more power. Ultimately, by the time we get to the early 1990s, the PLO has figured this out. They amended their charter significantly in favor of the country Israel they want to see, including the acceptance of Resolution 242, which at least in 1949 boundaries for Israel, and secondly, abandoning the notion that armed struggles can be to the great cause. This is when we start talking seriously about a two-state solution, and is the idea of Israel as a Jewish state and Palestine as an actual Palestinian state in the same region in one form or another. It is unlikely, however, that Jewish state were not for the first intifada. Look at December 1976. The term intifada in Arabic refers to a kind of like an uprising in general revolt that is kind of abstract and grassroots. And that's a fair description of what began to happen. Arafat, although the titular head of the PLO, was severe symptoms of Tunis and his allies had corrupt other states. Israel lost a lot of power, although we still had a symbolic role to play as the figure of the House of Israel. What happened in December 1977 is that the Palestinians themselves, Gaza and Palestine, came up to rise and respond to these things. And the character of the uprising was rather different. The first intifada was not characterized by widespread terrorism. Associated with the second intifada, blowing up the buses and pizza shops and things like that. It was rather a kind of symbolic attack on the idea, which we see in the common photograph of the Palestinians threw a very deft use of the large number of foreign journalists who were frequently on the ground and sort of able to take their message to the world in a very different way. And actually converted the David versus Goliath model that had frequently applied to the Israelis earlier heroic history. Now the Palestinians adopted that Israel. the Palestinians and especially the populous people really brought into these multiple populations with strategic communities and functionality areas of Gaza, such as moving through smooth checkpoints to be designed by the Israelis to have a large number of Palestinian Gaza residents who work for Israel to proceed into Israel proper to their jobs and to not allow Israel to be terrorists. So for the Israelis, these security checkpoints are precisely the southwest, but the Palestinians were being smooth and managed. Furthermore, there were a significant number of that we should not be for that to any other Arab population, and either for economic or ideological reasons, they were moving into these territories that are beyond significant number of Israelis, Jewish Israelis, moving smaller Gaza, and many Palestinians saw these Jews from Israel and extreme conflict and violence that occurred in West Bank as a result of the movement of these two populations. At this point, I'd like to refer you to the top of Davis about how history and memory are interrelated. History that I study in the context of the Six-Day War context of peace of Egypt is portrayed these presentations forward as a righteous cause, making peace with these peaceable places. The philosophy said for this understanding how as we discussed in the next video of the series, we see a lot of United States ultimately decide to make peace with Israel in the 21st century. So it is marvelous that inside it. However, that myself in the shoes of someone who was born in 1987 when the first divided their first encounters with Israel and what they see in Israel was on television and they were unconditional. It's shaped by new presentations and Palestinians are for the first time really focused on themselves. The second is by the version of their son, as we shall see, and the third is the first is by the who understand Palestine and put all of these things together. Dealing with a shift in international narrative, the weakness of the PLO as the official leader of the Palestinian movement, collapse and support led Yitzhak Rabin on Israel to tell them that he had to increase this his reasoning was he did not make peace with the ultimate peace that was the number of Palestinians because they had not itself either factions and population already lost much of the narrative taken over by so much like what's not today, it's not going to be copy of four strong piece to stay so that's my discussion of the second concept Hello, fellow students. As you know, I'm recording that's right. I felt spectacular. As I record this video, the first still this particular session to work hard, but now we're going to talk about this. Now we talk about But let's set that aside. Give some personal background. Hopefully, good. I also like to watch first fully. I have discussed sources, these lectures. There's so much available on the topic. It's good. But my goal is to try to make this simple and for people. So I suggested those this it's about 400 odd pages. You would think it'd be much, much thicker, but there's one. So just take a few minutes before we talk about this group to share how my experiences have helped me to life. That's what happened. The first living is the 1988 because I was the profession of family. So all of that's why I was until he was after graduate. And what he made up the history of study of very I took on a part-time job working in part book. It was on the cargo actually cheaper this is we constitute water but it's hard from all these ride, others different routes, just exploring the space, finding entering people, you're studying also and she's probably unfortunately that's much more experience. My children grew up some of the actually that's awesome support whatever share this so my goal as well is to survey the major elements of what the statute goes towards use. And my hope is to this discussion where we left off in discussion was the combination of all strategies that basically created a system where the Palestinian institution called the Palestinian Authority would establish some initial steps towards eventually that Jerusalem was not set on the back burner or final status negotiations. And the thought was that the Palestinian Authority would slowly develop confidence building measures that Israel would sit more authority to the Palestinian Authority, and ultimately, as implies, this would result in two states, Israel and Palestine living side by side. When we get to the actual supposed deal, however, it was apparent that it was very, very how about this map here, which comes from the whole Palestine, it's the first book, unfortunately, it's about but otherwise it's basically accurate with the current dark red patches are called very what each of them is where Genesis settlement of things. And here in these regions, the health authority has the greatest power and is responsible for internal security, for Israel from risk, but also public order, which is more like internal policing and finally civil authorities, which deals with the ocean network infrastructure and transport transportation. So these regions were the most Palestinian in terms of their government order. Area B involves a little bit of mixed authority, where Israel is responsible for security and safety of Israel, and second hold on to public order and civil affairs. And Area C, which is the largest chunk, Israel will be responsible for everything except for the civil affairs of Palestinians who live in these areas. If you have looked back at the previous video, a series of showed you a map there of Jewish settlements, Israeli settlements within the West Bank, and it was basically Jewish populations that are living in Sheep Jowl, 1 million, 3 million, with very small valley, 2.5 million Israeli village, and it's very different from the out of that has all contributed to their importance, including also those settlements, which was an incredible so have a look at the second which is Gaza down towards the Gaza after 2005 was completely handed over to the Palestinians. Palestinians control all internal affairs in the Gaza Strip, but Israel and Egypt, Egypt of course has control of that border, control all the borders from Somalia. Initially, this was far less onerous, but as the time went on, Israel and Egypt always became harsher blockades in the region for reasons that I'm going to explain shortly. Now, let's understand the power of Palestinian looking at this map. I would say, what is Israel? What kind of crazy how do you expect us to build a state out of this? Two major chunks of land, you have to set up some corridor, and people within the West Bank, it's like close. Yes, that's really hard. Impossible task to state with this. On the other hand, if I were to ask Israelis what do you think about this is not the way they would see it. Chances are they would look at something like this and say, this is a map of the Arab League member states, and Israel, as you can see, the little red area, it's tiny. Israel is just one little piece of land where the Jews want to establish a national state, and they want to process for that is too difficult. And the fact that Palestinians are gaining territory where they currently live in West Bank Gaza, whatever they get, they should be happy for because Israel is not willing to challenge. You see, Israel insists on its right to exist. So for many Israelis, particularly on the right, the idea of human rights is this argument that is so much meant that belongs to the Arab states. They just Israel needs to lower tax as a result of this. And that point of view is important for out by history. But before we discuss the second intifada, which is hugely important, let's just reiterate that the Palestinians who are in this match are pointing much to the favors of Israel is a result of the U.S. dominated nature of the Oslo negotiations. In fact, this is going to continue through these rest of the until our present day, where the U.S. has really exercised an outsized role in whatever deals are struck between Israel and the Palestinians. Many Palestinians, this seems like just another example of the exercising unilateral decisions upon Israel. Let us not forget that Israel, as a society, demonstrates tremendous strength when it comes to external challenges like the current situation, where its leaders of all stripes will come together and will fight together to get their interests. But otherwise, it is a very vigorous fractions run of democracy. Israel is prone to huge outbursts of protest against Rothschild's other enemies saw over the summer of 2023, perhaps more than any other time. And trying to bring together this quality to disease in this on anything other than difference of Israel and its borders, that's a very, very difficult task. With, again, features an alternative history, different amounts of authority had demonstrated more confidence-building steps and exercise belief over the Second Intifada violence that certainly would have helped the left-wing of Israel promote the idea of expanding the experiment of the Oslo Accords. But on the other hand, what the Israelis say, every time you establish another settlement in the West Bank, which is essentially on the ground, that is an impediment to the development of state borders. So Palestinians complain that you're undermining this process from the very beginning. You're doing some things to please or sponsor the United States, but in reality, the Palestinians are also blessed with remarkably ineffective leadership, as we see, for example, after the death of Yasser Arafat, who is much better at fomenting direct attacks on Israel than he was at actually state building. But his successor, Mahmoud Abbas, also known as Abu Mazen, after having elections, simply discontinued elections. It has been a power for about 20 years and is widely regarded among Palestinians as the Palestinian frustration with the lack of progress from the Oslo Accords, combined with a provocative visit to the Temple Mount by our political leader, exploiting second Intifada of September 2000. This was rather different than the first Intifada, primarily in the scope of violence, especially suicide bombings at buses, hospitals, other civilian infrastructure in Israel. And at the time, I was on infrastructural partnership arguments to get super early in my office watch. We each had those factories and all these things like that. And I would like to constantly get fresh to see if there's any more news for Israel. Sometimes, multiple times a day, horrible things happen. Terrorism, which all really different elements of the suicide bomb, so much associated with Hamas, Gaza, but from the Israeli perspective, the Palestinian Authority must fail to very legal huge stocks and in fact, in some cases, security forces participate in inventions of violence and Israel's response to was Israel stepped up its attempt to protect itself by creating these security perimeters, these concrete walls in some places, fencing in others, to prevent the incursion of terrorists from the Palestinian West Bank into Israel proper. These proper barriers were also facts on the ground that many felt at the time constituted a land grab by the Israelis again. Pushing forward the 1967 Green Line into Palestinian territories. Secondly, it constituted another example of the Israel's military response to much of the second intifada, sometimes being called the Doctrine after a suburb in Beirut, which also has similar names. The notion is that if you're fighting an asymmetrical battle where terrorists will infiltrate your society and civilian populations, such as what happened yesterday with two Hamas fighters getting out of the car, shooting a bunch of people standing at the bus stop, killing a mother, 20, 40-year-old expecting mother. And of course, Israel is going to strike back hard and fast and innumerable. Basic idea is the bear. You would think that people who live next to the bear would get but Hamas is not. Hamas is actually trying to take advantage of it by using civilian and humanitarian structures as places where they can establish their bases. You see this in Al-Shifa Hospital, and the mosques, and UN facilities, and the schools, and they're thinking that Hamas is civilian shields that will somehow protect them from this doctrine. And Israel has gone to great lengths to try and respond. Just for sure, they have an entire unit of Arab speakers, not only the Palestinian Israelis, but also those descended from Jewish communities that were expelled from Arab land. And the job of this unit is simply to call out people in Gaza and say, hey, we intend to attack this area, please move south. They employ watchful devices like jump alerts to let people know that what's coming. And even in the news, you can see Israel broadcasting along what they can do because they find the units of the civilians. But Hamas specifically, as a plan to provoke this. One reason they would have to stop impose phenomenal suffering on top of what they're already experiencing by provoking from an Israel. I can't say that I'm a concentration just it doesn't make sense. On a human, visceral level, I do not understand this urge for self-sacrifice to the point that Florida does, and the willingness to sacrifice once in large communities. I just can't see how you can put it to yourself, well, exactly. I would like to recommend please have a look at this website called SDR. That's for the research center. It is a huge language student for decades. I simply been watching Arabic language and providing translations of key segments. And, very little commentary on the, the title or something. But you have to see this. I'm going to put a few links of some key videos in the information box. For example, this is Hazi Chabad, who is important. Hamas officials say very, very specifically that October 7th was not a one-off, that the attack of October 7th was so it's completely, and there's no ambiguity. And you see these really bizarre things, like these weirdo plays that should maybe be word balls when you were children, right? You dress up as, I don't know, trees and forests and spinches and berries, and you put on a play for us. But it finds that they actually have these dressed up as soldiers taking these really hostages, these like 5, 6, 7-year-old kids. And basically, the parents are watching and cheering as they take Israelis capture. What else they do with them? And then, there's so many examples of this memory. Mothers, sometimes mothers, people who have killed suicide bombers come on and say things like, I don't know, I have these two screenshots to show you. My Allah is all my children and grandchildren. I was for the sake of Allah, you can make me happy. And I got to say, what planet do these people come from? I don't want to know. I cannot see. They just want children. we have what's it's not spoken that we provide a broad scope of voices. It's not like just watching for the channel. You'll see their voices there, the critical of Hamas. But examples like this you are I'd like to keep this all of the ones written just a short discussion. The United States is that even though obvious that invading territory, whatever many places, mutilating bodies, shape, and holding hostage, these are all deeply, true. Israel, I'd like to think I would speak out about it against it as strong as I am. But there should be common denominator. And we see that in the United States, for example, this is the results of a poll that was conducted just 2 weeks after Russia said that Israel actually has fairly strong favorability in the United States. You can see that of the institutions measured, Israel has the number 2 behind the U.S. military and the police, considerably higher than the Supreme Court, the news organizations, and Hamas is actually like this one higher, but it's not bad. But here's the scary thing. Then you go with the political demographics that express that positivity. Young people simply aren't getting this. Now, this chart on the right, which asks, in general, in this conflict, you side more with Israel or Hamas. Not Gaza, but I think that Hamas, notice 60% of the American side of Hamas, which really don't like that number, but 84% say Israel is this. But then look at the chart below, and you can see that people in my age bracket are far more likely to feel more negative. For example, the age of my undergraduate students, only 52% of Americans. So this is 2 weeks after October 20th, the most horrific massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. 52% of people aged 18 to 24 support Israel. 48% support Hamas. We see it so clearly in this horrific outcome. People put up posters drawing attention to the fact that children, other people say, I don't know. Well, there are Hamas propagandists who say the places that you said, what the Hamas said, others said it didn't happen, so it didn't happen, but it was maybe just it. This is what folks do. You can just go on the violence and stuff. However you feel about the conflict, if I walk that street and I see a poster where someone lost a puppy, put up a little poster with a picture of a puppy, I think it would be hard just to tear it back down. Someone lost their dog, care about them, maybe you'll see the dog. But actually take down the picture of children or something. So you cannot understand. But that's the way of our society. Or bias in school spirit communities that are filled with hundreds of children demonstrating for Palestine. They probably couldn't even find Palestine on a map. If this is were to continue to younger people in the deep lives, such obviously deep world, so they come out, then we're much more trouble. This video is all about national fellow students of Jewish history. A fascinating article here in Wall Street Journal is written by Professor Rothschild, who teaches political science at Princeton. Fascinating study. What he did was he hired a survey to conduct a scientific survey of students of undergraduate age, 18 to 24, and what they thought about his slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine." And it was absolutely fascinating the results that we got. Let's have a quick look at that. First of all, 43% of them enthusiastically supported his slogan. An additional 33% supported it somewhat. Only 23.9% of respondents believe they did not support this slogan. These results fit very well with what other studies are indicating is a significant generational gap among Americans. That basically Americans 30 years and older are increasingly in favor of Israel and understands the nature of the attack of October 7th and their back to Israel in this conflict. And the youngest Americans, particularly the 24, who are more ambivalent about it. In fact, in one study, 48% of Americans reported that it was actually in favor of terrorist organizations over Israel. That's a very troubling kind of number, seen it particularly in younger demographic. So we see that, the majority of people of this age group see the conflict very differently from older ones. However, here's the positive news. Most of these people who support the slogan have no idea what it means. Like, for example, when they were shown a map that helped them identify which river and which sea we're talking about, they changed their mind. And 53% of them said, no, I'm not prepared to support this particular slogan, based only on the map. And other data indicates that when they know a little bit more about what the slogan actually implies, they're far less likely to support it. So let's do the geography question. Which river are we talking about and which sea are we talking about? When Professor Hansen asked which river are we talking about, some students pointed to the Dead Sea, which is not a river, but it's a body of water. Others actually pointed to the Nile River, each of them and some even pointed to the Euphrates River, which runs through Syria and Iraq. So they obviously have no idea which river we're talking about. But it gets even worse when you ask them which sea. We think that this would be fairly obvious. Mediterranean Sea, but many actually identify the Atlantic Ocean. Imagine from the Middle East all the way out to the Atlantic Ocean, and some actually identify the Caribbean, right? Just bizarre. So these students really need some basic geography. Let's do that right now. Some of those students are watching. So the river we're talking about is the Jordan River. In Hebrew, the Nahar Canyon, and in Arabic, the Nahar Urdu, right? There's so many Jordans on the other stuff. And what is the sea we're talking about? Obviously, the Mediterranean Sea. Yeah, the Onyx, the Bucket, that's what it is. So let's look at Arabic. That's the river, and that's the sea. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Basically, if you go from Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, that is all of this kind of oval is not exactly shaped on gravity, so it makes the northeastern part of Iran, but those are the mountains of contemporary Israel. You basically see that this entire country should be free, and we're calling it Palestine. So those are somewhat like. Now, once the students saw the map and were given some basic instruction, 75% of them downgraded their enthusiasm. They changed from being enthusiastically so to being somewhat or being not enthusiastic. Furthermore, once it was explained to them that replacing the current country of Israel with a fugitive future country known as Palestine would inform, quote, the subjugation, expulsion, or annihilation of 7 million Jewish and 2 million Arab Israelis, 60% down there. That's not what we had in mind. And that makes me happy because at least we're talking about people who are unfortunately ignorant of, they say, geographic historical. So a little bit deeper, like, what exactly is the phrase? Let's try to understand how it is offensive to people. The phrase in Arabic reads, from the river to the street. And then what happens after that? There are a couple of different words. One reads, Philistia, that Palestine will be free. And that's usually the one that's translated in English from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Or Palestine will be free. A second version, a little bit more translation, it is Philistia Arabia. Palestine is Arabic. Meaning, this is the language. Muslims speak Arabic, are Arabic, and that would be a place reading for the students. The third version begins a little differently. You know, Maya, from the water to the water, with the water is absorbed to the water. Philistine Islami, Palestine is much more Islam. That is similar problematic. So these second and third versions are definitely because that deals the idea of useful of these people for either literal or God forbid genocide or some kind of population transfer. All of these things obviously are very problematic to see police and offensive to Israelis. What about the most neutral one, which is the Palestine will be free? Is that offensive? You know, that was used famously by a congresswoman and criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that because it constitutes hate speech under some of the definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, we understand that means from Jordan to the Mediterranean. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term Palestine? Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, named Judea Palestine after a revolt in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. They want to wipe out the association of the land with its lofty history, with Palestina, echoing Herodotus, but before that, even the Bible refers to the Philistines, traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term Palestine was used quite neutrally by Arabs and Jews, British, and everybody involved to talk about this piece of the land. It was always part of some other larger political entity, but this region was called Palestine. So when you are using this term, Palestine will be free, you're thinking that this region will be free. Maybe in some kind of one-state solution, all the people living in this region will be free. You know, that's a generous interpretation. If that's the only way they could possibly not be offensive. But let's look at the second word. You know, Palestine will be free. This will be free. Free by Israel is already Israel is a democratic 20% of the Israeli citizens are not Jewish. Not an ethnic state. There's 20% of Arabs who live in Israel have a right to vote. They are represented in Knesset. They want out about it. Gaza, which is overwhelmingly not Israeli, has been separated from Israel since 2005. Gaza has had its own opportunity to create its own government since that time. They elected Hamas, which then kicked out Fatah. There's a lot of things to say about it, but it's not Israel. And if it's not free, that's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I've talked about it in other videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is not considered part of Israel. Israel disengaged already for, over 10 years now, since 2005. If you want to say, well, what about the Palestinian Authority, which is Jerusalem was also called the West Bank. Israelis know it as Shomron and Yehuda. That is the whole idea of a two-state solution, which was articulated in Oslo in 1993. It has not gotten off to a good start at all. In fact, it has been stalled for a long time for lots of reasons, also go beyond our discussion. So possibly you could say it's not offensive because you're saying, well, we hope that the Israelis in the non-Palestinian authority regions will be free and the Palestinians in the Palestinian authority area will be free. That's a nice sort of thought, but it doesn't so easy as a slogan, but nevertheless, like in the first possibility, maybe this is one we possibly consider not possible. But if you mean Palestine would be free in the sense of free of Israel or free of Jews, those are absolutely offensive statements that should be totally rejected. And you can't be surprised when Israelis and Jews are offended and are in fact intimidated by it, especially when you join into other popular bases like localized Intifada. The Intifada was a period of phenomenal terrorist violence directed against the Jews. The second Intifada, which was dominated by Hamas, was characterized by all kinds of attacks on civilians, bus bombings and coffee shop bombings and stabbings on the streets. Absolutely horrific. Say globalized Intifada, that means take that kind of violence and spread it throughout the world. So it makes sense that I myself am offended by using the term from the river to the sea, Palestine, because I hear all of these other things, and I'm sure many Jews feel the same way. So, if you are one of these Gen Xers or these millennials who's thinking about using this phrase, just consider it like the N word for Jews. It's the kind of thing that is definitely going to get a rise out of this. I guess maybe you can thread the needle and say, possibly interpret this word this way, this word this way. It's not offensive. Let's see, try that. Okay. I hope this made things a little clearer for you. And I want to reiterate that the good news I hear from all of this is that most people, when they understand why this expression is so offensive to Jews, they decide not to use it. And I think that's a good Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of talk right now in connection with the conflict in the Middle East regarding the idea of genocide. And I thought it would be interesting for us to have a look at the person who actually invented that word. He's a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin. So let's have a quick look at his background and why he came up with religion. He was born in 1900. Part of the world that we do today called Belarus actually happens to be a part of the world that my own family comes from. And he was rather different than most of his boys his age. His father was a farmer in Bangladesh, where my great uncle was actually a high school principal. And his mother was an intellectual, just not that English farmer that was in that part of the world, Pennsylvania, but it was called back then. His mother was a great intellectual, a great reader, and she really instilled in her three sons a love of learning. In fact, she homeschooled all of his brothers. Young Raphael was deeply affected by the use of a pogrom in Yellowstone that occurred in 1906. And then later, as a teenager, when World War I broke out, the entire Lemkin family had to flee into the forest in order to avoid the hostilities between the German and Russian armies. While they were hiding in the forest, unfortunately, these younger brothers died, possibly of pneumonia or Spanish flu, but unfortunately passed away at that time. Leaving Raphael not surviving children. He went on to receive a trade school education, but he had exceptional language skills. He was ultimately able to read about 40 languages and speak 9. He studied linguistics and Greek, which back then was called the law. Later, he went to study philosophy at Heidelberg and law in the once again. During this time, he continued to meditate deeply about the nature of cruelty, particularly the history of massive racism on India, which occurs in the 20th century down and elsewhere. And he went to one of his professors, Julius Akadevich, asked him about the doctrine of state sovereignty that the professor had promoted. The idea that states essentially do whatever they want in their own countries and they can't be punished if other go for them. So the professor responded to him saying, consider the case of a farmer who owns a flock of chickens. He kills them, and this is his business. If you interfere, you are trespassing. Let him apparently reply to him, but the chickens are not chickens. His eventual conclusion was sovereignty, I argue, cannot be conceived as the right to kill. He was also deeply moved by the trials of two individuals. One was the assassin of Talat Pasha in 1921, and another, but a bit more absurd, Shalom Schwarzkopf assassinated Yoda. He's the leader of the Ukrainian government during the brief period of Ukrainian independence between World War I and the Soviet occupation. In the case of Shalom Schwarzkopf, he went out to Timothy Yoda, the leader in exile now in Paris, on his 26th and shot him dead on the street. He was arrested, placed on trial, and was able to essentially turn the trial around. Not a trial of his own assassination effort, but rather of the activities of Yoda during this crucial Civil War period. And even though Shalom Schwarzkopf is clearly guilty of assassinating Yoda, the Paris jury in 1927 rendered a verdict that allowed him to go free. I read Raphael Lipson today. Why is it that we can't prosecute those who perpetrate war crimes on their own people? This thought would eventually mature mind during his years of Holocaust. But during the 1930s, he was working as a public prosecutor in Poland. He was also very deeply involved in working with the legal codes of Poland that codified those laws. Remember that Poland was recently constituted as an independent country after World War I. In 1933, he went to the newly formed League of Nations, which is essentially a precursor to the United Nations, and met with their legal counsel at a conference in Madrid. There, he made some derogatory comments about Nazi Germany, and he went back to the government about Germany because Poland was on some treaties with Germany at the time. So he was fired from his office position. He ended up going into private practice, but he continued to work on his idea of how is it possible to prosecute perpetrators of international nationalism. Unfortunately, he would have ample opportunity to continue this kind of job because on September 1st, 1939, the Nazis invaded. His own home was destroyed in a bombing raid on the 6th of that month, and he ended up being homeless and having to wander from place to place for some time. He was able to escape both the Nazis and also Russian detention by portraying himself not as intellectual as a lawyer, but rather as a simple peasant. And he managed to make his way back to Mogadishu and to see his parents for the very last time in November of 1939. He moved on to Vilna, the capital, and decided there, what it was all about, I really lived only when I was fighting for an idea. I would devote the rest of my life to my work, outlawing the destruction of people. Later in Riga, he would meet with the distinguished historian Shimon Goodenow, who would encourage him to continue his work in this vein. Goodenow was later killed by the Nazis himself. But Lemkin was able to make his way first to Sweden and then via Japan to the USA in 1941, where he became a professor at Duke University and later at Rutgers University. The Holocaust, however, was absolutely devastating for him. He lost 49 members of his family, although his surviving brother actually managed to make it through the Holocaust because he was in the labor camp of his family, the Soviet labor camp, and he ultimately was able to Canada, where he settled. So Lemkin suffered phenomenally during the Holocaust, and this further encouraged him to work on this concept of how to prosecute more criminals other nations. His greatest claim to fame, of course, is that he created and defined the word genocide, borrowing from the term genos, family, and see that as to kill, homicide, or suicide, things like that. And he published the term in a book in 1944 called Axis War in Occupied Europe, and it proved to be an extremely important term that was used in Nuremberg trials and elsewhere. The UN General Assembly accepted this and just found the Prevention and Punishment of a Crime on the Genocide in December 1948, and it later was ratified in 1951. For the rest of his life, he worked on many examples of Chinese masters, including a very notable speech in 1953, in which he was an early individual selected by the Soviet artificial famine of 1932-33 as a genocide against Jews. Unfortunately, Lemkin, who spent the rest of his life in New York City, suffered from very poor health, in particular high blood pressure. Doctors had difficulty diagnosing his illness, which he ended up calling genocide-itis, with exhaustion from the work on the genocide. In 1959, he died of a heart attack in New York City. Lemkin never married or had children, as you can see on his gravestone, which has the smallest stones placed upon it, in accordance with his work as a theoretician and as a legal scholar was without peer. He was in fact nominated for the Nobel Prize 10 times in his life. Unfortunately, the word genocide has been cheapened significantly over time, as used quite casually when it does not conform to the way Lemkin would define it. In the context of the police, I think it's relevant to point out that in his autobiography, which he titled Totally Unofficial, there's no mention of the Allied bombings of Dresden or Rothschild or Nagasaki, even though these involve very high numbers of civilian casualties. So clearly, the high numbers, and especially the disparity between these numbers on either side of the conflict, is not the kind of element that actually plays into the definition of genocide. I think it's very important to think about this in the context of what the Allies were thinking when they were bombing these places. Dresden, of course, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki are civilian cities, but the Allies viewed the attack on the German city essentially as an attempt to extirpate an absolutely noxious, murderous, genocidal regime, the Nazis. And Americans certainly felt that they were attacked without provocation on December 7, 1941, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and so ending the war quickly at Hiroshima and Nagasaki by demonstrating the Japanese that a long, drawn-out conflict was not in their interest. You can understand the American decision, what was going to the American mind when they made the decision to engage in these activities. And this, I think, gives us some insight into what these days must be like. The brutal pogrom of October 7th was so horrific and so unprovoked and so sudden that for the Israelis, this is essentially like a Pearl Harbor event. And the Hamas organization in Gaza is so dangerous to Israeli civilians that it must be completely removed from the population of Gaza. And that is not to say that Gazans themselves are the subject of the attack. They are definitely suffering, and horrific suffering. It's imaginable, but that's primarily because Hamas is embedded deeply into their civilian infrastructure. I do not have the clarity to tell Israel what should or should not be military. That's out of my lane, and I'm a historian, not a military specialist. But I will say that I can understand on a historical basis why we would be engaged in the dying doctrine, trying to exert maximum pressure to squeeze Hamas out of its hands and to release the hostages of which they can from Israel on October 7th. I would recommend that if one has any doubts about this, please visit this website, Saturday, October 7th. All spelled out, Saturday, October 7th. It's a very, very graphic website, which essentially brings together all of the 100 available photographs, cell phone videos, and other things that have been posted on social media that depicts what happened on October autobiography speaks about how he was first introduced to the culture of Hebrew and the Bible. And I found that especially in the passage where he describes how at age 7 he was studying the book of Isaiah, the biblical prophets. And he says, he read, cease to do evil, learn to do well, believe the oppressed, judge the lawless. This call of Isaiah sounded so urgent that the oppressed stood now outside Isaiah. The appeal to create peace by converting swords into plowshares to recreate his presence. I thought of the power of our own prophets, which brought life or destruction. And of course, the metaphor of using of swords into plowshares is so present in Isaiah's writings, and has of course become the United Nations today. Understand the motivation of the political to end this kind of where people, I find it especially relevant to know that this person loved peace so much, devoted his life to end this mass space, nevertheless did not feel disgusted or wish off as a fact. Instead, considered at the boundaries of what he considered as you can make it better, but very much attention. See this concept. Hello, fellow students and teachers. Of course, the YouTube guidelines of education and educational content learning. This video will discuss some difficult issues and obviously, we're still in the midst of a tremendous crisis that very tremendous polarization. And what I would like to achieve with this brief video is to define the parameters for appropriate debate on the history of this. Specifically, I'd like to try to define for our working purposes what is acceptable criticism of Israel, what is acceptable criticism. This is a very valid consideration because the world is focused on this area as it frequently is, and I myself am not comfortable with a lot of debates that goes on. I'd like to try and put more of a space for the participation of people with will and reason to look for things where all the people serve. Let's start with questions. I criticize the book. Well, the answer to that question is yes, then what's happening with roughly 50% of the Israeli population. Israel is an extremely rigorous democracy. They had 9 elections in the last this century alone, but every 4 years they had remarkably robust protests in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in the summer of last year before October 7th. So, Israel has deep-seated commitment to the diversity of opinion and its expression, and this includes the 20% of the Israeli population that are Jewish. So that it's a strong minority population of Arabs, both Muslim and Christian. They vote, they participate in Knesset, they disagree with other parties just like everybody else. So it's certainly appropriate to criticize the policies of the state of Israel because roughly half of the Israelis do it. This is not the same thing as saying I'm Jewish, therefore I can never be an anti-Semite. Unfortunately, that is possible. There are boundaries of criticism which are inappropriate, and I would think that there are boundaries of criticism that are illegal. Furthermore, what supports Israel is not ipso facto Palestinians or Islamophobes. It is possible to identify with both of these peoples in the Middle East. It is possible to empathize with their suffering and to seek that was critical to both parties in this conflict. So, what are the parameters when something takes over from Israel and goes into support? Let me outline four basic arguments. The first one, inability to apply to increase renewable suffering. Obviously, the suffering Gaza is phenomenal. The response to October 7th was extremely relevant and has been the focus of much attention since Gaza began, motivated by the intent to release hostages and destroy Hamas, terrorist organization that has been identified as the But we should recall that October 7th was for some attempts on civilian population and still has 134 instances associated with the fact that the CAA these are relatives and friends that Israel is trying to increase, not just in this situation. It's important to bear in mind. We also see this kind of inability to identify the reasons where people written down the posters collaborate who were held in the activity and trying to draw attention to their conditions. They disagree with military strategy in the state of Israel denying just suffering to those that did not. Seeing the Israelis as the sole perpetrators of the suffering is simply a fake story. One has an historical attention span longer than 15 minutes when recognizing that this conflict goes back generations. Hamas, for its part, has been shelling Israel since it took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. Of course, Palestinians are also part of suffering facilities. This is not a what about it kind of video, but specifically addressing the issue of racism, Israel, and anti-Semitism. But it just underscores the fact that this is a place of related historical complexity and pushing much. Second concept is conflating anything Jewish with Israel. Recall that about half of the world's Jews live in Israel, but half of them do not belong to countries all over the world, the United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, and so on. And while it is true that most Jews support Israel, but that doesn't mean that every Jew around the world must be a target for next attack. Consider, for example, the recent protest at Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto, also here in New York, where what does Mount Sinai have to do with Gaza? Mount Sinai is, of course, the name of the hospital that was founded by Jewish donors and treats people across the religious spectrum, regardless of religion grounds. It's a place of healing that has absolutely nothing to do with the setting of a military company and politics. Why do you think it's here unless you actually consider retarded? That's called exercise. Third guardrail. Beware of borrowing tropes from historical anti-Semitism is not an idea that doesn't content. It's something that goes back and it has authority, hospitals, and also traditions. There's certain, such as, for example, the house to learn Jews territory, which is associated with the 12th century charge called the blood process. Absolutely horrific and crazy to a long-running attack on Jews. Completely false and completely unfair, but borrowing from those 19th century places on arguments into historical tradition of anti-Semitism and made on these things. Like a final document. It may be ancillary. It's on some range. In other words, people are entitled to their opinions, but are they only so innovative about Israel? Are they not innovative about the persecution of people else in the world, in Syria, in China, in Sudan? I certainly not. So is it only Jews who are wrong? What is outrage? If that is the case, chances are the Constitution. So if we're going to discuss this historically, bear in mind that slight loss of certainty, I definitely have. Because I value what we can discuss some of these extremely important historical issues with open-minded people who are rational and observant. And while I've had many productive discussions with people who have very different opinions about what should be happening back then and now, nevertheless, none of us associate with slogans that involve violence, such as, for example, resistance on certain senses in the government. Immobilize people that somebody believed in one of the other subject was they don't use horrific violent creative images such as this or electric or future these kinds of offenses. So the history of these which this is a little different version of most of the ones that I'm talking about. The unfounded years taking place with folks whose direction and function. Hello, fellows. As a historian, I like to research my no longer just happening today. That's really where I feel comfortable as a speaker in a certain stories. But since October 7th, it's become increasingly impossible to maintain my safe, comfortable home past. Often I talk about things that have direct relevance to schools. It's really that almost everything I say about the past has relevance to our times, but now it's become incredibly explicit. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of schools and universities, and I'll probably get a little bit from those to those now, perhaps one of the reasons why the current moment is so setting for many institutions because universities perhaps one of the last places where we expect to see this kind of phenomenon. But the reality, we shouldn't be that surprised because a lot of this work that has focused on work, we do not have a competitive and historical problems that post-Holocaust era, especially the combination of broken by the United States and the remarkable victories in Israel to war. This was the third succeeded which happened on university campuses, specifically the rise of studies on this campus. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are relatively fairly safe spaces. That's heavily in them, pillows, hot houses, all kinds of support for the studies on campuses. We thought that universities were a lot of heavily, but we took some years and with that anomalous period of 5 or 6 decades of facilities on this so in this video, let's have a quick look at all of this very public services and I'd like to trace some of this of the spread of resilience that up until the first time. So first of all, let us recall that Islamic this is something that is deeply rooted into cultural and all kinds of reinforcements throughout so, for example, I think the central prayer is times that zero Israel prayer as man is to teach your children, teaching and education, even so more besides religious motivation and explicit values, Jews were incredibly incentivized towards was not necessarily the best way for their education. Living very, very long strategic Jews specifically notice now before the data center is so much historically important aspect is important. This was various crafts and skill based to all the financial activities in particular and a tremendous all of these things require higher level of education. So it's like the idea of transportable economics uses more if we look at our times, we look at the Pew Research Center report on Jewish America, we see statistically Jews are extremely highly educated African group. If you have a look at this graph, you see the comparison of Jewish Americans who are red bar and non-Jewish Americans yellow bar. This is 2020s. And you can see that Jews are severely underrepresented who have a high school less, and they are presently overrepresented when graduates. So, there's more than 3 times the proportion of African Americans. Jews are very much invested in education. We should also note, of course, that historically Jews had their universities understood within the context of the time. Examples from the world, such as the gathering of Gaza, so-called terror, was Israel in the first century. Bodies that were crucial for research, partly Israel, like interest, and then, of course, when we get to Babylonia, several cities along the Tigris rivers, also Israel and Tiberias, for example. And we should also note here that in the top of the academies, the nature of some study is so broad that easily encompass all kinds of other areas of intellectual research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge with these states. So those are the exact characteristics of this today, but nevertheless, the word is education. And even the post-modern period, there are several examples of early Jewish universities, but most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, Sicily, for example, great Jewish university, or perhaps better for the University of Jewish offices, but then they additionally came along to Jewish scholars and charged to that. It was really the modern era when you had Hebrew University established, and the here in New York City was an extremely successful Jewish university compared to their operations. But let's focus for our purposes on Jews attending general research. What was that like? So the dominant experience of Jews up to the 20th century is one of struggle against exclusion. This is especially true where there was always a religion test for students, and especially for this begins already before century was Constantinople, which was then known as the undeep detail the place of all teachers, which is sort of echoing what religion founded. Ironically, when the patriarch of the most religious empress George IV, but outside of the University of Constantinople, Jews were to the University of Rothschild in Sasanian Persia in the 6th century. The early post-Ottoman period absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars from other places, and shortly thereafter, when Baghdad also was frequently Jews as well, so Jews enthusiastically participated in the institutions were solely devoted to the pursuit of higher education. In Christian lands, there were some interesting exceptions made. There were distinctly very Jews who were very valuable to rise, particularly in areas like the Hebrew language, which is something Jews, of course, say didn't always work out so well for either of the respective faculty or universities. For example, not every child was invited to teach in Paris in the 15th century. Because he was as the person was still close to the roots of the one areas. The major exception for other people here is to say that Italy was incredibly kind to its students. Great university, especially Padua, invited Jews or allowed Jews to attend. So much so that when they graduated and went to their country's practice, typically medicine, the son of Italian doctor basically just like a physician or a secretary, Portuguese merchant, also Jew. There were, to be sure, discriminatory practices. Well, Jews were forced to pay tuition, their fees, there were certain kind of humiliations, like Christmas, they had to give all non-Jews Christian students, needed to idolize this way that the Jews still generally Jews were there, clothing, stickers, separate them from Christian Jews, and so on. So by and large, Jews were very happy to studies. This all really changes increasing pressure of the enlightenment to admit Jews without demanding that they would Christianity or they teach certain for example, Isaac without who was instructor of Hebrew, and the University of Königsberg rejected his application to teach Hebrew there over the objections of the account, who's of course the son who refused to sign on the Senate of the University everything changes daily on legal basis of toleration instead of negativity, which formerly allowed universal public education just begins to get golden. And Jews were under the toleration allowed to apply to universities. Application is not the same. Mission progress was slow, but nonetheless on a legal basis, Austria formally allowed institutions of higher education. By the time you get to the 19th century, there's so many Jews who are active all kinds of very extreme surgeons, developing new departments of studies, college, sociology, experimental statistics, that the idea of were really forefront of many of these fields, sometimes actually creating these fields with this whole idea of facility. So by the time you get to the early 20th century, universities are much more diverse. Perhaps the greatest resurgence of that threat is just education, change with the fascism. Nazi invasion, just months after the power of the on the anniversary of the so-called law against overcrowding schools. So law was ostensibly overcrowding really too many Jews in schools. And it set a very, very low threshold of how many Jews could allow to at that time just about 8% of the population. Nevertheless, there was a strong very early on in that stage of people out in higher education. By 1939, it was not allowed to become it's Poland, heavily influenced by the integral nationalism that was emanating from Western Europe. They instituted ghetto benches, which was a segregated area at the back of lecture halls where people were forced to sit some bizarre discrimination against these national students where they were required to source their numbers or their section from Jewish institutions as opposed to general students whatever bodies was required to sign or something like although it's a conscious job, it's bizarre episodes, very bizarre period of time. The early study tried to do away with all the models, and they actually tried to have universities who run institutions themselves kind of derive from the people's universities what happened from Chinese schools. And the one students who are vice professors was considered absurd. Very nice graduates hope that she's going to profit. So nevertheless, also but also chill for a very long time. The efforts of I have many colleagues who study associate, see their doctorates, those studies far away from the district, and then once you study in public records, you want to train because we want to study with. So this should give just some sense of how we got what I asked it was statement on sadly anomalous that was that were very were more tolerant. There are discussions which was all pronounced anti-Israel. Anti-Israel does not live with the parameters of normal criticism. Okay, I'll get it wrong. There is lots of ways to criticize. And in fact, until I disagree with the politics, international support Israel, and this an amateur sport outside Israel as well. There's lots of room for dissent, criticism, and so on. And it's a very rigorous democracy that allows for but what's happening on many campuses today? I'd like to outline four basic principles beyond this normal dissent on the visual front something which values first of all, policy let's do theater for the physical well-being environment. They should be able to stand and listen to someone else's argument. After arguments, all of the say things like the next target of sex. But there are simple things that would stick history of this profound yet I don't see it real ability to empathize, suffer, it's on either side of this conflict. It's just incredible. I see it especially talking about consciousness on social media. Okay, they don't know geography. So, bring up questions. Yes. What do they possibly speak that which is acceptable? Children, women, civilians, third, all sorts of continents, so-called analyzed, typically Muslims, who want to tone down like they have these red lines called guidelines that basically signals very exposed and they say, hey, one of the doesn't agree with these kinds of issues. Starting to expose nothing to listen to you. See on my social media as well. This is racist. Others sometimes are this the fact that they want to find ways to reverse the distance and the place that separates us. And they are shut down by the government. Absolutely insane. And fourth, talk about this before, I don't want to this selective idea that you can be upset about things with us, Jews and Greeks are upset about things that we feel upset. To criticize it, to analyze it, make recommendations. But only upset about things is the deeply caring about things that happen in the rest of the world. No, the rest is that we start to think of what the Bible is. We talk a little bit about history, a little bit about business, maybe some one story. I never say that you are really good scientific study of this. You isolate the studies of you so in other research. But it seems that what's connected to this, I'd like to suggest that maybe most protests by people strongly feel that people in other words, people don't like to know that people don't respect people. But perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today is affected by this big weather that we have here in the cities. That's the good thing. It's thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. Many of you have been following protests on campuses of many institutions of higher education and to great concern. One of the areas that I find particularly reading the perspective of some of the Jewish participants. So, this is stepping a little bit out of my historian, which I suppose happened a long time ago. For that, talk about some historical precedents. But I really want to speak directly to my fellow Jews who are participating in this. Share with you some myself how broad participation is as large as let me say first that I think I understand where you're coming from, why you want to participate in this. Wonderful experience, right? No one is free, everyone is free, beautiful. You are there to be particular responsive. They are brave in consumption and expression. Beautiful. Very much part of the tradition. No denying it. The last century, feminist photographs of Abraham Lincoln, arms, civil rights, and things like that. It should be against. That's not good. So, Joseph steal from so go around the validation of some of the times. What do you understand? maybe yourself that one day I'll tell my grandchildren how I was. This is not the protest. Let's just do a little bit separating from the usual concerns of the present moment and the comeback. I want to point out to you there's a long position stepping away from communities in order to participate in movements that have much larger social capital. The call, of course, that Jews have much for people who have lived sometimes very hostile environments, sometimes predominantly Muslim, sometimes predominantly Christian, and it is a natural human desire to not be part of the minority, not to stand out to say, what good people best want for the larger community. They're right and we're wrong. That first step out of what's not much of Jewish. There are all kinds of people on the Muslim side, Christian side, of course, I'm talking now about the second moment. We'll get to that in a second. Within the medieval period and early modern period, there's so much huge emphasis not given to Jews who step over the line and join larger intellectual currents of the day. And we have many examples of this story. As Jews become tokens who essentially jump the fence, and then they let Muslims leaders out of denouncing their brothers. Tens of them are regular Christians. There's probably thousands and tens of thousands of much less resolved. Nicholas Rothschild, who was a yeshiva student in the 13th century in Paris, did get along with Rabbi and decided to convert to Christianity, and he ended up denouncing converts to the faith, and ultimately succeeded in that. So now 24 writings, precious manuscripts, publicly burned, and initiated an attack on Jewish religion that would last for centuries. Another example, Anton Margarita, father was a very important rabbi in the 16th century in Poland. We don't know as much about that whole dynamic, but he also decided to step away and ended up writing these incredibly strange treatments of Judaism that were extremely popular with non-Jewish readers and had a huge influence later anti-Semitism and quite a much better. In the case of Margarita, by the way, not only do her first two calls clear that they would get the prostitutes because one of the things that happens evidence in these people is they get initial amount of support, love, and affirmation, and then it fades away. And looking around saying, what happened to all the love? And they got to do it multiple times. We have several examples of Jews who make it clear how converting to Catholicism after the Inquisition and reverting back and converting. Each time they have bumped socially from people. How much more so is that part of so much emphasis placed on one way but visibility on Instagram, lights, things like that, probably not to get the parallels that I was drawing. I'm a Jew, because they say, how I see the places of the the saddest of all is the mass World War I, he was especially an excellent writer of songs, poems, very patriotic, and he was extremely popular. Some of them were gesagt, hast du gesagt, that's a song. And especially the artists always need to write but for a while, this band's entire literally is Jewish substance. Why the language so different? He was on the other hand thought science clothes that understands, especially if you get to the late 20s and early 30s, because our AC is actually fundamentally played and later shorter the Germans and I can do to the Jew I will throw up some confidence. I know that she thinks that she might not have to go right sliding for expression. Don't have to take my word for it. Or with suggestions. I like to just think of it. First of all, of course, really the this law didn't start until the 7th Fact, please, so there's no contradiction between the subsequence for so very and out. So, have them start at the same time. Many and many Americans do too. That's all linked up. It evolves. Then what comes further and then what keeps if this culture why are protesters calling for the destruction either or figurative statements like White House issues like traffic all the time. State of Israel, how it would have flag. Israel. A lot of people will say anti-Zionism is not nice to have a country, but the fact is, anti-Zionism is always opposite for anti-Semitism. Look, for example, this chart that shows this country to research what's happening in America. 20 based on 2030 survey numbers percent today, 87% of Americans stand by essential or important conditions. 12% say it's not. Maybe we're inside that 12%. Most Americans are scientists. They care about this. Also, by the way, note that 1,600% of Americans will explore two states of is possible. That is, outside, side by side. Why is it no protest for that? Destroy Israel and help us. Please, really important, especially but why the other finally choose to support tell them what you think. Tell them upset about this, I'm upset about that. What you this is right. The conversation. Highly complex. So trying to tell you that I'm from a lot. So you're familiar with the section. Wise, wicked sons, just like sons. Rabbi, this is very fun. This is the texture of the shut up. Says, cut my mouth over there, twice. Says, up. What are all these various rules and Russians and the wicked son? Says, how does this shape? Says, Russia. Say, what is details of the kinds of trade why some still includes himself with the Jewish world. Wicked sense not himself from God, but chooses to separate himself from his word. That's the spirit. The worship of wicked sense still still people take up suggestions, speak to somebody, so makes sense of perspective. But let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict, in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say perhaps that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judeo-Catholic coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large looming soldier. After the battle, is some kind of centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry. His enemy is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. This represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora, that is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period, even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period. There nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested in a worldwide diaspora, a galut, to use the Hebrew term, meaning exile, that continued up until the present day. Israel is, of course, at the center of our imagination in many ways, particularly in Western civilization. You can see in this remarkable map, a very creative, innovative map created by Rabbi, who was a 16th century Protestant theologian. He wasn't especially good at being a theologian, but he really enjoyed making maps, and he made some beautiful maps. This so-called cloverleaf map shows the land of Israel with Jerusalem at the center, in the middle of a cloverleaf. The three continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa that all meet at its center. And it seems when you open up the news today that Israel is in fact at the center of our attention always. This is not a new phenomenon. So if we were to really begin the story, we would have to begin with the Bible, which is the key document, the foundational document of Western civilization. And of course, it describes the relationship of the ancestors of the Jewish people with the land of Israel. However, obviously not everyone holds with the Bible as a valid historic source, and I think that's a challenge to using that text. So let us, for the sake of argument, go to the extra biblical reference, and it would be this document here, which is actually a large stone obelisk. It stands about 15 feet high. It's the so-called Merneptah stele, which is a victory slab. In Hebrew, it would be called matseva. So it looks like a gravestone, but it's really a commemorative slab that describes the victories of the pharaoh Merneptah, who was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II. And that's especially ironic because Ramses II, according to many scholars, is the unnamed pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, on this particular Merneptah stele, Merneptah lists all of his various victories, various battles throughout the region. And at the very bottom, in a region which is highlighted there, you can see there's one phrase that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is evil. This is the very first reference to the people of Israel in history, outside of the biblical text. It is, of course, ironic. I get it, that the very first thing that anyone says about Jews in history is going to be a negative statement. But what this statement meant to say was that Merneptah went through this rampage throughout the region, and among the many peoples that he destroyed along the way was the people of Israel. They would no longer trouble the world because Merneptah had destroyed them. And like Mark Twain might have said, the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people of Israel, of course, are still with us today. But nevertheless, this is the first reference we have to the people of Israel in the land of Israel, and it dates back to the 13th century. As the biblical account describes it, the Jews settled, and by the way, I'm referring to them as Jews, although they would not have referred to themselves as Jews somewhat later. The biblical account has them settling in the land of Israel and in the land of Jordan and also Lebanon, according to a map, something like this. And note here that there's another people, of course, also dating back to the Bronze period, called the Philistines. It's a region right around Gaza. I know the ironies are tremendous. The Philistines are not related to contemporary Palestinians, except etymologically, using terms of their name. The Philistines were actually a sea people who settled on the coast. They were especially noted for 5 cities: Gaza, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gat. They were described repeatedly in the Bible, usually in terms of a conflict with their neighbors, the children of Israel. Moving on through the history, there is described in the Bible a massive golden age with some fantastic kings like Saul, David, who is shown here in this slab, the Tel dynasty we found in the north of Israel, that has in the chopped-in area written in Paleo-Hebrew the word Beit David, the house of David. And then following that, after the kingdom of Solomon ended, there was a civil war and a division of the land into 2 kingdoms, that of Israel proper in the north and Judah in the south. The kingdom of Israel, which was based in Samaria, was broken off from the central kingdom of Judah, according to the books of Samuel and Kings, was later invaded by the Syrians, and much of their population was spirited away to places in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and in Iraq and Iran. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. They're not precisely lost, but certainly a large percentage of them were taken away and then eventually, most likely, assimilated into the people they live with. The kingdom of Judah remained, however, but in 586 they were attacked by the Babylonians, and this is when you have the great Babylonian exile as well. So the Jews now have been exiled twice from their lands. They would return some 7 decades later, and would rebuild the destroyed temple a second time. But this is our next reference to the Palestinians in the literature. And again, it's not necessarily referring to the people who today would call themselves the Palestinians, but the name Palestine goes back to this 5th century document in the historian Herodotus, who refers to the term Palestine as a region on the coast, which is about the same region we saw earlier with the Philistines, and there are people living there who are originally sea peoples. The name Palestine as a geographic locator was actually reintroduced to the area after Emperor Hadrian fought the Second Great War against the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The Jews by this point have been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That's of course celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And then the Romans came in and they conquered the region, and they remained there for quite some time until the year 70, when there was a great revolt, which resulted in the expulsion of many people from the land of Israel. Josephus, the great historian, estimates 100,000 people were shipped off in boats to Rome at this point. But there were significant numbers still left behind the land of Israel, such that they could rebel in the year 115 and then once again under Bar Kokhba in the year 135. This was during the period of Emperor Hadrian, who had to spend 2 to 3 years working against this very determined guerrilla movement until finally he could crush the rebellion at Beitar and finally take over the country completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to completely wipe out any historical connections between the Jewish people and that region. He renamed the city of Jerusalem, for example, after himself, Haile Capitolina. At this point, the temple had already been raised 6 decades earlier, and it was treated as a refuse dump. And the entire region he renamed, no longer keeping the words Judea, which the Romans had used earlier, which has obviously connections to Judeos, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or I should say the Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region, Syria Palestina. It was called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there. It was referred to the north of Syria. And part of the land of Israel was province of Arabia, and part of it became the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to get rid of any references historical to the Jewish people in the land, and he took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that name. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which, as we shall see, was used by the Jews without any problem later on. So much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud. And it is not a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud today. It's also called sometimes, by the way, the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was not written in Jerusalem, so that's also a bit of a misspelling. Anyway, that takes us through the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews living in the land of Israel, as I mentioned, but we also have a significant diaspora developing, first in Asia Minor, which is today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, with major centers in Rome, significant centers in Greece, and burgeoning centers even as far as Spain and Provence. The Christian movement is also growing at this time, and in this particular map, you see those starbursts where there are strong Christian communities. Quite often, Christian communities are established where Jewish communities already exist, and this movement, of course, will grow significantly. But we still have lots of examples of Jewish civilization continuing in the land of Israel. It was at this time that the Jews really adopted the idea of the synagogue, which pre-existed the destruction of the temple, meaning that people still like to have a local place of worship. We have, for example, this remarkable document, which is a plaque. Yes, the ancient synagogues also had plaques, just like they do today. And this is the Theodotus inscription, which essentially is written in Greek, and it tells people how Theodotus made a major donation to build the synagogue and the plumbing and all kinds of things, guest house, and it dates to approximately the 1st century before the Common Era. The land, particularly in the north, where Jews were exiled to when Hadrian wiped out the Bar Kokhba rebels in the south, the land is studied with some ancient synagogues of this period, known as the Byzantine era. This is a particularly beautiful one at Hamat Tiberia in the north, and has this gorgeous mosaic with a zodiac in the middle of it. And you can see that even though this was built some 300 years after the destruction of the temple, it is decorated with elements that refer to the practice of the rituals in the temple, just indicating just how closely the Jews wanted to hew to their ancient traditions in the land of Israel. A major change in the region occurred in the 7th century when Islam is born in the south, in the cities of Mecca and Medina. And it proves to be an extremely persuasive ideology, backed with military force, but it was a body of ideas that really appealed to many throughout the region. And it spread with remarkable rapidity, such that in just a little over a century, this new religion stretched all the way from the Atlantic to Central Asia, Afghanistan and Pakistan taken over by Islamic movements. Israel, of course, was taken over fairly early because of its proximity to Mecca and Medina. And the early Muslims and Jews had a few moments of very significant conflict. Sometimes they are referenced even today in the conflict, a particular war in a region called Khaybar, which was especially dire for the Jews. But ultimately, Jews settled in under Islamic rule fairly well. The reason for this are several. First is that Judaism and Islam are actually fairly similar in terms of their structure, their ideas. In fact, Judaism is actually closer to Islam than it is to Christianity in terms of its, common cultural vocabulary. Kashrut is not the same as halal, but the idea of a dietary regimen, of certain kinds of restrictions on how animals are slaughtered and so on, that is something they share. The value of dispute, of modesty, they may approach it to different degrees and slightly different definitions, but they both have the notion that such a thing exists. In general, Islam, like Judaism, is more of a practice-based religion, meaning you are measured by what you do. Whereas Christianity, well, of course, that's important to Christianity as well, is much more measured by what you believe. By contrast, Judaism and Islam do not have the same amount of emphasis on belief. These are the practice. And in this way, although they were not identical, they could at least speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia are both all-encompassing law systems that govern all aspects of life, civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something we don't have the same in Christianity. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Pact of Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but probably 9th century, is essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the status of dhimmi, meaning a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding horses, things like that, riding donkeys instead, sometimes assigned colors. The idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture. And sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could repair old ones and so on. And on the one hand, for a 21st century approach, this is obviously intolerable. It's a second-class status, it's discriminatory, but within a medieval culture, it was actually something the Jews valued because it represented order. And as a tiny minority, often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, even if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, then they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the Pact of Umar. No one is allowed to run rampant, there's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things the Jews are especially concerned about. We can speak more about this if you like in the question session, but one of the great high points of the Muslim-Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There were definitely punctuations of violence. There were even some forced conversions, nothing like the Inquisition, and a few expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it's a far, far better place to live. And in general, we're talking about massacres all the way from Spain to Afghanistan. But the high point is sometimes called La Convivencia, which is literally the coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 200 years in medieval Spain, where Jews reached phenomenal heights in their activities and were granted tremendous privilege, exercised significant power. One case in point, Shmuel Ibn Nagrela, a Jewish man, served as the general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. A practicing Jew, a learned Jew, actually serving as a Muslim general. That simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the eve of modernity, which was where much also have one more thing. So I should mention, by the way, that this Pact of Umar, this kind of an ideal Jews living as a protected minority, that's kind of like what you hear in the rhetoric today in some of the protests that, if Israel were to, God forbid, disappear from the map, then the Jews who live there would be accepted as dhimmi, and this is kind of like an ISIS model for a modern caliphate and how Jews would fit into it. I'm not sure how popular it is. There are several Muslim empires, three in particular, that vie for power over the next millennium. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 odd years. And as you can see here, it encompasses the entire eastern Mediterranean, much of the area of the former Byzantine Empire. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of the Jews and their conflict with the other peoples living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and also later the Portuguese migrations that brought many Jews, in particular to the region of Tzfat in northern Israel, where a concentration of these post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like the Hasidim post-Holocaust generation, first and second generation people who either remembered themselves or remembered their parents having come out of Spain after living there with such success for hundreds of years, and they established a phenomenal center of mystical activity. This is where the Holy Ramak, the great Alphabets lived, and the great Arizal came from Egypt actually to join the Jews living in Sfarad at the time. So it's one of the high points of Jewish civilization over the period of West Africa. Now we are at the eve of modernity, where the story gets much more complicated, much more relevant to us. We go to, let's say, the year 1850. Now, it's still the Ottoman Empire. The population at that time is just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population is Jewish. Muslims and Jews make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based only on those who are Ottoman subjects as opposed to people who have transitory status there. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense that there's just a tiny sliver of Jews in the overall demographic pop. But then in the 1880s, that begins to shift with a movement called Jew, which originates in the region of Odessa, in particular in modern-day Ukraine. These are a group of Jews who begin to view the possibility of returning to the land of Israel in order to settle there, which for much of the diaspora's history was considered a very meritorious act. Sometimes people would go there to be buried. Sometimes people would go there because they were exiled, like Maimonides, for example. You have travelers who will make their way there. But you don't have, with a few minor exceptions, like a group of about 300 Jews from the region of France at the time of Rothschild, you don't have very many large organized groups of Jews heading down there. Another major Ashkenazi movement in the 1700s, but it really gets serious in the 1880s when Bilu, influenced by many of the other national movements that are growing at the time, they say, why don't we go there? Why don't we resurrect the land? Why don't we begin farming there? And with the backing of some wealthy Jews like the Baron de Rothschild, they actually begin to set up some of these farming communities in the land of Israel, Petah Tikva and elsewhere, with varying degrees of success. But at this point, the immigration of Jews who are now, after 2,000 years of exile, are beginning to trickle back. It's not making a huge demographic dent. It would change significantly, however. If you look at this graph, this shows the relative proportions of Muslims, Jews, Christians, and others in the land of Israel in the first half of the 20th century. And as you can see, Jews remain a minority, but significantly increasing minority over this period of time. And Muslims also increase. This is because, just like we have in the 7th century, a major influx of Arabs to the region, with the growth of Islam, with the improved economics occurring in the first half of the 20th century, as large part due to the presence of the British and of Jewish finance coming into the region to build up the area. You have a lot more employment possibilities. There are a significant number of Arabs and Muslims from around the region moving into the land of Israel. This complicates the story as well, as we shall see. But this is the era when, just to give you another example of how the term Palestine has been so transvalued, this is a Jewish National Fund promotional poster saying, hey, help him. Obviously a Jewish farmer, because it has written the same thing in Yiddish underneath, help him build Palestine. This was the heroic era of early settlers of the land of Israel, thinking that they would be able to enter the land without much difficulty. It would not turn out to be so. So now let's move to the history of Zionism in Israel, and then I'm going to take a step back and look at Palestinian nationalism, which also fits in chronologically. I'd like to begin with an example of another Jewish National Front poster, which has kind of like that heroic, muscular look to it, of this idea of a nation reborn, a different kind of Jew coming to the land, rolling up his sleeves, muscular, and farming the land, as opposed to necessarily the stereotype of the ghetto Jew, living very pale, lots of books and texts, but no familiarity with the traditions of agriculture. The increasing presence of Jews in the region began to alarm some of the Arab notables. So notables are used for the intelligentsia, the intellectual aristocracy of the Palestinians. We were not using that term at the beginning of the 20th century, although the region was called in Arabic Filastin. There was a newspaper that was started about that time as well. But they began to view with some alarm the direction of Jewish migration that could significantly shift the demographics from the region and in fact could change the political and social status quo. So one man used to be Pasha al-Khalidi, who was actually, by the way, the grandfather of Professor Khalidi at Columbia University, expert in the region. He decided to write to Theodor Herzl, shown in the center of this image, who was the father of modern political science. Theodor Herzl, I'm sure many of you are familiar with his story, is an Austrian journalist, fairly assimilated, but he covered the infamous Dreyfus trial in France and was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which was the first country to fully emancipate its Jews in 1790 and 1791. And he, seeing the anti-Semitism unleashed against Dreyfus, said that this is impossible. The Jews must have a land for their refuge. Jews must have a place where they can live. And so until he passed away in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about traveling to world capitals to speak with world leaders and to argue for the allocation of land in the land of Israel to these Jewish national homes. And so he was the face of political Zionism. Unlike the Hebrew movement, he was not religious. In fact, at one point, he even thought that perhaps conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea very early. But at any rate, Khalidi said, I'm going to write directly to Herzl and say this is a dangerous thing. And he wrote a very beautiful and polite letter in French, which was the diplomatic language of the era, sent it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Tzadok Khan. And he wrote to him, I'll look at one section. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who can contest the rights of the Jews in Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country. If not quoted passage from a particular letter. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, but although this would be a wonderful thing for Jews and for humanity, the truth is it would cause such unrest in the land of Israel. Of course, you call it that. It would cause such unrest, and it really should not happen. You have to take other steps here, find other solutions for it. Herzl responded, also very politely, and I won't go into great detail here, but he somehow missed the basic thrust of Khalidi's message, which suggested that it was all about status quo and about the mindset of the Muslim peoples living in the region who would not take well to the idea of Jewish sovereignty within a traditional Muslim land. And Herzl understood it more in economic terms. He wrote, who would think to remove them? Do you think we're trying to kick out the local population? Not at all. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing out. In other words, Herzl was saying, oh, don't worry. The standard of living will rise as there will be more foreign investment, there will be more jobs, more industry, and Muslims living there will have tremendous peace and prosperity. It'll be fine. Even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem. And they're kind of like speaking at different levels, and then the Khalidi was prescient and prophetic about what would ultimately come to pass. The history of how that came to be so involves the British, of course. The Ottoman Empire was teetering at the very last days of its existence, and all of the great powers were poring over maps with rulers and drawing borders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this, I'm going to take a piece of that. And England decided to back the Zionist movement for many reasons and promised to land Israel to Jewish settlement. This is the document known as the Balfour Declaration, named for the Lord Balfour, who wrote it to Lord Rothschild. And you can see the inside paragraph that says, His Majesty's government, the British government, view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. At this point, Jews were just wildly excited. Finally, it's going to come to pass. The 2,000-year-old exile will end. But they didn't read the next part of the paragraph, which says, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities. So in other words, we're going to do this for the Jews, but we also do not want to offend the local Muslims as well. So this is typical for much of the Mandate period, where the British would promise one thing to the Jews, another thing to the Arabs, and it was impossible to maintain. But nevertheless, politically, militarily, they took over the region at the end of World War I, and they were able to pass the United Nations for a mandate, which means the United Nations, or the League of Nations, as it was called then, said to the British, okay, you will control the region until we work out a solution for how this is all going to work out with various peoples who are laying claim to the land. And then the violence began. The cycle of violence, which continues to this day, it is something which is absolutely horrific, and the entire land is soaked with the blood of people who died needlessly in these horrific eruptions of general violence. We could easily spend far more than the time we have today cataloging these events, and we could spend a lot of time assessing who did what first, what was considered an escalation, and what was considered retaliation. I don't want to spend our energy that way. Please suffice to say that it begins on April 4th of 1920, so now we are in over a century of this back and forth of violence, which sometimes involves Arabs attacking Jews, occasionally involves Jews attacking Arabs as well, including in our own days. And the British, they don't know what to do. Finally, they come up with what now, many years later, in my humble opinion, probably the most accurate assessment of the situation. The British are very good at putting in commissions. They hire Earl Peel to make a commission. It's called the Peel Report. And basically, he says that we have to partition the land. They're not going to share it. The Jews and the Arabs are not live together in one state. So therefore, he recommended creating this area here, which is outlined by the red, which was more or less for an open Jewish settlement, a significant number in Jerusalem as well, and also creating this sort of like appendix-shaped thing, which was a international zone that would allow people to go from the sea to Jerusalem itself, which was to be neither Jewish nor Arab. Obviously, this is a tiny fraction of what the Jews would have hoped for, but nevertheless, the Zionists were known as the Yishuv at this time, the settlement, that is, the Jews living in the land at the time, were willing to accept the Peel Report. The Peel Report, by the way, goes in terms of the analysis of these to say that, look at the last paragraph, an irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits a combination in service of also dismissed in the other paragraph the notion that prosperity would help, that putting more money into this situation would not ease the conflict because they were fundamentally incompatible. The Arabs, for their point, I'm still referring to them as Arabs rather than Palestinians because the term Palestinians, we shall see, really only comes to parlance in the 1960s. But they're definitely developing a national consciousness. They're definitely thinking of themselves as a part of a pan-Arab people. They seem to be singularly blessed with poor leadership. And time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side of global conflicts, including Hajj Amin al-Hussein, who was the Mufti of Jerusalem, who was seen in this infamous photograph with none other than Adolf Hitler. And we have examples right up to the Iraq wars and so on. But at any rate, the situation ends up in a stalemate, which is exacerbated by World War II. A white paper was issued in 1939 by yet another commission who said that the only way to solve this is by severely limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel to 75,000, which was a tiny number over 5 years. And of course, this was during the period of the post-Holocaust era when there are literally hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of Jews who are seeking to come to the land of Israel and don't do as legally or illegally. Ultimately, there is a tremendous amount of conflict, three-way conflict between the Arabs, the Jews, and the British. Ultimately, the British say, okay, that's it. And they did the same thing, by the way, in India. They left it exactly very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two peoples. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and worked out Resolution 181, which created this state based on 7 segments. The green segments will be given to the Jews for the future state of Israel. The sort of yellow and goldenrod color was to be given to the Arabs. And you can see right in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem was to be an international zone ruled by 9. I'm sure you're all familiar with the history at this point. 5 Arab, the Jews accept this. The Jews say, well, it's not what we think of as the land of Israel, but we're so happy to have our own country. They accept it. They declare statehood, and 5 Arab armies attack. Amazingly, these Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but they're even able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat. Although they're not able to take all of Jerusalem, the Jewish quarter remains on the inside of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they've established the state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in 1949. There have been some fascinating analyses of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold their own at this time, severely outnumbered. But some have characterized this saying it's not really David and Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids, because the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another and didn't have as long as they were, but I don't want to go some of the more important materials. So let's move on. The crucial aspect of this history, for our purposes, we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called Nakba, or catastrophe. This is a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land of Israel. And this is where you have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs displaced? So on the kind of older pre-1990s Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary departure by the local population, feeling that with all of the advance of the Arab armies, the Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to come back and not only return to their homes, but to also collect the goods of the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages, And the truth, as is often the case in historical analysis, lies somewhere between those two extremes. We know of some examples of violence directed against Arab civilians. The village of Deir Yassin, of course, is infamous. And there's also something called Plan Dalit, which was essentially a military tactic that said, when the people leave a particular region, especially around communication zones and areas where there are very narrow ways for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference in interpretation is, of course, were those things like there's Black Dalit, were those exceptions, were they anomalies, were the kinds of things that are inevitable to happen in the fog of war, or were they determined strategies? I do not believe that both things were determined strategies, but nevertheless, this is where the historiographic analysis scholars engage in. At the end of the day, however, you have 750,000 people forced out of their homes. And I think, personally, as a father and a grandfather, if there was a war happening in my region, I would consider it prudent to simply pick up and leave. That would make me a refugee, but it would also make me something of, I consciously chose this because I felt really safe. There's so much more to say about this, but we have very little time. We should also remember that there was a second Nakba, to use that term, a displacement of, ironically, about the same number of Jews from Arab lands that would take place in the coming years as Jews experienced tremendous degrees of anti-Semitism in countries where many of them have lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. So this is something we'll have to explore a little bit more next week. But let us now go to Palestinian nationalism, because here is what the Palestinians begin to get organized. Their leader, without doubt, is Yasser Arafat, who is the head of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And in the early 1960s, he realizes that without a single coordinated voice, the descendants of the refugees would simply not be able to return to their homes. This is especially the case after the Six-Day War, which is a hugely important development in the military history of Israel. And by the way, this short period of time, all of the wars that Israel and her neighbors fought over the course of the last 75 years, but I will focus on this one in particular because it has lasted until this. On the left, you see what Israel looked like after 1949, after the armistice. Not a peace treaty, but an armistice, a ceasefire. And on the right, you see what happened after the literal Six-Day War. It took 6 days. Israel was threatened by troops from Egypt and Syria in particular, and elected to launch a preemptive strike before they could roll their tanks over the border. Nasser in Egypt had ordered the United Nations to remove their peacekeeping forces, and that was a signal to Israel that Egypt definitely intended to attack. So therefore, using the largely superior air powers, the Israelis were able to destroy their enemy air forces on the ground and take advantage of their superiority to not only defend themselves, but to rapidly advance the borders. And what did they do with these areas? Well, the feeling was at the time that, wow, now that they've conquered such big chunks of territory, the Arab nations would say, well, this is futile, Israel is here to stay, and they would pick up the phone and they would argue for peace. And they would say, okay, let's go back to the 1949 boundaries and we'll have a peace treaty. Those phone calls did not come for over a decade. Yes, just a little bit over a decade. But they did get one from Egypt, as we shall see. So what, in the meantime, Israel decided to do with the territories is as follows. They annexed the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem. That is, the Golan Heights north, which have a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus, or if you're standing there, you turn around and overlook the Galil region. So they decided to simply take that, sparsely populated, and so on. Jerusalem, because of its incredible spiritual and historical significance for the Jewish people, was annexed. And they said, this is our capital forever. They reunited the city, which had been divided since 1949. But these regions, the Sinai Desert, and especially the West Bank, they occupied. And this is where we get this term apartheid, which, although it has somewhat offensive uh, connotations, and especially association with South Africa, there we have to take that term seriously because in the West Bank in particular, and also in the Gaza Strip, which was a tiny piece that extends to Sinai, there were well over 1 million Arabs, Palestinians. And if the regions were to be annexed, made part of Israel proper and forever by right of conquest, then those people would have to be given citizenship. There are approximately 20% of Israel's population of the 1949 boundaries are not Jewish. There are Arabs, a little over 1 million Arabs living in Israel with full rights as citizens. And Israel could not extend those same rights to the second to something happened to my German. Looks like it's still working, right? Do we use this for a second? No. Okay, okay. My computer just coughed a little bit. If the Israelis were to extend citizenship to the Arabs living in West Bank and Gaza, that would seriously reduce the Jewish majority and imperil it in the future because of the very high birth rate of Arabs in these regions. And let us not forget that there's something really crucial about Israel. It tries to do two things at once. It's very difficult to do both of them. On the one hand, as for Herzl, we saw earlier, Israel needs to be a Jewish state. It has to be a refuge for Jews fleeing anti-Semitism. It has to have a Jewish character, Jewish calendar. It has to have that Jewish element to it. Otherwise, what's the point? It could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada, Uganda, anywhere. And secondly, it wants so desperately to be a democratic state. It is fundamentally founded on Western democratic values, which means one person, one vote. It is impossible to extend citizenship to these people and keep the state Jewish. And so therefore, these people living in Gaza and the West Bank were in a kind of limbo status, a stateless status, because they were not given Israeli citizenship, and we are now coming into, since 1967, 60, 70 odd years since that. The United Nations treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them could happen unless they both happen, and they have not happened. One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see Anwar Sadat, the three very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president, Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, and on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the and they signed a treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack at the Mayan North in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks and did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and laying it through the heat. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli tank gives the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. In order to deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, the Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints where the huge number of Palestinians who worked in the land of Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border between the West Bank and Israel proper. Very humiliating, and so on. And also at the same time, we have the growth of significant numbers of settlements. Because, and I know this is no surprise for most of the people on this call. By the way, I can see from the clock that to do this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly even within such a truncated time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace as the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai. They were willing to work with Jordan to get the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty. And despite the challenge of the large Arab population, so you can see here a very significant number of settlements that are established. The degree to which these are tolerated or not tolerated is very much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that is democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans had largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was a principal backer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabbi felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while he was free. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly cede territory to Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, and this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state. And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. The person who looks at spell Israel right, sorry about that, that's not me. these areas would have different levels of authority in the region. The Palestinians, in some places, would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs. We'll talk more about that next week. Things change even more dramatically. The Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, we come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the second intifada. And whereas the first intifada was largely less violent, the second intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, schools and restaurants and buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image was taken during the second intifada, a point where some Israelis wandered by accident to the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally and torn apart with people's bare hands. You see this person raising his hands, stained with blood, and this has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. As you can see, this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive fence, or security barrier as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. They also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continued to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. This led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th attack. And here we're now already in contemporary history, so I can certainly truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this up next week. It's going to be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews in a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians, who are increasing. In 2005, a very, very painful move which divided the country. The government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza, and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large, unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18. And so they decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In these elections, the two major parties were Hamas and Fatah. Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see, in the West Bank, Fatah has the slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out many of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas and is blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks and there's concerns about import of munitions. And we'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week. But I will conclude with two ideas. The first, with the October 7th attacks, Israel responded with something called the Diet, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force in order to deter future attacks. This Gaia doctrine has proved to be fairly useful and instrumental for establishing Daytona in many of its neighboring neighboring countries. And in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt, but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with, when do we begin this talk? And I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Capta coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side, they have this image, obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Delta Yehuda, for tonight, the Israel is exiled, Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Capta, but says so much more in a cosmic meaning. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you have a young woman playing with her child, where the despondent Jew sat, and now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews who hold over, view the state of Israel, not as warlike and engaged constant conflict, but rather a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace.
How are you, Rabbi?
Hopefully we should.
Looks good. Can you hear me, Sam? Yeah, but you got to eat some. How old are you? No, it took you too long, Doug. Come back when you're 18, my friend. Okay, come back when you're 21. All right, you can send your ID. I'll take that. film. I couldn't like over here. Yes, and he's been in our street. So, But you can't be in here if you're not eating. I don't believe you. Buddy, you can't be here for that. You sound like you're 12 years old. Okay. Send me your ID or I'm gonna have to mail it. No more questions, big guy. No, dog. Man, my friend, if you answer right, What up, dude? How you living, pimp? Ready to get your ass rocked? Dude, remember that time I talked to you and you talked back? What's up, pimp? Are you ready to lose? No, I mean, are you ready to get your fucking ass rocked? Dude, we're gonna go over something, okay? In the history of your life, which is a considerable amount of time, you have never beaten me in a game called Match Monsters. Were you aware of this fact? Are you gonna be able to change that? Are you sure? Dude, I've now sent you an invitation. Remember that time that you selected a team? Are you gonna go? Dude, oh yeah, you're fucked, big dog. If you get a red, it drops you by 5 points. It like removes 5 points from you. Electro Claw. Yeah, Electro Claw is weak as fuck, son. Are you sure? I think it's like a dick. But I'm gonna show you this is my home base. That's correct, son. Good move. Dude, this fucking yeah, it does. Oh, you. Why would you recall that shitty? Look, I suck. Yo, yeah, yeah. That only does 10 damage. It gives you what? Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, fuck that. Where you gonna go? Yo, yeah. You good? Thanks, big dog. I didn't. Yeah, I did. But you got your ass whooped. You have 0 wins. Why do you think you're so dog shit? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna pick something? Or are you just gonna put yourself out the wall? Electrical. 2 tiles are electrified every turn, son. Are you gonna go? Um, that's your help.
Nice extra blue. Yeah. Right, Joe Brush? I think so. Dude, you just destroyed me. Another hyper rush? Maybe gonna get inside. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Yo, Ken, you're up there, dog. Oh, big time. Big time. Are you gonna go? Oh, no. Extra move. Come on, baby. This is gonna hurt, son. I know. All right, son. Are you gonna go? All right, John. I hurt myself. I hurt myself. I hurt myself. So if I get that shit for it. You know that it's your time. Hyper rush. What do you say? Extra move. Camera off. You're up then. Big dog. Oh, what a big healing. What a big win, son. Did you know you just lost? I know.
Extra move. Extra move. How did I already have? Well, you always do shit, dog. You have the lead. You stole my guy. Are you gonna go? You did a very good move. No way. Look who it is. 100%. What up, Kat? How are you? Losing the Zoom match monsters? Technically, he introduced the game to us. He'll leave. where you go, I just won. You're up, Tim. I think you get plus 10 healing if you evolve in the evolving restores 10 hit points. What'd you say? I'm green and red. Oh, so you just got two. That was interesting. No. Yeah, how is Yoshi doing? Dude, did you know it's 4 days away from you doing stand-up comedy? Are you gonna do it this time? Like, you're not gonna pussy out. You're not gonna be late. Are you sure? Are you excited to do it? Yeah, hit me with it, baby. Oh, you just healed? Son, you just healed? Son, you just healed? Dude, you're gonna destroy me. Just do it, dude. Do it. 20 damage. Oh, man. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Barely. Dude, let's see you do it. Do it, dude. Fuck you, Zoot. Zoot got his first win. Riser, are you ready for golf? No, I gotta let you win. I got distracted by Riser. Riser, we're waiting on you, dude. What are you gonna do? Just J-Yor? Dude, do you know what it means to J-Yor? J-Yor means jerking yourself off raw. Right, so what are you doing, dog? Are you just J-Oring? Dog. Riser, you have the invitation. Oh, no, hit the tree. Boy, I gave you guys easy shots. You might have had one of the worst shots you could have had. Now it's Riser's turn. Riser's just J-Oring. No. Thank you. Riser, thank you. Riser, did you know you gave me one extra point? Riser, did you know that you gave me one extra point? Stop. Stop. I know, baby. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is. This would be a big shot for Riser. Too bad he hit it too hard. No one, not Riser and not I, are worried about you right now. That was a good shot, son. Totally. Hit that tree. WTF, dog. You're gonna miss. I can already tell from here that's a miss. Easy mouse. Yeah, you know this is in. Like one of the greatest shots. When's the last time Turkey beat us? You're fucked, dude. That's a bad shot. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, dude. No, it wasn't. Oh, dude. There is a chance. It would have to be the greatest shot of all time. But there's kind of an angle. Too hard. Dude, I saw this guy do this amazing shot one time out here not too long ago. He hit it all the way to the end and then went like diagonally. It was, I think, a phenomenal shot. No, oh, that's a good shot. Look how good this water pump is. That's an 11. I feel it right. You're the one who started it. Oh, what an amazing shot. That's water bottle. Stop. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Get him, Riser. Riser, what are you doing? No, you're not. I can't believe this. Remember that time I had one of the greatest shots that we've ever seen on this board? What are you gonna do, Zoom? What are you gonna do? Zoom, what are you gonna do? Zoom, what are you gonna do? Definitely not there. Riser, what are you doing? Zoom, take out the windmill. Windmill, dog. Windmill. Doghouse. 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 Even worse now. You just say you were gay. That doesn't even make sense. What would make sense? Yeah. Oh, that was almost a really good shot. Zoom, hit your ball. No, that was a bad shot. Riser, what did you think of that shot? Zoom, Zoom, fuck. Hey, Riser, what did you think of the Green Montgomery show this week? I thought you were a fan of Green Montgomery. You have something against fat dudes? That's going to put that dog. This is a bad shot, dude. Bad shot, dude. What'd you think of those angles, Riser? Riser, what'd you think of those angles, son? Why do you say that? That's incorrect, son. Okay. What about that bullshit, too? Are you going to make this shot, Riser? Riser, that was garbage. Oh, boy, that's a close one. Dude, what are you going to do, son? What are you going to do, Riser? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? That's a miss. That's an obvious miss. Obvious miss. Look how sick that shot is. Dude, you have a big shot here, and you just missed it. Dude's done. Dude is done. No, that's impossible. That's goofy. Riser, that shot is absolute dog shit. Oh, that is a big shot. He just left. Look how good this shot is. Do you think that's one of the best shots you've ever seen? Don't water bump me. Look how sick this shot is. Right, so what are your thoughts on being many shots away from the hole? In the water, son. Look how perfect that shot was. Dog, we're looking at one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, I have to go first? That's unfortunate. Stop. Are you going to water about me? What are you going to do, son? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot? Oh, yeah. Oh, are you serious? Are you? No, I'm not. No way. That's going in the water. No way. What are you? What are you doing? No way do you make this. Newfie as fuck, dude. Newfie as fuck. Dog, just you're in the right one. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jail? Oh well, looks like you fucked up, son. You chose the red guy. Are you gonna go? What a major miss. Extra move. I don't think so. Oh, green ones? That sucks. No, I can't do anything. What should I do? Dude, what should I do? Are you gonna go? Extra move, dog. Yeah, you didn't know that? Say it if you get it out, son. Well, why don't you figure it out? Play the game more. Did you know it's your turn? Just skips. Dog. Nothing good here. Dog. Dude, I just gave you something good. That's the FU, dog. I gave you two really good things. Oh, dog, don't do it. You fucked up. Jeff, what do I do? Dude, STF, you stole my guy. You stole my guy. Jeff, you above that guy? Are you fucking serious? Dude, I just helped you. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna trade it? Good job. The ice is there, dog. Dude, what are you doing with this hyper bullshit? Blair, bitch. You aren't even a fan of his. You didn't even watch him. What is yesterday's episode on your in your basket of episodes you're just holding off on? Yo, dog, I just asked you a question. Are you gonna answer it, son? Yo, dog. Why not? Why didn't you watch the other? If you say you're a William Montgomery, you watch his good episodes, you watch his bad episodes, you don't discriminate against people based on their size. Are you proud of that move? Look how sick this move is. Oh, what a terrible move. 20 damage. Dude, what do I do? Are you gonna go? what do you want me to do about it? Look how sick this movie is. Are you gonna go? Shut the fuck up. Yo, Pam. What, you feel like you should get to be able to request? You think you should fucking be able to request? Who the fuck do you think you is, baby? Who the fuck do you think you is? Yeah, let's see it, baby. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Like I've been playing this game for some time, and literally one of you just had one of the worst shots, maybe in the history of this game. It's like thousands of years old. Your dog shit shot will rest in the annals of history as one of the worst shots anybody's ever seen. Are you ready for a Luffy shot, son? Did I put the slider into the hole? Did I put the slider in the pocket? Yeah, I did. Purposefully. To make you feel like you had a chance of winning. That's a terrible shot. No way, you could do the same trick. Get it, baby. I ain't mad at you. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Dude, baller. But are you gonna go? So do you want to know what you missed in the William Montgomery show? One of the greatest William Montgomery shows ever. They talked about being redheads, and they talked about dogs, and they talked about Las Vegas, and it was that fat guy, William Montgomery, and then their girlfriends off camera, and so you got to hear all of that goodness. Joe Rogan was on it. Did you just read? Joe Rogan was on it. Tony Hinchcliffe was on it. Madonna came on. They also had Enrique Iglesias. He made an appearance, and then they did call in. They had Ghislaine Maxwell call in. They had Donald Trump call in right after her. It was pretty amazing. Then they had Casey Rocket on. He called in. Then they had Brian Redband. He called in. They had Wayne Gretzky on. Wayne Gretzky actually devoted his career to William Montgomery, which I thought was really nice. Then they had on Abel Longoria. That was really neat. They had on Ed O'Neill. That was cool. They had the whole cast of Happy Gilmore 2 on. Everybody. Even that lady who died at the beginning. Then they had on, I wouldn't say they necessarily had it on, but they had a tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner. They also had a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. They had a tribute to Hulk Hogan and Lonnie Anderson, which I thought was really touching that they would include Lonnie Anderson. I didn't know if they'd have time to do it, to have a tribute to her, but they did. And I really thought the tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner was really tasteful. They had a highlight clip of his most famous times on the Cosby Show. So they had Gordon Gartrell on. They had the one where Stevie Wonder showed up. I thought that was really cool. And it was a jam-packed William Montgomery show. They also had on Mario Andretti. They had on Michael Andretti. They also had on Sydney Sweeney. She talked about her jeans app. And they had the cast of The Fighter and the Kid, they were on. So Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, he was on. And then they had on, I thought this, do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? Of course you don't, but they had Timmy No Breaks on. They had Howie Mandel on, which I thought was cool. Then, the thing that I thought was probably one of the coolest parts of the episode was when Michael Jordan was on. They had Michael Jordan and LeBron James, but they played one-on-one basketball against each other, not just in real life, but also on NBA Jam, which I just thought was really cool. Like, it was tasteful. It was a really tasteful episode. So after Michael Jordan and LeBron James played one-on-one and then played NBA Jam against each other, and they tied. They tied at the end, which isn't even possible. But they tied, and then they all had sundaes, like ice cream sundaes. I think a couple people had banana splits. I'm almost certain Erica had a banana split that she wasn't on camera, so you don't really know. But she was talking about how much she liked banana splits. Then they also had on Phil Jackson, former coach of the Bulls and the Lakers. And then they had on Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa Bryant, and she declared her love for William, which, Erica kind of got mad about. Then they had on Tyler Halliburton. Dick Cheney showed up. Dick Cheney, he came in via satellite. That was really interesting. It was a really cool show. Why didn't you watch it? Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I was telling you about the William Montgomery episode. Why do you like basketball so much? I thought you ate flick cake. For like what? proud of that? 9 points? That's good. Do you want to hear who else was on William Montgomery show? Dude, 2 swishes? You're on fire, son. You could quit. You could quit. 3 swishes? Dude, 10 points on the second level is unheard of. Well, what do you want me to do about it? We will. We're going to call it the Rabbi Made a Comeback Dog Shelter in honor of Yellow. All right, well, do you want to hear what's on the William Montgomery show or no? That was good. That was good. It's over. It's over, son. What a comeback. Dog. What a comeback. What are your thoughts? Do you want to be rescued? Dog, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, what do you want me to do about it? I just did. I've realized that you've stolen all of my comebacks. Yes, you do. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. But you're not doing as well as you did the first game. You played balls to the walls the first game. 8 points. That's still good. Not as good as. I would tell you that you're a liar. You're a straight up liar, son. All my shit is fucking. I don't take anybody's shit. You call me a comeback thief? Whoa. How'd you like that one, son? Remember that time you critiqued all of my comebacks and I came out with 13 points? You remember that? You're done. 17. Are you proud of that? Did you? Yeah, well, guess what? Look at the scoreboard, son. Look at the scoreboard. Perfect shot. Dude, you're on fire. Dog. 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 Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that? Doug, what are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed? Doug, do you want to be interviewed? Well, you are being interviewed. Okay, what are your thoughts on getting your ass handed to you? Go. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That was good. If you suck, you ready for this? Doug, Doug, what are your thoughts? In the first round, I doubled you. Dog, dog, what are your thoughts? That's a miss. Hey, that's a miss, a big miss. That's a big swish. Are you going to be able to get 14 in the second round? Oh, look at you tying it up, taking the lead. Oh, big time, big round. 11, dog. That's really good if you suck dick. I mean, maybe. I'm not even trying. That was pretty good. 27. Are you ready for a record? Terrible start. Terrible start. Fire finish, baby. Fire finish, baby. How'd you like that? Razor, how'd you like that? This sucks, and I have to go first. Don't distract. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dude, what do you want me to do about it? need two bullseyes. That's one. You need a second one here. A big shot to you, son. And he gets it. No way. Oh, what a bullshit thing at the end. We need one shot. 1 point. How about you just go and you put flap in your lip? Oh, that's a big mate. You just need 2 8s. Are you going to be able to two 8s? That's a 9. You just need a 7 here, son. Can you get a 7? Are you going to be able to get a 7? No, that's it. 2. 2. That's a big bullseye. You need at least a 6 here. Are you going to be able to get it? Are you going to be able to get a 6? That was not good. I'm about to put you away right now. Dude, I can't. You're making me laugh. Dude, you're making me laugh. Shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, shut up. I can't believe that you want me to tell you more about the William Montgomery show, but that's you just need 2 sevens, dog. Don't fuck up. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. And he just got a bullseye. All you need is a 4. Don't fuck this up like you did before. Yes, you did. Oh, it's over. Okay, well, what the fuck do you want me to do about it? Now, you said something that I find very offensive. That I steal all of my comebacks. I want to know what comeback you think I've scored because all of my comebacks are organic, son. I'm waiting, dude. Doug, no one wants to hear your bullshit excuses. What do you want me to do about it, son? What do you want me to do about it, son? Doug, I can't believe how long you take. Are you serious? That's what you just did? There she is. Miss Aquarius. Oh boy. Let's see if I can play two games at once. All right, Mr. Aquarius, are you ready? It's going to take too long. Nope, we're playing tonight, girl. I'm going to try. Do what I can, girl. Literati. Nice job, Mr. Chris. Absolutely. Get it. Thank you, man. Roger, what do you think about it? Thank you, man. Absolutely. Take care. Sweet dreams, Mr. Farias. Excellent. Sounds like a plan. Right, so what's it feel like to be losing to a person who's not even paying attention to a game? No, what do you want me to do about it? Joy? That was great. I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? about it. Dog, I'm asking you a question, and you have refused to answer it. What do you want me to do about it? Did you know Diddy is planning a Madison Square Garden concert when he gets out? Yoda, what are your thoughts on that largest unsolved crime in Canadian history? It happened like 50 years ago. I don't think it's funny. I'm just asking you, what do you think of it? You didn't even know it existed. I had to educate you on it. You didn't even know about it. It's your own history. And I had to educate you. What the fuck is vow? What the fuck is vow? No, what is it? Dude, okay, I know that, but that's not an English word. I did not know that counts in this game. Considering it's another language. Yeah, Doug, what do you want me to do about it? And that's not even the standard way that it's spelled in Hebrew. It's generally spelled B-A-T. Doug, how is it that you were beating me by so much, and then it's just like I went into another gear, and now I'm up by more than 70 points? How is that? I think it's one of the greatest games in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind. I know what Bob means. I know Bob is an alternative spelling of Bob, but that's not generally used. And it's another language, so I didn't think it would be allowed. No way, don't do that. You're not going to be able to do that. Dude, I only have bars left. There's a chance you could win. Dude, you could make a comeback. Welcome. Yo, dog, you gotta be 18 to be in here. How old are you? No, you're not. You need to leave. You need to leave, or I will ban you. That's because I am a 40-year-old. I'm glad I saw my age. Get out of here, garbage. All right, here we go. Get out of here, dude. Agreed. Dude, this is the best game you've ever had against me, and you're still going to lose unless you have something really good here. Oh, baby, he came back. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see. Yeah. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? No. What do you want me to do about it? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Again, you want to know what my opinion is on the matter? What do you want me to do about it, baby? Are you going to win? You're just randomly putting that anywhere. I know where you put a Y. I know where you can put a Y. $300. I mean, again, you want to know what do you want me to do about it? I'm asking you a question. It gave you 2 blank tiles. I would rather have 2 blank tiles, my friend. I would rather have 2 blank tiles than 3 S's, son. You got 2 blank tiles. Do you recognize? Because it shows on the board. But they can do anything for you. They can be S's. Riser, did you know that you had an invitation? Are you just going to J-Yor? Are you going to J-Yor? What game? There is a racing game. It's race to see how many balls you can put in the hole. Look how good this shot is. Did you see that? Did you see that shot? Because this one takes skill. Look how good this shot was. Dog, let's see you do some damage, son. What are you going to do? Hit my ball. Hit my disc. Dude, you just set up my... I just won. I just won. I just, I just won. I just won. I mean, again, what do you want me to do? Now, you want to see a milky shot, son? Are you proud of that shot? What was that? Are you proud of that? dedicate this shot to Zeus Comedy Cooker. I dedicate this shot to Zeus Comedy Cooker. This is kind of a hard shot. Sight. All right, I dedicate this to Zeus Comedy Cooker. This is a hard shot. You ready for this? Oh, I lost. This is the easiest way to win in the history of the game. Risky. Why would you take such a risk? Dog, why would you take such a risk? Didn't do it. Are you serious? Why is it? Are you serious? No. Hit it in. Hit it in. Hit it in. Oh, well, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. I asked ChatGPT the best strategy for this game. Now I'm unstoppable. It didn't really give me a good strategy. Nothing different than what I wanted to do. Oh, dude, that's a big one. know how good of a link that was. When did I answer your question? This might be the greatest comeback we've ever witnessed. This might be the greatest comeback we have ever witnessed. But something like that. No, let's play. What's a different strategy? Are you going to go? Whoa! How'd you like that, son? What a move. What a set of moves you just had the privilege of witnessing. Dog, dog, dog. Dude. Am I? Am I? You're done. You're done, son. It's over, baby. The game is over for you. You just got destroyed. I got 41 points. Oh, okay. What's that? Acting like a bitch? Acting like a huge bitch? He lost. What do you want me to do about it? You're done. You're done. It's over for you, baby. It's over for you. Dog, you're done. You're done. Dog, you're done. Dog, you're. Oh, shit. I didn't want it to do that. It went because I took too much time. Well, now I lost. You're done. You're done. Fuck. Oh, I won? Oh, you fucked up. What are your thoughts on my approaching 100 wins? Dog, I can't believe you just fucking fucked up like that. That was crazy. Dog. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, but let's see you go. How'd you like that, son? Well, guess what? You're ever gonna see. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jail yours? Look how sick this move is, son. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, okay, I see how it is. You want to take on a champ at basketball? You're terrible. You're absolute. Look, just I'm gonna lay it to you straight. I am. I am. I am. But it says I have to wait 60 minutes to send it, or 60 seconds.